I am the curse they fear. Everything I touch rots to ash. Flesh, stone, hope. Until the court dragged her into my manor as their sacrificial observer.
One human. Warm skin, stubborn dark eyes, and zero sense of self-preservation.
They expected her to die screaming within days. She walked straight into my kill zone and survived.
Now I can't stay away.
I stalk her through these crumbling halls. I crave the only woman alive who can take my bare hands on her body without dissolving. The only one who makes the monster in my veins want to kneel instead of kill. She's mine now. My obsession. My ruin. And she's pregnant with my heir. She may have been sent here to study the beast. She's leaving with my ring on her finger and my child in her belly.
Stay tuned for a cursed dark elf, forced proximity obsession, breeding heat, and a possessive monster who will burn the entire Undercity before he lets her go. Happily ever after guaranteed. Chapter 1. Mireia. My fingers cramp against salt-rimed obsidian. The scaffolding groans beneath my boots, a precarious skeleton of rusted iron clinging to the throat of the sealed Undercity ruin. Below me, the abyssal drop into the lower sectors breathes a fetid draught of sulphur, volcanic ash, and rotting damp. I do not look down. Looking down is a luxury for those who have a safety tether. A biting draught whips a heavy, tangled mess of thick black curls across my vision. I do not dare let go of the stone to brush them back. I press my chest against the cold masonry, relying on the lean, athletic muscle built from a decade of hauling contraband to keep me anchored to the wall. I press my disruption charm, a jagged piece of raw, smuggled null quartz, against the rune-locked archway. The ancient ward hisses like a striking serpent. Its violet luminescence stutters, flashing violently against the oppressive dark, then dies, leaving a scent like scorched copper in the heavy air. The barrier dissolves. I slip inside just as the heavy, rhythmic march of the Dark Elf patrol rotation echoes from the plaza below. The air within the collapsed corridor sits stagnant, thick with the necrotic dust of dead centuries. Dormant sigils line the cracked marble walls, their magic long starved, reduced to nothing more than scarred gouges in the stone. I move with practiced absolute silence. I am human in a world that views my kind as labour or livestock. Surviving the Undercity requires becoming a ghost in the graveyard of the Dark Elves. I navigate the labyrinth of ruined halls, guided only by the faint, bioluminescent moss creeping through the structural fractures. I am looking for the epicentre of the dead magic. At the centre of the rot, the main sanctuary opens up, cavernous and suffocating. In the middle of the chamber stands the altar. It is split perfectly down the centre, a jagged, violent wound in the pale stone. Resting in the cradle of the fissure is the relic. It is a shard of pure, unworked obsidian, yet it does not swallow the small light of the cavern. It seems to bleed a faint, unnatural warmth. The metallic tang of heavy, ancient blood magic coats my tongue, sharp as a blade's edge. I step closer. A heavy, unnameable grief presses against my sternum. It makes no sense. I have never been here. I have never seen this artifact. Yet the air around it does not feel alien. It feels like an open grave waiting for a body. I reach out. My hand hovers an inch above its faceted surface. The space between my warm brown skin and the stone vibrates, a low tectonic hum that rattles my teeth in my skull. I close my bare fingers around the glass. A shockwave of black gold energy detonates from the stone. It tears through the chamber, not with sound, but with an immense atmospheric pressure that drives the breath completely from my lungs. The dormant runes on the walls flare blindingly, a terrifying, resurgent gold, then instantly snap into darkness, utterly extinguished. Pain, sharp and searing, bites into the centre of my palm. I wrench my hand back, a harsh gasp tearing from my throat. The black gold flare illuminates the ruin, casting a terrifying radiance over my own arm. In the sudden light, the faint, unnatural gold undertones of my skin, a strange, dormant trait I have hidden my entire life, suddenly flare, answering the relic's glow. Glowing, jagged symbols burn themselves into my flesh, flashing with ember light before sinking beneath the surface. The relic pulses in my grip, heavy and terrifyingly alive. The floor beneath my boots violently trembles. The magical pulse has cascaded outward, slamming through the undercity grid. The ward alarms outside the ruin begin to scream, a high-pitched mechanical wail. I shove the relic into my leather satchel and sprint for the archway, my boots skidding on the ash-slick marble. I hit the corridor, but the heavy thud of armoured boots already echoes through the vestibule. Containment! Seal the exits! Undercity enforcers flood the ruin. They wear the matte black armour of the high courts, their faces hidden behind visors of dark steel, moving with the terrifying, synchronised precision of apex predators. I pivot, looking for the shadowed alcoves of the ceiling, calculating the distance to a collapsed pillar, but a heavy gauntlet catches my shoulder. The momentum spins me hard against the stone wall, the impact rattling my spine. Cold iron clamps around my wrists, suppression shackles. The moment the locking mechanism engages, a nauseating void opens in my chest, the abrupt, violent severing of all ambient magic. A soldier rips the satchel from my shoulder. He tips it, letting the obsidian relic spill into his armoured palm. The artifact goes instantly dark. The violent living hum vanishes. The black gold aura bleeds away. In the enforcer's hand, it is nothing more than a dull, broken rock. "Inert!" the soldier barks, his voice mechanical and flat beneath the helm. He shoves a gauntlet against my spine, forcing me forward. "Move, human! The Archmagister will want to see what tripped the grid." The Undercity Court is a monument to calculated intimidation. Cavernous ceilings arch over tiers of judgmental seats, carved from the same oppressive dark stone as the rest of the subterranean capital. Shadows cling to the vaulted corners, hiding the things that watch from the dark. I kneel on the polished obsidian floor, the iron shackles biting into the bruised skin of my wrists. Archmagister Therin Duskrin descends from the high bench. He is a study in terrifying perfection. Midnight blue skin, pale lavender eyes completely devoid of warmth, and silver ceremonial cords woven intricately into his dark hair. He wears pristine white gloves. He does not look at me. His gaze is fixed on the relic resting on the containment pedestal in the middle of the room. Artifact tampering. The presiding magistrate drones from above, his voice echoing off the severe architecture. Activation of restricted blood magic vectors. The sentence is total arcane severance and subsequent execution. I keep my chin lifted. My knees ache against the stone, but I will not give them the satisfaction of bowing. I do not beg. "It was dead when I found it," I state, my voice raspy but steady, cutting through the cavernous room. Therin raises a single gloved hand. The magistrate falls instantly silent. The Archmagister steps toward the pedestal. He does not touch the stone. Instead, he gestures for the guard to drag me closer. The enforcer hauls me up by the chain, forcing me within a single pace of the altar. The moment my shadow falls over the relic, the stone violently shudders. A thread of black gold light fractures across its surface, bleeding upward like smoke. The scrying crystals mounted on the court walls whine, emitting a high-pitched, agonizing frequency, before shattering simultaneously into fine glass dust. The magistrates murmur in alarm, their composure breaking as they recoil in their seats. Therin's lavender eyes flick from the glowing stone to my face. He dissects me with a single look. The messy halo of my dark hair, the wide, unshrinking stare of my dark eyes, the sheer, fragile humanity of my frame standing in his polished court. The corners of his mouth tighten in a microscopic display of pure calculation. Fascinating, he murmurs, his voice smooth and deadly as oiled glass. A human null. Her arcane signature is so completely fractured that the dark steel shackles don't even recognize it as magic to suppress, yet the relic answers to her. Execute her, the presiding magistrate insists, his voice pitching higher with poorly concealed panic. The artifact is volatile. She is a contagion. No, Theron replies mildly, not taking his eyes off me. Execution is a waste of a unique asset. We have a much more pressing complication that requires a stabilizing presence. I pull against the heavy iron chains. I am a smuggler. I am not a court asset. Theron finally turns his full, crushing attention to me. His gaze dissects my worth, my lifespan, and my utility in the span of a single breath. You are whatever the court dictates, human. You activated a relic tied to the deepest, most forbidden root of magic. Most who stand near it boil in their own skin. You merely wear its mark. He gestures to the armed enforcers flanking the doors. Seal her transfer orders. Reclassify the charge to experimental reassignment. She will serve as an attunement guide. The lead enforcer steps forward, his hand tightening on his halberd. Where, Archmagister? Theron smiles. It is a cold, terrifying curve of his lips that promises nothing but ruin. Then manor. A profound, suffocating silence drops over the courtroom. Even the enforcer holding my chains goes entirely rigid. Ven Manor. The rotting epicenter of the Undercity's greatest horror. The domain of the cursed air. The untouchable monster whose very breath corrodes steel and decays flesh. It is a death sentence dressed in the polite fiction of research. Officially, you will observe the magical fluctuations of Lord Kalor's curse, Theron tells me, his voice carrying the absolute finality of a closing tomb. Unofficially, you will survive him, or you will not. Either way, the court's problem will be solved. Theron gestures to the containment pedestal. Return her satchel. Let her take the inert stone. The presiding magistrate gapes. Archmagister, it is restricted. It is bait, Theron corrects mildly. Give it to her. We will see if it wakes again in the presence of the cursed air. An enforcer retrieves the heavy leather satchel and shoves it hard against my chest. Then, the enforcers drag me backward toward the heavy iron doors. I don't look away from Theron's dead eyes. I am not being spared. I am being fed to the dark.
Chapter 2. Kalor. The silence of Ven Manor settles over me like a burial shroud, an oppressive weight that constricts my throat. It is the stagnant breath of a crypt, undisturbed for decades. I stand in the ruined grand foyer, surrounded by the fractured statues of my ancestors. The air in the estate carries the permanent, metallic tang of oxidized copper and old magic. It is my air, my curse. Before the massacre, I channeled the divine shadow-weaving granted by the serpent among the 13. Now, that traditional magic is entirely smothered, devoured by the necrotic rot. The necrotic energy bleeding from my pores keeps the ambient temperature unnaturally cold, save for the localized scorching heat of the magic that seeks to consume me from the inside out. A tremor shudders through the obsidian floor tiles. It is not a physical vibration. It is a disruption in the ancient, dormant black flame lattice buried deep within the estate's foundations. A foreign resonance brushing against the withered wards. I lower my gaze to my own forearms. Beneath the surface of my ashen violet skin, the curse awakens. Jagged black gold veins pulse with volatile light, a toxic ichor tracing the pathways of my ruined magic. The magic surges, eager, venomous. I force the volatile energy back into the cage of my own flesh, clamping down on the cataclysm with a brutal exertion of will. Outside, the grinding of runic wheels reverberates against the salt-rimed cobblestones of the outer courtyard. The Undercity enforcers do not arrive in stealth. I pull the heavy velvet cloak over my shoulders, hiding the worst of the glowing decay mapping my torso, and begin the long walk to the perimeter. My silver-white hair falls loose against my back. With every step I take, the dying estate recoils. The air thins. The shadows clinging to the vaulted ceiling stretch and warp, fleeing the heavy pressure of my aura. I emerge into the oppressive gloom of the subterranean capital. 2 armored carriages bear the silver crest of the Undercity court. Captain Valor Ithroon stands at the head of a dozen heavily armed enforcers, his indigo skin scarred and rigid beneath matte black armor. Between them stands a human. I do not stop my advance until I reach the inner side of the boundary wall. A massive wrought iron gate stands between the estate grounds and the court soldiers. The moment my proximity intersects with the metal, the curse bleeds outward. The heavy iron latches hiss. A violent, rapid oxidization blooms across the thick metal bars. In the span of 3 seconds, the iron blisters, scales into thick layers of orange rust, and disintegrates into a cloud of fetid red dust. The massive gates groan, their structural integrity annihilated, and collapse outward onto the cobblestones with a deafening hollow crash. The enforcers instantly raise their halberds, their combat stances locking into place. I step through the ruined archway, my boots crushing the rusted ash of the gate. "Your weapons are useless here, Valor," I state. My voice is low, carrying the grave, unhurried cadence of a man who has nothing left to lose. "Lower them, or the ambient decay will rot the steel to the hilts." Valor's jaw tightens. He signals sharply, and the weapons are slowly lowered, though the tension in their lines remains absolute. "Lord Kaelor, you trespass on quarantined grounds," I say, my molten amber eyes locking onto the captain. "State your court business and depart." "I bring orders from Archmagister Theron," Valor replies, stepping aside to reveal the human woman fully. "And a new assignment." My gaze shifts to her. She is a fragile thing, as all humans are in this brutal world, yet she does not stand like a creature brought to the slaughter. Her warm brown skin is dusted with faint gold undertones that seem entirely out of place beneath the lightless canopy of the Undercity. A thick, chaotic mass of black curls is tied back from her face, exposing sharp cheekbones and a strong, stubborn jaw. She wears the worn, practical leathers of a ruin runner. She is small. The top of her head would barely reach the center of my chest. Against the towering, armored bulk of the Dark Elf enforcers, she should appear entirely broken. She is not. Her wide, dark eyes lift to mine, and she does not flinch. She studies the tall, lean frame of my body, the aristocratic severity of my features, and the unnatural heavy shadow that clings to me. She looks at the monster of Ven Manor, and she does not cower. She analyzes. "Her name is Mireia," Valor announces, extending a sealed parchment cylinder. I do not touch it. I let the magic in the air slowly corrode the wax seal until it splits. "She is assigned as your magical attunement liaison, under observation mandate." A profound, dangerous silence descends upon the ruined courtyard. Observation mandate. The court has sent me scholars before. Arrogant mages convinced they could siphon the blood curse, bind it, or study its lethality. 3 of them died. 1 dissolved into a smear of organic matter on my library floor when the curse flared. Another burned from the inside out when a containment spell fractured. I step forward. The enforcers immediately take a half step back, their discipline fracturing under the primal terror of my proximity. The human, Mireia, does not move. I stop exactly 3 paces from her. It is the absolute limit of my controlled threshold. Any closer, and the volatile energy weeping from my skin will begin to alter the cellular structure of her body. I lift my right arm and deliberately pull back the heavy sleeve of my cloak. The veins mapping my forearm pulse with a violent, toxic light, illuminating the space between us. The air hums, smelling of scorched earth. "Look closely," I command her, my tone devoid of inflection. Her dark eyes drop to my exposed skin. She watches the curse writhe beneath my flesh. Her chest moves in a steady rhythm. There is no tremor of terror in her hands. That gate was iron, solid iron. I lower my arm, but I do not break her gaze. I force the reality of my existence upon her, wielding my monstrosity as a shield. You should consider what my touch does to flesh. The court has not sent you here to observe me. They have sent you here to die. "I am aware of my mortality, Lord Kalor," she replies. Her voice is clear, earnest, and completely devoid of the trembling deference expected of her caste. I intend to keep it. A muscle in my jaw tightens, stubborn, foolish. She does not understand the absolute gravity of the rot she has stepped into. I turn my back to her, sweeping my gaze over the estate courtyard. "Garrick!" From the shadows of the carriage house, the heavy, limping footfalls of the estate warden approach. Old Garrick, the last human servant loyal to my fallen house, stops at a safe distance. He smells faintly of smoke and iron polish. "My lord," Garrick rasps. "Prepare the east wing, the sealed corridors," I instruct him, my voice carrying back to the enforcers. She is to remain entirely separate from the main estate. Forbid the remaining staff from approaching either of us during the required proximity trials. If she breaches the containment lines, do not attempt to retrieve her. I turn back to Valor. With a slight motion of 2 fingers, I telekinetically pull the parchment from his gauntlet. The paper immediately begins to brown and crisp at the edges as it hovers in my corrupted aura. I read the flowing political script of Theron Duskren. The words are framed in academic curiosity, but it is polite fiction. The court does not view her as a scholar. They view her as a canary sent into a toxic mine. The fine print below says it all. Authorized lethal containment if the subject's curse destabilizes beyond acceptable thresholds. The paper turns to gray ash in the air, scattering on the foul wind. Theron is not researching my curse. He is provoking it. He knows my control is absolute in isolation. He has introduced a chaotic element, a human anomaly, into my environment, waiting for the inevitable moment the curse surges and consumes her. Theron will have the legal justification he needs to avoid a civil war with the other high houses. With a court-mandated asset dead by my hand, the council will authorize him to breach the estate and execute me. She is not a researcher. She is bait. The mandate is acknowledged, I tell Valor. The restraint in my voice is a thin veneer over a violent, simmering wrath. Leave her, and tell the Archmagister to keep his scrying eyes out of my domain, or I will blind them. Valor gives a sharp, abbreviated nod. He signals the enforcers. They fall back with eager haste, turning the heavy carriages around and leaving the human standing entirely alone on the ash-covered stones of my ancestral home. The carriages vanish into the undercity gloom. The silence of Ven Manor rushes back in, heavier than before. Mireia stands 3 paces away. The oppressive, lethal weight of my aura pushes against her, yet she remains grounded. Beneath the cobblestones, a faint, almost imperceptible vibration echoes. A dormant ward, buried and starved for a century, hums to life in response to her presence. I look at this fragile, stubborn creature, and the cage around my power violently rattles. The court expects me to destroy her. I will have to ensure she stays far enough away that I do not prove them right.
Chapter 3. Mireia. Garrick's uneven, limping footfalls echo like hammer strikes against the oppressive silence of Ven Manor. "The first one dissolved," the old warden rasps. He does not look back at me. He smells of stale wood smoke and the sharp bite of iron polish. the sense of a man trying desperately to maintain a tomb. I follow him down a cavernous, lightless corridor. On either side of us, towering statues of dark elf ancestors line the walls. They are not merely broken, they are frozen mid-annihilation. Torsos of pale marble are fractured outward, suspended in a violent, permanent explosion of jagged stone. It is a terrifying symbol of a magic that does not just kill, it eradicates from the inside out. Dissolved, I repeat, my voice flat, refusing to let the heavy, necrotic air swallow the word. Melted into the floorboards during a proximity test, Garrick confirms bluntly, gesturing to a dark, rusted stain seeping from the baseboards. The second was an arrogant spellweaver, burned to ash when his containment ward cracked. The third thought he could siphon the ambient decay into a crystal battery. He didn't make it past the inner courtyard before his lungs liquefied in his chest. Garrick stops at a set of towering double doors, the dark wood warped and splintered by ancient force. He pushes them open with his good shoulder. You are human, fragile. You will not last the week if you forget what he is. I step past him into the main dining hall. The sheer scale of the devastation steals the air from the room. A massive banquet table, easily 40 feet long and carved from black ironwood, dominates the centre of the chamber. But it is not whole. A violent scar cleaves the table perfectly down the middle, splitting the thick wood and the stone floor beneath it. Faint, toxic black gold light still hums deep within the fissure, a ghost of the curse surge that shattered this room decades ago. I do not intend to forget, I say, pulling my leather-bound ledger from my satchel. I intend to measure it. Garrick shakes his head, a grim, weary motion, and leaves me to my work. I establish my protocol immediately. Survival in the Undercity relies on understanding the architecture of the danger around you. I spend the afternoon mapping the estate's dormant ward lattice, tracing the dead runes carved into the archways and the salt-rimed obsidian floors. Venn Manor is not merely a building, it is a dying, malevolent entity. It breathes. I chart the magical pulse intervals with my pocket chronometer. Every 14 minutes the temperature drops, the air thins into a metallic haze, and a low tectonic vibration rattles the glass in the remaining window panes. I am marking a fracture in the West Wing corridor when the air pressure suddenly shifts, heavy and suffocating as deep water. The scent of scorched earth and violent nature coats my tongue. I do not look up from my ledger immediately. I count the paces from the shadowed intersection ahead of me. 12, 11, 10. At exactly 10 paces, the ambient decay reaches a wall of static resistance against my skin. The faint, dormant gold undertones beneath my brown flesh prickle, a microscopic rebellion against the rot flooding the hallway. I stop. I look up. Kaelor Venn stands in the corridor. The sheer, terrifying form of the man defies the crumbling ruin of his home. He is towering, his frame lean and built for violence, but held in an agonizing, perfect stillness. The shadows of the vaulted ceiling seem to bend toward him, clinging to the loose, silver-white hair that spills over his broad shoulders. This is the first time I have seen him without the heavy velvet cloak. He wears a dark, unlaced tunic, the fabric open at the throat. His ashen violet skin is a canvas of cataclysm. The jagged black and gold veins of his curse crawl up his neck and trace the harsh, aristocratic lines of his jaw. The marks pulse with a volatile, living light, weeping a toxic magic that makes the air around him ripple like heat off a forge. He is a walking apocalypse. Yet, as his molten amber eyes lock onto mine, I do not see a mindless beast. I see a king trapped in a poisoned cage, crushed by the agonizing weight of his own lethality. The grief in him is not loud, it is absolute. 10 paces, I say aloud, my voice sounding steady despite the vibration rattling my teeth. I move my charcoal pencil across the parchment. At 10 paces, the ambient decay does not breach my personal perimeter. No deterioration of my clothing, no cellular damage. Kaelor does not move. His stillness is a weapon, a predatory containment that makes the vast power differential between us terrifyingly clear. You measure the reach of a fire while standing in the furnace. His voice is low, gravel and ash, possessing a weighted, formal cadence that demands total submission. I measure the parameters of my assignment, Lord Kaelor. I correct, closing the ledger. I refuse to break eye contact. The sheer gravity of his presence pulls at my human frailty, a dark, primal magnetism rooted in the lethal collision of our biologies. He is death. I am the anomaly that does not die. Unless your curse extends beyond 30 feet without a physical trigger, my safety threshold is established. Do not mistake my control for your safety, he murmurs. The black gold ichor beneath his skin flares, illuminating the sharp planes of his face. The air you breathe belongs to the rot. Go back to your assigned wing, human. I will not warn you again. He steps backward, fading into the gloom of the manor like a phantom, taking the oppressive cold with him. I stand in the empty corridor, the sting of his presence still burning my nostrils. I am not fearless. The sheer size of him, the devastating power humming beneath his skin, is enough to paralyze a lesser creature. But underneath the terror, a stubborn, unyielding curiosity takes root. He warned me away. A monster does not warn its prey. By evening, the manor falls into pitch blackness, save for the faint, bioluminescent moss creeping through the stone fractures. At the exact scheduled hour, I enter the main dining hall. The room is cavernous, drowning in shadows. I walk to the right side of the bisected ironwood table, pull out a heavy, high-backed chair, and seat myself. I lay my ledger on the polished wood. I wait. The minutes drag. The manor groans, the timber settling like cracking bones. He does not appear. The court's mandate requires observation, and I cannot observe a man who seals himself in the dark. I intend to wait. I open my book and begin to read my notes by the meagre light of a single tallow candle. 40 minutes past the hour, the candle flame violently extinguishes. The temperature in the dining hall plummets to freezing. The heavy metallic scent of blood magic floods the space. The air pressure crushes inward, vibrating so intensely that the empty silver goblets on the far side of the room begin to inch across the wood, clinking against each other. Kaelor steps through the far archway. The sheer force of his anger makes the black gold curse marks on his flesh burn with a blinding toxic radiance. The stone beneath his boots hisses, a fine layer of frost instantly giving way to corrosive decay. He stops 20 paces away, his amber eyes searing through the dark, fixing entirely upon me. "You test the limits of your brief life, Mireia," he says softly. The danger in his tone is absolute. I do not stand. I do not shrink back into my chair, though the primal instinct to run screams in the very marrow of my bones. I fold my hands over my ledger. Shared mealtimes are required for consistent observation. I state evenly, projecting my voice across the vast, sundered room. I cannot map the daily fluctuations of your magic if we exist in separate halves of the estate. Consistency is the foundation of survival. Kaelor's jaw hardens. The air in the room screams, taut as a wire about to snap. He is vast, lethal, and furious. He could disintegrate the chair I sit on with a single touch. He could let the volatile energy barely contained in his chest slip, and the ambient decay would strip the flesh from my bones. We hold the stalemate, the monster and the stubborn human. The heat in the room is no longer just the burn of his magic. It is the friction of our opposing wills, a heavy, dangerous gravity pulling across the split table. He does not order me removed. Slowly, deliberately, Kaelor turns. He does not approach the massive dining table. Instead, he walks to a shadowed alcove near the dead hearth, where a single velvet-draped armchair sits in isolation. He turns and lowers his towering frame into the chair, keeping 30 paces of dead air between us. He does not speak another word. It is a silent concession, a fracture in his impenetrable isolation. I exhale slowly through my nose, picking up my charcoal pencil to note the interaction. But as the point touches the paper, a deep, resonant hum vibrates up through the soles of my boots. I look down. Beneath the ironwood table, the ancient, jagged scar that splits the floorboards is no longer weeping toxic decay. The black gold light is shifting. Slowly, impossibly, the dormant black flame ward carved into the stone beneath my chair flares to life, bathing the dining hall in a steady, answering warmth that has not burned in 20 years.
Chapter 4. K-Lore. 72 hours have passed since the human anomaly stepped onto the salt-rimed ash of my courtyard. 3 days of an agonizing, shifting paradigm within the walls of Ven Manor. For a century, sleep has been a merciful void, an empty tomb where the curse temporarily ceases its active consumption of my sanity. I do not dream. My mind does not possess the luxury of wandering. It is entirely occupied with the brutal, waking exertion of keeping the necrotic magic caged beneath my skin. But last night, the void fractured. I dreamt of fire. Not the toxic, weeping black gold of my affliction, but the pure, destructive heat of the ancient wars. And standing in the epicenter of the cataclysm, entirely untouched by the flames, was her, Mireia. I saw the wild halo of her dark curls backlit by the inferno, the stubborn, unflinching set of her jaw. In the dream, I reached out with a bare, corrupted hand. My fingers brushed the warm brown skin of her throat. She did not blister. She did not rot. She only looked at me, her pulse steady against the ruin of my touch. I awoke in the pitch black of my chambers, the air metallic and freezing, my chest heaving as the curse violently lashed out against my ribs. The paradox of her existence pulls at the rotting edges of my restraint. I cannot ignore her. I am compelled to observe, driven by a dark, volatile curiosity that borders on obsession. I walk the elevated gallery of the West Wing, draped in the heavy, suffocating shadows of the vaulted ceiling. Below me, she navigates the ruined corridor. She moves with the quiet, economic grace of a survivor, her leather boots stepping precisely over the deep fissures in the marble floor. This sector of the estate is critical. It is saturated with the ambient decay of my presence. A heavy sigh, a sudden shift in atmospheric pressure, is usually enough to send dust raining from the crossbeams. The stone here is brittle, hollowed out by decades of corrosive magic. I lean against the stone balustrade, the shadows concealing my towering frame, and wait for the floor to fracture beneath her weight. It does not. As Mireia walks, the ambient rot visibly recedes. It is microscopic at first, a settling of the dust, a sudden stillness in the volatile air. But to my eyes, it is a deafening shift. The walls remain intact in her wake. She pauses near a collapsed archway, pulling a small leather ledger from her satchel. She is charting the estate, treating my prison like a puzzle to be unraveled. Her bare fingers brush the stone of the archway to brace herself. Deep within the ruined marble, an ancient Ven sigil catches the motion. For a mere fraction of a second, the heavy, oppressive gloom of the corridor is pierced by a thread of light. It is not the toxic, unstable glare of my curse. It is a clean, steady, black flame. The faint lines of gold and shadow flicker to life, tracing the perimeter of the archway, recognizing the pressure of her hand before sinking back into dormancy. My grip on the balustrade tightens enough to grind the stone into powder. Those wards have been starved, dead since the massacre that annihilated my bloodline. They do not answer to human flesh. They barely answer to me, poisoned as I am. Yet, the house stirs for her. The foundations are waking up. A visceral memory violently resurfaces, burning the back of my eyes. 40 years ago, a high mage of the Cobalt Coven stood exactly where Mireia stands now. He attempted to cast a siphoning spell against that very archway, arrogant in his belief that he could harness the latent blood magic of House Ven. The dormant ward rejected him. I remember the exact pitch of his scream as the curse surged, reversing his spell and liquefying the marrow in his bones. He was a smear of organic ash on the marble within seconds. 3 scholars have died trying to decode the lethality of this estate, but Mireia only continues writing in her ledger, entirely oblivious to the fact that the stone she leans against should have flayed her alive. The distance is no longer sufficient. I must know the exact parameters of this impossibility. I step away from the gallery and ascend the spiraling servants' stairwell, entering the corridor 30 paces behind her. The air pressure immediately plummets. The heavy gravity of my aura floods the enclosed space. Mireia freezes, the charcoal pencil halting on her parchment. She knows I am here before I make a sound. I walk toward her. My silver-white hair catches the meager bioluminescence of the moss clinging to the walls. 20 paces. At this distance, the cold usually begins to bite into the lungs of living creatures. She turns to face me. Her dark eyes are wide, observational, lacking the primal terror that drives enforcers to draw their blades. 15 paces. The black and gold veins mapping my neck and forearms begin to pulse, eager to bleed outward. I let the aura loose, intentionally dropping the ironclad containment I hold over the decay. I want to see her choke on it. I want the reality of my existence to finally break her stubborn resolve. 10 paces. The distance we established. She holds her ground. I do not stop. 8 paces. 6. I halt at exactly 5 paces. The air between us distorts, rippling like the heat above a volcanic fissure. The magic weeping from my pores is a toxic, invisible cloud, desperate to consume the organic matter standing in front of me. Mireia slowly lowers her ledger. The faint, unusual gold undertones beneath her brown skin seem to catch the volatile light of my curse. She breathes. Deep, even pulls of air. No violent coughing. No blistering of the skin. No blood weeping from the tear ducts. The absolute void of her arcane signature, the null field that keeps her breathing, seems to extend a fraction of an inch past her skin. It blankets the fabric of her leather tunic and the delicate metal chronometer in her pocket, creating a microscopic barrier. The decay hits her airspace and simply ceases to exist. She stands inside the lethal perimeter of my existence, and she is utterly whole. The pulse interval changed, she says. Her voice is a quiet, steady bell cutting through the roaring static of my magic. You dropped the containment on purpose. And you did not run, I reply, my voice a low, gravel-strewn rasp. The tension in my jaw is agonizing. The sheer gravitational pull of her immunity is maddening. I am a creature defined entirely by the destruction I cause. Yet here is a woman I cannot destroy. I told you, Lord Kalor. I measure the parameters. She tilts her chin upward, meeting the molten amber of my gaze. 5 paces. The ambient decay does not breach. My presence here is not an immediate death sentence. It is not an illusion. The absolute certainty of it settles in my chest, heavy and dangerous. Do not mistake survival for safety, I warn her, though the threat lacks the absolute finality it carried yesterday. I hold her gaze for a split second longer, the silence stretching taut, before I pivot and walk past her. I keep the 5 paces of distance, moving deeper into the shadows of the west wing. As I turn the corner, out of her sight line, I press 2 bare fingers against the fractured masonry of the wall. I push a sliver of my corrupted will into the estate's deep lattice. Watch her, I command the stone. Deep within the manor, the hidden ward sentinels, invisible arcane eyes woven into the architecture, snap to attention. They will track her every movement. I will know the exact rhythm of her footfalls, the room she lingers in, the texts she touches. If this house is going to wake for her, I will know why. I continue my pacing through the lightless halls, the political reality of her presence grinding against my thoughts. Theron Duskrin is a creature of absolute, ruthless manipulation. He did not send an immune human to Ven Manor out of academic curiosity. He sent a catalyst. Theron expects the anomaly of her existence to fracture my control. He is waiting for the curse to mutate, to violently surge against the paradox she presents. If I lose control, Theron has the legal precedent to execute me. If Maria somehow stabilizes the magic, Theron claims the victory and leashes a newly forged weapon. It is a beautifully engineered trap. I stop at the iron-wrought balcony overlooking the interior training grounds. Passive observation in the corridors is no longer sufficient. The curse is a predator. It lies dormant in the quiet moments, but it flares under the absolute stress of adrenaline, threat, and physical exertion. Walking past each other in the gloom proves nothing of her true durability. If Theron wants to see how volatile the magic becomes when pushed against a null presence, I will provide the data, but I will dictate the terms. I look down at the smooth, reinforced obsidian floor of the dueling hall below. Proximity is not enough. The curse must be pushed to its absolute edge, the magic ignited through violence, to see if she truly will not break. The next test will not be a walk through the library. It will be controlled combat. I will put a blade of condensed decay within an inch of her throat, and I will see if the little flame finally flinches.
Chapter 5. Maria. I close the heavy leather cover of my ledger, the vellum pages thick with ink and proximity charts. The quiet of the library offers no true sanctuary. The oppressive weight of the estate presses against the timber and glass, a constant tectonic pressure. I have spent the morning gathering the nerve to demand a shift in our parameters. The court wants to see the curse under stress. Walking the salt-rimed corridors proves my immunity to Kayla's passive decay, but it does not test the absolute limits of the magic. I must ask him to unleash the rot. Before I can formulate the proposal, the temperature in the library plummets. The scent of crushed ash floods the air. Kaylor steps from the shadowed archway of the restricted archives. He wears a sleeveless tunic of dark, heavy canvas, his silver-white hair bound tightly at the nape of his neck. The black-gold veins of his curse are stark against the ashen violet of his bare arms, pulsing with a volatile, restless light. Data gathered in the quiet of a hallway is a polite fiction, Mireia, he states, his voice a low, gravel-strewn rasp that vibrates in my chest. He has anticipated my request. Or perhaps the predatory restlessness in his own blood has demanded the same conclusion. Passive observation will not satisfy Theron Duskrin. If he wants to know how violently my magic reacts to your presence, we will give him the data. I turn fully to face him, refusing to step back from the heavy gravity of his aura. You are proposing an escalation. I am proposing reality, he counters. The glowing amber of his eyes locks onto mine, severe and unyielding. The dueling hall, in 10 minutes, full magical output permitted. And the parameters for contact? I ask, my voice steady, though a deep, primal instinct flares at the base of my spine. No skin-to-skin contact. I will not lay my bare hand upon you, he promises, though it sounds more like a threat. But I will bring the decay to your very breath. I will forge the curse into a weapon, and we will see if your human resilience is truly absolute, or if you will finally burn. The dueling hall is a cavernous monument to violence. Located deep within the eastern wing, its walls are forged from impenetrable black ironwood, and the floor is a vast expanse of polished obsidian, scarred by centuries of ancestral combat. The ceiling arches into a vaulted darkness, supported by massive stone pillars. It smells of old blood, steel rust, and the metallic tang of necrotic magic. I stand at the edge of the sparring circle, wearing my lightest leathers, my boots gripping the smooth stone. The heavy leather satchel containing the obsidian relic is strapped securely to my waist. Kaelor stands 30 paces away. He does not draw a sword of steel. Instead, he raises his right arm. The air around him warps, screaming as the atmospheric pressure violently collapses. The black gold ichor weeping from his skin pools into his open palm. It solidifies, elongating into a massive blade of pure, condensed decay. The weapon crackles, weeping a toxic, luminous smoke that instantly pits the obsidian floor beneath his boots. "You will yield when the air decays," Kaelor commands. He does not wait for my compliance. He moves with the terrifying, impossible speed of an apex predator. 1 second he is 30 paces away. The next, the heavy displacement of air batters my face. He brings the blade of condensed rot down in a devastating arc. I do not attempt to block. I dive. I hit the polished floor and roll, the rough leather of my tunic scraping against the stone. The sound of his strike is deafening, a cataclysmic rupture of magic and matter. A shockwave of pure force violently throws me another 3 feet. I scramble upright, gasping for oxygen. Where I had stood half a second before, the reinforced obsidian is annihilated. A crater of bubbling, glowing slag remains, the stone literally dissolved by the concentration of his curse. He turns, his molten eyes tracking my movement. He does not run. His advance is a stalk, measured and utterly lethal. The heat emanating from his form is blistering. "Speed," Kaelor murmurs, the word carrying over the hum of the decaying stone. A common prey response. He sweeps the blade horizontally. A crescent wave of black gold energy detaches from the weapon, severing the air as it hurtles toward me. I sprint toward the nearest structural pillar, using the heavy momentum of my run to vault off a shattered chunk of masonry. I hurl my body behind the massive column just as the magical wave impacts. The stone shudders violently, cracking under the corrosive force, sending a rain of sharp debris and dust over my shoulders. I do not panic. My years in the Undercity, scaling collapsing ruins, dodging the rusted traps of dead warlords, take over. I redirect my momentum, pushing off the pillar and sliding beneath the dissipating smoke of his attack, staying within his immediate perimeter. To flee is to die tired. I must remain in the storm. Kaelor's jaw tightens. He registers my tactic, refusing to create distance, choosing the dangerous proximity of his reach. He escalates. The black gold light marking his skin flares to a blinding intensity. He drives the heel of his boot into the floor, unleashing a radial shockwave of necrotic force. The blast tears through the hall. The upper balcony, a heavy structure of marble and ironwood directly above us, groans under the sudden, violent decay. The supporting brackets rust into nothingness in the span of a breath. With a deafening crack, a massive section of the balcony fractures and plummets. I weave through the falling debris, the heavy slabs of marble shattering against the floor around me. The air is thick with dust and the choking scent of sulphur. My lungs burn. The exertion pushes a sheen of sweat to my skin, yet as the localized pockets of his curse wash over me, my flesh remains whole. I do not blister. I do not rot. At my waist, a sudden, searing heat blooms. The obsidian relic strapped in my satchel awakens. It begins to hum, a deep, resonant vibration that vibrates through my hip bone and up my spine. But it does not scream in opposition to his magic. It sings in perfect, terrifying synchronization with the pulse of his black gold energy. I pivot around a falling chunk of marble, my gaze flicking upward. High in the vaulted shadows, near the fractured glass of the clear-story windows, hovers a small silver orb, a caught scrying eye. Therin's observers. The orb should be flashing red, warning of critical magical destabilization. It should be shattering under the sheer weight of Kalor's output. Instead, the orb glows a steady, serene blue. The manor is not detonating. As Kalor pours his raw, volatile curse into the room, the dormant black flame wards embedded in the obsidian floor are quietly drinking it in. The foundations are anchoring his rage. My presence is not inciting an explosion. It is forcing a stabilization. I am so distracted by the glowing orb and the humming relic that I misjudge my footing on a patch of fresh slag. My boot slips. Before my knees can hit the stone, a heavy, inescapable force cages me. Kalor is there. He does not touch my skin, but his towering frame blocks out the meagre light in the hall, pinning me against the only intact pillar remaining in the room. The heat rolling off his chest is ripe with the scent of wild magic and dark masculine exertion. The jagged blade of condensed decay stops exactly 1 millimetre from the pulse point at the base of my throat. The toxic energy hums against my skin. The golden undertones of my flesh rise to meet it, a microscopic barrier that refuses to yield to the rot. I am caged between the cold, hard stone of the pillar and the absolute devastation of his body. My chest heaves, the heavy leather of my tunic brushing against the canvas of his. Our physical closeness is a dangerous, gravity-heavy friction. He is staring down at me, his chest rising and falling with his own harsh breaths, his amber eyes burning with a mixture of wrath and profound, unnameable awe. He waits for the curse to leap from the blade to my throat. He waits for the rot to finally take hold. It does not. I only look up at him, my chin lifted, refusing to flinch away from the blade. Slowly the black gold weapon dissolves into vapour, the magic dissipating into the heavy air. Kalor leans in, the space between our faces practically non-existent. The restraint radiating from him is absolute, trembling violence. "You do not break," he whispers, the realization a heavy, gravel-strewn confession. "I am not fragile," I answer, my voice tight from the lack of air. He holds my gaze, the tension between us thick enough to sever steel. But before he can step away, the obsidian relic at my waist hits a critical, piercing frequency. The hum detonates inside my skull. The dueling hall vanishes. The polished obsidian floor is replaced by a landscape of churning black fire. My ears ring with the sound of 100 voices chanting in perfect, agonizing unison. The words are heavy, profane, tasting of iron and grief. I gaze down at my own hands, but they are smeared with blood and ash, tracing the final lines of a massive, destructive sigil into the earth. "Burn the root!" a voice screams in my mind. It is my voice, thick with a hatred I do not recognize. Let the house rot from within. A violent tremor seizes my body. I gasp, the vision shattering as quickly as it took me, throwing me back into the cold, decaying air of the dueling hall. My knees buckle, the strength completely sheared from my muscles. Kalor steps forward, his hands twitching and eyes reflecting a desperate instinct to catch me battling the absolute certainty that his touch will kill.
Chapter 6. Kalor. The morning air in the library is thick with the metallic taste of my own volatile magic. I stand in the shadows of the elevated gallery, looking down at the heavy oak table where Mireia sits. It has been 18 hours since she collapsed in the dueling hall. 18 hours since I stood over her unconscious body, my hands trembling with the agonizing, primal instinct to pick her up, warring with the absolute certainty that my touch would strip the flesh from her bones. She recovered quickly from whatever weakness that assailed her with a stubborn wave of her hand. Now she sketches in her ledger. The scratch of her charcoal pencil is the only sound in the cavernous room. She does not look up, but her voice cuts through the stagnant gloom. You hover like a gargoyle, Lord Kaelor. The durability of that balcony is already compromised. Your brooding will only hasten its collapse. I do not shift my stance. I am monitoring my perimeter. I am not a perimeter, she counters, finally lifting her chin. The warm golden tones of her skin catch the meager light bleeding through the clear story windows. I am trying to map the ward fluctuations from yesterday. Your staring disrupts my focus. My presence disrupts the cellular structure of living organisms, I murmur, my voice a low rasp that vibrates down the winding iron staircase. I descend, leaving the shadows of the gallery. Your focus is the least of my concerns. You are obsessed with my mortality. She turns in her chair, facing me completely as I reach the ground floor. I am obsessed with the anomaly you present. I stop 5 paces from her. The scent of her, clean sweat, old paper, and a faint, stubborn heat that smells distinctly of humanity, cuts through my oppressive aura. You exist within the jaws of a cataclysm, and you refuse to act like prey. Her dark eyes narrow, mapping the black gold veins pulsing along my exposed forearms. Perhaps I do not consider you the predator you believe yourself to be. The friction between us pulls at the rotting edges of my restraint. I want to close the remaining distance. I want to cage her against the edge of the ironwood table, force the ambient decay to wrap around her throat, and demand she acknowledge the absolute lethality of my existence. The possessiveness taking root in my chest is a dark, feral thing. She is the only living creature in a century that has not withered in my shadow. She is mine to observe, mine to test. Before the friction can ignite into something unforgivable, a high, mechanical shriek splinters the quiet of the estate. The outer courtyard wards scream. My jaw tightens. The violent surge of my curse instantly answers the intrusion, bleeding black gold light into the library's stone floor. Stay here! I do not wait for her defiance. I turn and stride toward the main vestibule, the heavy doors thrown open by a telekinetic blast of my corrupted magic. The morning fog in the courtyard is heavy with sulfur, but it does not obscure the intrusion. Captain Valor Ithrun stands within the shattered perimeter of my gates. He is not alone. 10 enforcers flank him, unrolling heavy mats of woven null iron over the salt-rimed ash of my driveway. The mats are etched with containment sigils, forging a sterile, magically void pathway deep into my domain. I step out onto the top stair of the manor. The air pressure violently drops, warping the fog into a vortex around my shoulders. You test the limits of your mandate, Captain, I state, the words laced with enough necrotic weight to rattle the armor on the closest enforcers. I operate strictly within it, Lord Kaelor, Valor replies, his indigo face impassive. He steps off the null iron mat, keeping a carefully measured 30 paces from the manor steps. 2 of his men drag a heavy iron tripod forward, mounting a massive, crystalline measuring device atop it. The Archmagister requires empirical data following yesterday's magical surge. We are here to quantify the subject's resistance threshold. The subject! Mireya's voice rings out from behind me. I turn my head slightly. She stands in the vestibule archway, her leather satchel strapped to her hip, her chin high. She did not stay in the library. Of course she did not. Step onto the containment track, human, Valor orders, gesturing to a specific circle woven into the null iron mat, exactly 20 paces from where I stand. We will measure the ambient decay at controlled intervals. Mireya steps past me. The sheer, feral instinct to throw my arm out and block her path violently grips me, but I lock my muscles into place. The mandate binds me. If I refuse the court's testing, Theron will declare the estate a hostile sovereignty and rain siege fire upon these walls. She walks down the stone steps and steps onto the null iron mat. The moment her boots cross the runic boundary, the subtle, answering warmth of the estate's dormant wards vanishes, severed by the iron. She looks suddenly small, isolated within the court's sterile trap. An enforcer steps forward. He carries a heavy calibration collar, forged of dark steel and humming with suppression magic. "Position the bait in the primary circle," Valor commands, not looking at the soldier. "Lock her down so she doesn't run when the aura flares." Bait. The word echoes in the courtyard, hollow and profane. She is not a human anomaly to them. She's a piece of meat tied to a stake, used to gauge the length of the monster's chain. The enforcer reaches Mireia. He does not ask for her compliance. He reaches out and grabs her upper arm, his armored gauntlet digging brutally into her warm brown skin, yanking her toward the center of the sigil. A sharp, violent snap echoes in the deepest marrow of my bones. The cage holding my cataclysm shatters. The black gold ichor beneath my skin detonates. A shockwave of pure, unadulterated rot explodes outward from my center. The heavy marble pillar flanking the manor's entrance, a structure that has stood for 4 centuries, instantly blisters, turns to a glowing, hissing slag, and collapses under its own weight with a deafening crash. The air in the courtyard turns to razor wire. The enforcers choke, the sheer atmospheric pressure of my rage driving them to their knees. The containment sigil flares to life and disappears as if erased, or rather, corroded. The crystalline measuring device shatters into 1,000 pieces, the glass weeping toxic smoke. "Take your hands off her!" My voice is no longer a rasp. It is the sound of the earth tearing itself apart. The molten amber of my eyes fixes on the enforcer holding her arm. "Release her, or I will liquefy the armor to your flesh!" The soldier freezes, his visor snapping toward me, paralyzed by the absolute terror of a predator unchained. Mireia does not scream. She does not cower from the devastating heat radiating off my skin. She wrenches her arm out of the enforcer's loosened grip. Instead of retreating down the null iron path toward Valor, she turns. She steps off the containment mat. She walks directly into the churning, toxic storm of my unleashed aura. "Mireia, stop!" I command, the words tearing my throat. The curse is wild, screaming for fuel. I cannot pull it back. She ignores me. She crosses the ash-covered stones, closing the distance with deliberate, unflinching steps. 10 paces. 8. 5. She stops exactly 3 paces from my chest. She is entirely submerged in the kill zone. The heat is blinding. It is thick enough to choke on. I brace for the inevitable horror, for her skin to blister, for her lungs to rot. But as she stands there, looking up at me with those wide, dark eyes, the chaotic maelstrom of my magic collides with her presence. The magic does not consume, it anchors. The violent, erratic flashes of black gold light abruptly halt. The curse energy sinks downward, bleeding from the air into the salt-rimed cobblestones beneath our boots. Deep, ancient lines of black flame trace themselves across the courtyard floor, weaving a complex geometric lattice around Mireia's feet. The lethal heat shifts, cooling into a heavy, pulsing warmth. The rot stabilizes. I stare at the glowing stones, the breath seizing in my chest. The curse is fully ignited, yet the air is completely clear. The estate is not destroying itself. It is protecting her. Valor stands at the end of the null iron path, his sword half drawn, his entire frame rigid with disbelief. He looks at the stable, contained output of black flame magic, then up to where Mireia stands flawlessly intact within my immediate shadow. This defies every magical law documented in the Undercity archives. "Withdraw!" Valor barks, his voice tight, stripped of its previous arrogance. "Pack the mats. Withdraw immediately." The enforcers scramble, hauling the heavy null iron backward, desperate to escape the perimeter. Within moments, the courtyard is empty, the rusted gate standing open to the encroaching fog. I do not regard them as they flee. I look only at Mireia. "Inside," I say, the word a raw, ragged exhale. I escort her up the steps, the black flame lines fading back into the stone as my curse recedes into a manageable simmer. The heavy oak doors slam shut behind us, the deadbolt sliding into place by the sheer force of my will. They will not return, I tell her, the possessiveness still clawing at my throat. I will restrict all court access. The mandate be damned. She touches her upper arm where the gauntlet bruised her skin. They will try to force a breach if you lock them out. Let them try. I turn away from her, the friction of her proximity too much to bear, while the adrenaline still poisons my blood. I leave her in the main hall and ascend the stairs to my private study. The heavy stone door seals behind me. I walk to the dark mahogany desk and drag the original parchment of Theron Duskrin's mandate from the drawer. I spread it flat, the edges of the paper curling slightly from the decay in my fingertips. I trace the elegant, diplomatic script down to the final paragraph. Authorized lethal containment of Lord Kaelor Ven if the subject's curse destabilizes beyond acceptable thresholds. I read the words again, the political implication of the trap perfectly clear. Theron does not want the curse cured. He does not care about Mirea's immunity. He sent her here because he believed a human anomaly would violently agitate the magic, forcing the destabilization he needs to legally execute me and claim the Ven estate. But she did not destabilize the curse. She anchored it. I look toward the heavy oak door, my mind mapping the distance to where she stands in the hall below. She is the only key to controlling the cataclysm in my blood, which means Theron's plan has failed. And a man like Theron Duskrin does not accept failure. If the Archmagister realizes that Mirea is the only thing keeping the monster of Ven Manor sane, he will not target my curse anymore. He will target her.
Chapter 7. Mirea. For 2 days, the heavy ironwood doors of the main hall remain bolted against the Undercity. For 2 days, the monster of Ven Manor avoids my shadow entirely. The silence is a suffocating miasma, a heavy, airless pressure that binds me the moment his footsteps fade. I sit in the dusty confines of my assigned wing, tracing the crude maps I have drawn of the estate. But my focus is a frayed thread. My mind constantly circles back to the salt-rimed courtyard, to the blinding apocalyptic heat of his unleashed curse. Release her, or I will liquefy the armour to your flesh. The raw, feral possessiveness in his gravel-strewn voice echoes against the inside of my skull. He did not merely shield a court-mandated research subject. He risked immediate execution. He dared Theron Duskrin to wage a siege, all to stop a soldier from bruising my arm. The question of why burns my throat, a heavy, unasked demand. But every time I venture toward the central stairwell to seek him out, the ambient rot thickens in the corridors, a silent, volatile warning to keep my distance. He is a man caged by his own terrifying lack of restraint, terrified of the instinct that drew him out of the dark. That night, the oppressive atmosphere of the manor bleeds into my sleep. I do not dream of the chanting witches or the black fire. I dream of the quiet. I am standing in the shattered dining hall, the air freezing and metallic. The shadows part, and Kaelor steps into the meagre light. He does not wear the heavy velvet cloak. His chest is bare, the ashen violet expanse of his skin mapped entirely by the jagged pulsing veins of his affliction. He does not stop at 30 paces. He does not stop at 5. He closes the distance between us, the sheer inexorable gravity of his frame blotting out the rest of the room. I am instantly drowning in the scent of him, a narcotic blend of crushed embers, the sharp tang of spent magic, and the dark, feral musk of his sweat. The heat coming from his skin doesn't burn. Rather, it settles over me like a dark fever, thickening the air until my lungs ache. Tilting my head, my gaze traces the cruel angles of his cheekbones, only to find the amber of his eyes anchored to the ragged rise and fall of my chest. Slowly, deliberately, He raises a corrupted hand. The black gold ichor weeps from his fingertips. He does not touch me, but he brings his hand a fraction of an inch from the curve of my throat. The phantom heat wraps around my skin like a weighted velvet blanket. A deep, resonant hum vibrates between us, an inescapable magnetic pull binding two opposing biologies. I lean upward, craving the impossible contact, my breath catching as the dark gold light reflects in his eyes. I wake with a harsh gasp. The room is pitch black. My skin is flushed, slick with a fine layer of sweat despite the ambient chill of the manor. A heavy phantom ache lingers along my collarbone, a visceral yearning that makes my muscles tighten. I press my palms to my face, dragging in deep pulls of the stale air. The awareness of him is no longer just a necessity for survival. It is an infection in my blood. By mid-morning, the restless energy is intolerable. I strap the heavy leather satchel containing the obsidian relic to my hip and resume my mapping protocols, driving myself deep into the unused lower corridors of the East Wing. I need the distraction of the crumbling architecture. I need to understand the anatomy of this dying house. The corridors here are different. The stone is not pitted with the violent, explosive slag of recent curse surges. The rot is older, settled beneath a thick, suffocating layer of grey dust. At the end of a blind hallway, I find a door heavily reinforced with tarnished silver bands. It is not locked with iron bolts, but with a thick, calcified crust of hardened ash. I press my palm against the wood. The faint, dormant gold undertones of my skin prickle. There is magic here, but it does not carry the chaotic, sharp tang venom of Kalor's aura. It is steady, preserved, a rhythmic, deliberate pulse echoing from a dead century. I pull the raw, null quartz from my pocket and press it against the ash seal. The disruption charm hisses, a brief flare of violet light fracturing the hardened crust. The ash crumbles. I shove my shoulder against the heavy wood, the rusted hinges screaming as the door gives way. The air inside the chamber is dense, smelling of dried lavender, metallic preservation spells, and stagnant time. It is a vault. Suspended from the vaulted ceiling and mounted on tarnished silver pedestals are dozens of facetted crystalline prisms. They do not catch the light. They seem to hold it captive within their depths. Echo crystals. The memory vaults of the high-born dark elves. I step into the middle of the room. The obsidian relic strapped to my hip begins to vibrate, a low, warning hum that resonates through my pelvis. I approach the largest crystal, mounted on a pedestal carved with the intertwined serpents of House Ven. The dust on its surface is absolute. I wipe it away with the sleeve of my tunic. The friction is a catalyst. The crystal violently flares, bathing the small chamber in a cold, unforgiving silver light. A voice projects from the stone. It is not a whisper. It is a command, sharp as cut glass, ringing with an arrogant, aristocratic cruelty that commands immediate submission. The Kuzuth covens grow too bold in the lower caverns. They mistake our tolerance for weakness. I freeze. The voice belongs to a woman. It carries the same weighted, formal cadence as Kalor's, but completely devoid of his simmering grief. This is the voice of a predator sitting comfortably upon a throne, Lady Sorel Ven, the Silver Matron. The Undercity Court debates sanctions and treaties. Fools, the projection sneers, the audio perfectly crisp in the stagnant air. The Black Flame Coven practices a magic that refuses to kneel. They worship the ash and the blood, hoarding power that belongs by divine right to the high houses. We do not negotiate with feral witches. A violent nausea coils tight in my gut. The relic at my hip hums louder, the vibration turning frantic. Beneath my skin, a phantom heat flares, an instinctual defensive rising of magic I do not understand. I have authorized the vanguard. Lady Sorel's voice continues, devoid of a single tremor of mercy. They march tonight under the cover of the eclipse. Seal the cavern exits. Burn the root. Leave no child to carry their profane spark. Let the ash of the black flame choke their remaining kin, so the Undercity remembers the price of defying House Ven. The crystal falls silent, the silver light slowly dimming, leaving the horrific weight of the confession hanging in the air. Leave no child. The massacre was not a battle, it was an extermination. Before the horror can fully settle in my lungs, the silver light of the crystal is abruptly, violently swallowed by a suffocating dark. The temperature in the vault plummets. The scent of ozone and aggressive, toxic decay floods the confined space. Kaelor stands in the doorway. The sheer breadth of his shoulders blocks the exit. The black and gold veins on his neck are pulsing with a frantic, lethal rhythm. For a second, the image from my dream superimposes over reality, the memory of his phantom heat, the sensual, devastating gravity of his body. The awareness spikes in my blood, a sharp, physical pull that clashes violently with the freezing terror of his actual presence. His molten amber eyes sweep over the glowing crystal, then snap to me. The anger in his gaze is an abyss. "Get out," he commands. The words are heavy stones dropping into a bottomless well. "This chamber is restricted to bloodline members. You trespass in a grave, Mireia." I do not step back. The echoes of slaughtered witches are still screaming in the silence of the room. The stubborn defiance that kept me alive in the Undercity rises, hot and unyielding in my chest. "A grave for your family, or a monument to the people they butchered?" I challenge, my voice echoing off the crystalline walls. Kaelor's jaw locks. The air pressure crushes inward, the magic weeping from his skin threatening to crack the suspended prisms. "Do not speak of politics your human sensibilities cannot comprehend," he warns, taking a single predatory step into the room. The distance between us closes. The tension simmering in the room is a live wire, thick with the unsaid truths of the courtyard, the lingering heat of my dream, and the blood-soaked history of his name. It is not politics, Kaelor. It is an atrocity. I refuse to look away from the catastrophic ruin of his face. She ordered the slaughter of children. Did you condone it? Did you march with them? The silence that follows is agonizing. I wait for the deflection, for the aristocratic justification of the Dark Elves. I wait for him to defend his name. Instead, the volatile light beneath his skin flickers, dimming into a hollow, bruised glow. The towering, lethal monster seems to fracture, leaving only a man crushed beneath a century of isolation. "I was an envoy," he says, the words tearing from his throat like rusted blades. He does not yell. The quiet devastation in his tone is infinitely worse. "I spent 6 months in the deep eastern caverns, brokering trade routes for the High Court. I secured a peace treaty." He takes another step. The heat of his body washes over me, close enough that I can see the microscopic tremors in his clenched fists. "I returned to the Undercity to celebrate a peace that was already dead," he whispers, his amber eyes searing into mine, stripping away the monster to reveal the raw, bleeding wound beneath. "I walked through the iron gates of this estate. I called for my mother, for my sisters." The air in the vault turns razor thin. "I found them in the grand foyer," Kaelor continues, his voice devoid of all light. "I watched my mother, a woman so ruthless she would cull her own children if she deemed them useless, and my innocent sisters melt into wet ash upon the floorboards. I grieved the slaughter of my sisters and the absolute eradication of my bloodline. A cold horror sinks into my bones. He was not the architect. He was the witness." Kaelor looks down at his own hands, at the lethal, corrupted magic weeping from his pores. "I did not wield the blade against the black flame, Mireia. I did not know the order was given. But the witch, the Perna, who cast this curse upon my bloodline." He looks back at me, the gravity of his suffering an inescapable snare. made absolutely certain that I would wear the ashes of the massacre for eternity. From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
these monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires,
demons,
dark elves,
gods.
minotaurs, creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks,
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks,
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 8. Kalor. The confession in the echo vault hollowed out the final, rotting chamber of my restraint. For a century, I have been a tomb for the ghosts of House Ven. I have worn their ashes, breathed their sins, and isolated myself behind a fortress of sheer, necrotic terror. Yet, standing before Mireia, stripped of my armor and bleeding the truth of my absence during the Black Flame massacre, my isolation cracked. I unlocked the Grand Library for her. It is not an act of surrender, but an act of desperation. I brought her to the largest repository of knowledge in the Undercity, under the guise of controlled ward conditions. The truth is far more selfish. I want her to see the legacy of my bloodline before the curse devoured it. I want her to understand the civilization we built, not merely the slaughter my mother commanded. I stand in the absolute shadows of the wrought iron balcony, looking down at the lower level. Mireia sits at a massive circular reading table, carved from a single slab of petrified timber. Dust motes dance in the meager light, spilling from a localized lumen orb she brought from her satchel. She did not select the military archives. She bypassed the heavily bound ledgers of the Vanguard's campaigns. Instead, she chose a massive, crumbling tome on the botanical geography of the wild sponse. Neutral, academic, utterly devoid of bloodshed. She reads aloud. Her voice cuts through the stagnant silence of the manor. It is a steady, rhythmic cadence, lacking the aristocratic drawl of the high courts. It is earnest. It carries the texture of the Undercity, rough, resilient, and profoundly human. The bioluminescence of the deep cavern fungi, she reads, her finger tracing the faded script, relies on a symbiotic relationship with the ambient magic of the tectonic plates. As the syllables leave her lips, the Grand Library breathes. I grip the iron railing of the balcony. Deep within the towering 3-story shelves of ironwood, dormant sigils begin to wake. Faint threads of pure, steady gold, untainted by the black, toxic rot of my curse, ignite in the timber. The magic synchronizes perfectly with the cadence of her voice. The library is listening to her. The house is drinking in the sound of a human who does not fear it. The agonizing pressure in my chest stutters. For decades, the blood curse has been a living entity inside my ribcage. It is a rabid beast, forever clawing at my sternum, boiling my marrow, demanding to be let out to consume and destroy. Keeping it caged requires an absolute, brutal exertion of my will, a constant state of agonizing tension that leaves my muscles rigid and my skin weeping toxic ichor. But as Mireia turns a page, the heavy parchment scraping against the wood, the beast closes its eyes. The volatile black gold light mapping my forearms dims. The sharp metallic tang in the very back of my throat dissolves, replaced by the scent of old paper and the clean, subtle warmth radiating from the woman below. The magic inside me is going dormant. It is an alien, terrifying sensation. Peace. I do not understand the mechanics of it. I only know that the unbearable, burning weight in my blood is receding, lulled into submission by the mere vibration of her vocal cords. I leave the shadows of the balcony. My boots make no sound on the spiraling iron staircase. The descent is a surrender to a dark, heavy gravity. I am a starving man who has just been handed the scent of a feast, and the possessiveness that rises in the wake of my pain is feral. I do not merely want to observe her immunity anymore. I want to submerge myself in it. I reach the lower floor. The air here is not freezing. It is perfectly temperate, warmed by the newly ignited central ward column that towers in the library. The massive pillar of obsidian hums with a soft, ambient light, shedding the oppressive gloom. Mireia continues reading, outlining the root systems of predatory flora. She does not stop, but her breath hitches for a brief moment. She knows I am approaching. The friction between our bodies is a tangible wire, pulling taut. I cross the floor. I do not stop at 20 paces. I do not stop at 10. I reach the heavy reading table. I pull out the high-backed chair directly beside hers. I sink into the seat. The distance between us is less than an arm's length. Mireia's voice trails off. She does not pull away. She slowly turns her head. The proximity is devastating. At this range, I can see the faint, golden undertones dusting her brown skin, the stubborn set of her jaw, the rapid pulse fluttering at her throat. The heat of her body washes over me, demanding contact. The primal urge to lean the final few inches, to bury my face in the curve of her neck and simply breathe the quiet into my lungs, nearly shatters my restraint. My curse remains entirely silent. The veins on my skin are nothing more than dark, quiet ink. We sit in the heavy, charged silence. I do not gaze away from her mouth. She does not shrink from the intense, predatory focus of my gaze. The dynamic has shifted irrevocably. I am no longer pushing her away to protect her. I am anchoring myself to her to survive. You stopped reading, I murmur, my voice a low vibration that bridges the scant inches between us. The chapter concluded, she answers, her voice tight, matching the dangerous, simmering tension in the air. Her dark eyes map the restored, unglowing state of my skin. She recognizes the shift. She recognizes the terrifying tether snapping into place between us. Before I can demand she open another book, a wet, rattling cough echoes from the archway of the library. I do not jolt, but the lethal stillness of my posture instantly returns. I slowly turn my head. Garrick stands exactly 50 paces away, leaning heavily on a wooden cane. The estate warden's skin carries a sickening, ashen pallor, and his breathing is a jagged, wet sound. He is the last living servant of House Venn, precisely because he obeys the 50-pace mandate. But distance is not a perfect shield. The ambient rot of my existence has spent 20 years slowly eating away the cartilage in his knee and the vitality in his lungs. He is dying, an agonizingly slow deterioration caused entirely by his stubborn loyalty to a cursed lord. His survival is a daily, physical reminder of exactly what I am capable of doing to fragile human flesh. My lord, Garrick rasps, pressing a cloth to his mouth as another spasm of coughing shakes his frail frame. The reminder of the rot instantly wakes the beast. A sharp, burning needle of pain lances through my sternum. The veins on my hands flare, weeping a fresh thread of toxic light. I force the magic down, my jaw locking so hard the bone aches. Speak, Garrick, I command, my tone harsher than intended, fueled by the violent interruption of my peace. Garrick lowers the cloth. He looks from me to the close proximity of Mireia, and back to my face. His pale eyes are wide with a grim, exhausted urgency. The restricted archival drawers in the lower catacombs, my lord, the warden wheezes, pointing a trembling finger toward the floor. The one sealed by your mother's blood magic. My chest goes entirely rigid. What of them? The black flame wards in the foundations. They are reacting to the human's presence, Garrick says, his voice dropping into a terrified whisper. The deadlocks have disengaged. The seals are broken. I stare at the old man, the implication landing with the weight of a collapsing mountain. The botanical texts and the architectural histories were a polite distraction. The manor is not stabilizing to provide me comfort. It is waking up. The ancient magic buried in the stone recognizes the anomaly sitting beside me, and it is actively peeling back the rotting floorboards of my family's history. The war ledgers, Garrick confirms, confirming my darkest fear. The house is unsealing the Vanguard's orders. All of them.
Chapter 9. Mireia. The oppressive silence of the library shatters under the weight of Garrick's words. The war ledgers. Beside me, Kaelor goes utterly rigid. The brief, terrifying peace that had settled over his frame vanishes, replaced instantly by the volatile, necrotic energy of his curse. The gold and black veins on his neck pulse with a frantic, toxic light, illuminating the sharp, severe lines of his profile. The heat emanating from his skin is no longer the simmering, heavy warmth of a man drawn to a woman. It is the scorching, defensive barrier of a monster reminded of his cage. I lift my eyes to his, instantly swallowed by the crushing, inexorable gravity between us, a dark undertow dragging at my very bones. The memory of my dream, the phantom heat of his corrupted hand, hovering just above my collarbone, the sensual, devastating weight of his gaze, flares in my mind. A heavy, magnetic yearning rises in my blood, demanding I close the scant inches between us, demanding I press my palm to his chest and force the magic back into dormancy. I want to touch him. The realization is a sharp, dangerous edge against my ribs. I force my gaze away, staring down at the petrified wood of the reading table. I swallow the instinct. The house is waking up, peeling back the floorboards to expose the slaughter his family orchestrated, and I cannot allow the primal friction between us to blind me to the truth. Let me read them, I say. My voice is steady, cutting through the thick, metallic air. Kaelor turns his head. His eyes sears into mine, carrying a profound, agonizing conflict. He is the lord of this rotting estate. He has spent decades burying the atrocities of House Venn, locking away the ledgers that detail the exact recounting of his mother's cruelty. You heard the crystal in the vault, he murmurs, his voice a low, gravel-strewn vibration. You know what they did. The ledgers are merely the ink that validates the blood. The crystal gave me the arrogance of the matron, I counter, refusing to back down from the overwhelming presence of his aura. I need the anatomy of the magic. I need to know exactly what the Black Flame Coven was subjected to, so I can understand the shape of the curse they sent back. If the dormant wards are breaking the seals for me, it means the house wants me to see it. A muscle in his jaw tightens. He stares at me, the possessiveness and the grief warring in the tight line of his mouth. For a second, the air pressure drops so severely I can barely draw breath. The tension, an invisible, thrumming garrote, pulled viciously taut and eager to draw blood. Then slowly, he stands. The lower catacombs, Kaelor states, his tone devoid of all inflection, a perfect, terrifying mask sliding back into place. Garrick will show you the stairwell. I will not accompany you. He does not wait for my gratitude. He turns and strides away, dissolving into the heavy shadows of the library's perimeter, leaving me shivering in the sudden absence of his heat. The descent into the lower catacombs feels like walking into an open grave. The air is freezing, devoid of the ambient warmth from the central ward column above. It smells of dried salt, stagnant water, and ancient parchment. I carry a single lumen orb, its pale light throwing long, distorted shadows against the narrow stone walls. At the end of the corridor, a massive iron vault door stands ajar. The heavy silver deadlocks, runes that require the blood of a Ven matriarch to open, are fractured, the metal weeping a faint, golden dust. The dormant wards of the foundation have forcibly overridden the blood seals. I step inside. The chamber is lined from floor to ceiling with narrow, iron archival drawers. I set my lumen orb on the central viewing table and pull the first drawer marked with the crest of the vanguard. The metal screeches, a sound that grates against my insides. I lift out a heavy, leather-bound ledger, the cover brittle with age. I spend the next 2 hours submerged in a bureaucracy of slaughter. The echo crystal had projected Lady Sorrel's voice, commanding the vanguard to leave no child, but hearing the order is fundamentally different from reading the execution logs. The dark elves of House Ven did not wage a chaotic war of passion. They waged a campaign of sterile, calculated extermination. I turn the fragile, yellowed pages, my fingers trembling slightly. The ink is precise. Requisition: 70 pounds of ashbane for the suppression of unattuned magic users. Sector 4, Containment. 140 Black Flame affiliates secured. Categorization: non-combatant. Order: eradication via localized incendiary wards. They catalogued the deaths like grain shipments. There are tallies of bounties paid for the severed braided cords of coven elders. There are architectural diagrams of the caverns, specifically highlighting the collapse of ventilation shafts to ensure the witches hiding in the deep sanctums suffocated before the fire even reached them. The sheer, meticulous evil of the records presses against my breastbone like cold burial dirt, an inexorable mass threatening to cave in my ribs and steal my breath. I push the Vanguard ledger aside and pull a secondary drawer, searching for the estate's magical logs from the same era. I open a velvet-bound book containing the daily atmospheric readings of Ven Manor. I trace the dates, cross-referencing the timeline of the massacre with the exact moment the blood curse first manifested within these walls. My finger stops on a faded entry. 10th day of the eclipse. Hour of the serpent. I check the Vanguard ledger. 10th day of the eclipse. Hour of the serpent. Vanguard commander reports final sanctum breached. Complete eradication of the black flame root achieved. The dates do not just overlap. They are a perfect, simultaneous collision. The exact moment the final witches of the black flame were slaughtered was the exact moment the ambient magic in Ven Manor inverted. The curse did not cross the Undercity over weeks or days. It was an instantaneous, cataclysmic tether drawn between the dying coven and the victorious house. Yet Kayla's diplomatic records prove he did not return to the estate until 3 days later. The curse annihilated his mother and sisters, then lingered in the architecture, waiting for the final drop of Ven blood to cross the threshold before it latched onto him. At my hip, the leather satchel vibrates violently. I unbuckle the flap and draw out the obsidian relic. The stone is warm, pulsing with a deep, frantic rhythm. I place it on the viewing table, directly next to the massacre documents. The black gold aura of the relic bleeds outward, illuminating the table. The light catches on a final deep drawer at the bottom of the iron cabinet. The drawer is unmarked. I kneel on the cold stone and pull it open. Inside rests a single book, bound in an unrecognizable pale leather that feels terrifyingly like cured skin. It is not a dark elf text. The geometric precision of the high courts is absent. The cover is scorched, the edges blackened by fire. A confiscated grimoire, a trophy pulled from the ashes of the black flame. I lift it carefully, placing it on the table beside the humming relic. As I open the cover, the scent of crushed ash and dried blood floods the confined vault. The pages are filled with archaic script, herbal anatomies, and lunar charts. But it is the margins that draw my eye. Frantic, jagged lines are sketched into the edges of the parchment with dark charcoal. It is a ritual diagram, drawn in a hurried, desperate hand. The geometry of the circle is complex, utilizing overlapping heptagrams and anchor points denoting blood sacrifices. I pull my own ledger and my charcoal pencil. I need to understand this magic. If this is the foundation of the curse, the geometry will reveal the flow of the power. I begin to sketch, copying the lines from the grimoire into my book. The relic pulses faster, the vibration rattling the wood of the table. I draw the outer boundary. I connect the primary anchor nodes. I trace the inner heptagram, the friction of the charcoal against the vellum producing a harsh, scraping sound in the silent vault. As I draw the final intersecting line at the middle of the diagram, the temperature in the room instantly spikes. The stone walls of the catacomb vanish. The iridescent light of the lumen orb is swallowed by a roaring, apocalyptic dark. I am no longer sitting at the viewing table. I am kneeling on scorched earth. The air is so thick with heat and smoke that every breath is a laceration against my throat. Fire surrounds me, towering walls of unnatural obsidian black flame. Through the distortion of the heat, I see them. Robed figures, their garments stained with soot and fresh blood, swaying in a perfect, agonizing rhythm. They form a circle around me. They are chanting, their voices layered in a terrifying, unified frequency that vibrates through my bones. The language is ancient, tasting of iron and vengeance, pulling raw, catastrophic power from the earth itself. I look down. My hands are coated in dark, wet ash. I am pressing my palms against the soil, completing the very diagram I was just sketching. The raw magic tearing through my veins is absolute, blinding rage. Let the house rot from within. The collective scream of the coven tears through the vision. The fire surges inward, consuming the robed figures, their bodies turning to ash to fuel the cataclysm. Through the roar of the inferno, a single voice cuts through the destruction. It is an elder's voice, broken and dying, speaking directly into my mind. Anchor the flame, Perna. I gasp violently, my lungs seizing. The vision shatters. The black fire dissolves, throwing me back into the frigid air of the underground vault. My chair tips backward, scraping harshly against the stone floor. The charcoal pencil slips from my numb fingers, clattering into the dark. My chest heaves, dragging in the scent of stagnant water and old dust. I stare at the open grimoire, the frantic drawing of the ritual circle burning behind my eyelids. The word echoes in the empty chamber, heavy and impossible. Perna.
Chapter 10. Kaelor. The blade of condensed decay severs the air a fraction of an inch from her left shoulder. Mireia dodges, but the movement is sluggish. A second too late. The heavy, dark leather of her tunic singes, the fabric rotting along the seam. She does not immediately pivot into a defensive stance. Instead, she stares at the ruined edge of her garment, her dark eyes clouded with a thick, impenetrable fog. Your physical form is in the dueling hall, I state, my voice cutting through the heavy air. But your mind remains buried in the catacombs. If you intend to die on this floor, Mireia, simply tell me, and I will cease holding back the rot. She blinks, the warm brown of her skin flushed from exertion, pulling herself back to the present. I am focused, Lord Kaelor. You are a liar. I extinguish the blade in my hand, letting the black gold ichor seep back into my pores. We have been circling the scarred obsidian of the training floor for an hour. For an hour, I have watched the absolute, unflinching survivor I dragged out of the courtyard fade into a distracted, hollow-eyed female. Since she emerged from the lower archives this afternoon, she has barely spoken. She will not look at me. The sharp, demanding curiosity that defined her has vanished, replaced by a profound, internalized terror. It grates against the center of my chest. A dark, feral possessiveness coils in my blood. I am the apex predator of this rotting domain. I am a walking cataclysm that demands constant, agonizing vigilance to survive. Yet, She stands within the kill zone of my aura and stares through me, captivated by whatever phantom she unearthed in my family's ledgers. I will not be ignored by the only creature in this realm who can withstand my touch. I will not let her retreat where I cannot follow. It will be my choosing whether I grace her with my presence or my absence. "We train more," I command, my tone dropping into a low, throaty vibration that rattles the remaining glass in the clear story windows. "Kylor, we have been running drills since sunset. Defend yourself!" I do not summon a blade. I unleash a volley of concussive, necrotic shockwaves. The air pressure violently collapses. I force her into rapid, punishing directional shifts, striking the obsidian floor at her heels, her flanks, the space just above her head. The stone shatters with deafening cracks, sending shards of heavy black glass raining around her. She vaults over a broken pillar, her boots skidding on the floor. I am already there, intercepting her landing. I send another localized surge toward her chest, forcing her to drop and roll. "Faster!" I demand, the word a harsh bark. The heat emanating from my skin is blistering, a simmering reflection of the anger I refuse to name. You are moving like prey. You are waiting for the strike instead of anticipating the predator. She scrambles to her feet, her chest heaving, the thick mass of her dark curls clinging to her damp forehead. The exertion draws the scent of her out into the cold, metallic air, clean sweat, and the heavy, stubborn warmth of her humanity. My gaze tracks the rapid flutter of the pulse near the base of her throat. I want her attention locked entirely on the danger I present. I want the fog ripped from her eyes. I step into her immediate perimeter, closing the distance to 6 paces. I drive my boot into the floor, fracturing a ley line of dormant magic beneath the stone. The ground violently heaves. Mireia attempts a sharp pivot maneuver to clear the erupting stone, throwing her weight to the right to use the momentum of the blast. But her focus is fractured. Her leading boot catches on a ridge of melted slag. Her ankle rolls. The momentum betrays her. She pitches forward, the balance completely sheared from her frame. She falls not toward the empty expanse of the hall, but directly toward me. Time violently halts. She is falling toward my right side. My arm is extended for the previous strike. The sleeve of my tunic is pushed back, exposing the ashen violet skin of my forearm and the heavy black gold veins weeping pure, toxic decay. 2 paces. Her unprotected face is plunging straight toward my bare hand. The absolute, paralyzing terror of what my flesh will do to hers detonates in my skull. I see the phantom image of her skin blistering, peeling back to the bone in an instant of agonizing rot. A primal, deafening roar tears from my throat. I do not merely step back. I violently jerk my entire body away, throwing my weight backward with such desperate, uncontrolled force that the iron-clad cage around my magic completely shatters. To prevent the collision, I yank the curse energy inward, then redirect the sheer, catastrophic overflow downward. My bare hand slams into the obsidian floor. The dueling hall erupts. A shockwave of unadulterated, blinding black gold light tears through the room. The reinforced stone beneath my palm does not merely crack, it vaporizes. A massive fissure rips across the length of the hall, the sound like the earth itself tearing in half. The concussive force throws Mireia backward. She hits the ground hard, skidding several feet before coming to a halt just outside the expanding crater of boiling, toxic slag. The heavy dust settles, choking the air. I stand slowly, my chest heaving, my right hand trembling with the violent aftershock of the output. The curse is screaming in my blood, eager for the slaughter it was just denied. I look across the fractured, glowing stone. Mireia pushes herself up onto her elbows. She is coughing, her forearm scraped and bleeding from the fall, but her face is completely untouched by the rot. She looks up at me, the shock finally clearing the fog from her dark eyes. The anger in my chest threatens to crash my lungs. Not at her clumsiness, but at the devastating, pathetic reality of my own terror. I nearly killed her because she tripped. I am a monster attempting to play at being a man, and the margin for error is non-existent. "The session is over," I rasp. The words taste like copper and ash. "Kaelor, I simply lost my footing. I am unhurt. I said it is over." I do not look at her. I cannot look at the scrape on her arm without the heavy, sickening guilt twisting my ribs. "Go to your quarters, Mireia. Do not emerge until dawn." I turn my back to her, stepping into the heavy shadows of the eastern archway, leaving her alone on the ruined floor. The midnight hours in Ven Manor belong to the quiet. When the physical world sleeps, the estate settles into a predictable, freezing stasis. I have walked these halls for a century, intimately aware of every draft, every creaking timber, every dormant ward. Tonight the house is suffering. I patrol the length of the grand gallery alone, the velvet cloak heavy on my shoulders. The air is wrong. The temperature fluctuates wildly, freezing one moment, suffocatingly hot the next. A low tectonic vibration hums continuously through my boots. The curse inside me is erratic, thrashing against my containment, but it is not reacting to my emotional state. It feels as though a massive, invisible magnet is dragging the magic toward the opposite end of the manor. I stop before a massive, arched window overlooking the courtyard. I press my bare hand against the stone frame. To my arcane sight, the black flame lattice woven into the walls reveals itself. The geometric lines of the wards, usually dormant or glowing with a faint, steady gold, are currently violently unstable. They are flashing with the dark, toxic ichor of the blood curse, bleeding power at an alarming rate. The wards are failing. The estate is actively buckling. I push my own corrupted will into the stone, forcing a surge of localized containment magic into the failing runic sequence. The stone hisses, burning my palm, but the immediate fracture seals. It is a temporary fix. The entire network is experiencing a catastrophic draw. I pull my hand back, tracing the flow of the erratic energy. The magical current is not random. It is pulling from the foundations, rushing up the central columns, and channeling directly toward the sealed corridors of the guest wing. Toward her. I move. My long strides eat the distance across the gallery, passing the fractured statues of my ancestors. The closer I get to Mireia's assigned quarters, the heavier the air becomes. The walls are literally trembling, weeping a fine black dust from the masonry joints. I reach the heavy oak door of her bedchamber. The wood is groaning, bowing outward under immense atmospheric pressure. The scent of scorched earth and blood magic is so thick I can taste the iron on my tongue. I raise my hand to throw the door open, to drag her out of whatever magical flare the obsidian relic has triggered. But as my fingers graze the handle, the magic flowing through the timber brushes against my own aura. I freeze. The energy battering the door from the inside is not the chaotic, defensive output of the relic. It is the blood curse. It is my curse. The exact same necrotic black gold rot that courses through my veins. But it is not originating from me. I close my eyes, expanding my senses, letting my arcane awareness sink through the heavy wood and into the room beyond. I feel her. She is trapped in the center of a nightmare, her mind violently thrashing in the dark. I feel the terror, the guilt, the absolute, blinding rage of the dream radiating from her sleeping form. And the curse is answering her. Every time she shifts in her sleep, every time a spike of fear spikes in her mind, the ambient magic of Ven Manor surges in perfect, terrifying synchronization. The house is not reacting to the anomaly of a human presence. The blood curse, the magic that annihilated my family, the rot that has imprisoned me for a century, is actively responding to the cadence of her subconscious. The breath slowly leaves my lungs. I stand before the cracking door, the absolute horrifying truth settling into my bones. I am not the master of this cataclysm. I never was. I am only the vessel it infected. Mireya's nightmare ripples through the magical lattice once more, and the floorboards beneath my boots splinter. I am not in control tonight. She is. And a question rings in my ears, over and over. How can she do this?
Chapter 11. Mireya. I taste the ash before the fire reaches me. The air is stripped entirely of oxygen, replaced by a dense metallic fog of vaporized blood and scorching heat. The chanting echoes against my eardrums, a cadence of grief, sharp and absolute, vibrating through the bones of my skull. Shadows writhe at the periphery of an obsidian-black inferno. Elders with charred skin and glowing, hollow eyes sway in a perfect, agonizing rhythm. They don't look at the flames. They look directly at me. "Anchor the rot," a voice rasps, echoing from the marrow of my own bones. "Give it a home." My hands plunge into the scorched earth. The soil is wet with something thick and hot. I am dragging the final line of the geometric circle, the raw magic tearing through my veins with all the force of a dying star. My spine violently arcs. I wake with a harsh gasp, the heavy air of the bedchamber rushing into my starved lungs. My flailing hand strikes the heavy iron lantern resting on the bedside table. It hits the floor with a deafening clang, the shattered glass scattering into the pitch-black darkness. A shockwave violently expands from my chest. It strikes the walls of the room with the mighty force of a siege engine. The timber framing the ceiling shrieks. Heavy chunks of plaster and necrotic dust rain down onto the tangled sheets. All around me, the dormant black flame sigils carved into the masonry ignite. They do not burn with the steady protective warmth I witnessed in the dining hall. They flash with a blinding, erratic gold, sputtering like starved torches before violently shifting to a toxic, corrupted violet. The heavy oak door to my bedchamber splinters inward. Kaelor is already there. He does not cross the threshold. He is the eye of the storm. He wears only a pair of dark trousers, his chest bare, his silver-white hair wildly unbound. The black-gold ichor mapping his skin is completely feral, weeping a radiant, lethal light that illuminates the thick dust choking the air. He drops to one knee, slamming his bare, corrupted palm against the cracked threshold. "Hold fast," he commands, the gravel-strewn vibration of his voice fighting the roar of the unstable magic. He forces his own corrupted will into the foundation. The air sizzles, the sheer atmospheric pressure dropping so rapidly my ears pop. He is bleeding his own power into the erratic floor sigils, wrestling the manic, violently waking house back into a state of dormancy. For 10 agonizing seconds, the friction between his curse and the room's ambient rot threatens to tear the floorboards apart entirely. Then, the erratic violet light sputters. The sigils fade back into the stone. The heavy vibration in the walls ceases. Kaelor rises slowly. The sheer exertion of containing the cataclysm leaves his chest heaving, the muscles of his torso taut and gleaming with a fine sheen of sweat. He steps closer to me. The searing heat radiating from his skin is a simmering, heavy gravity that demands my total submission. His eyes lock onto mine. The predator is awake, and he is looking for the source of the blood in the water. "What is in your head, Mireya?" The words are low, vibrating with a dangerous, agonizing restraint. The architecture of this estate is tearing itself apart, and it is dancing to the exact rhythm of your terror. You are driving the curse. I clutch the thin woolen blanket to my chest. The phantom scent of burning flesh still coats the back of my tongue. The absolute certainty that the chant in my nightmare belonged to the slaughtered coven, that I am somehow channeling their residual psychic agony, is akin to a noose around my neck. I force my breathing to steady. I lift my chin, meeting his searing gaze. The relic. I point a trembling finger toward the heavy leather satchel resting on the vanity across the room. It hummed violently before I slept. It has been restless since the dueling hall. It must have flared, triggering the ambient magic. Kaelor does not look at the satchel. He locks eyes with me. He steps closer, our proximity heavy with my secrets. He is a creature defined by his awareness of the lethal forces around him. He knows the texture of his own curse, and he knows the distinct, terrifying cadence of the magic that just rippled through this room. It was not a rock in a bag. The silence stretches, taut as a garrote wire. The feral possessiveness in his gaze wars with the stark, devastating isolation he has worn for 100 years. He knows I am lying. But the exhaustion in his shoulders, the brutal toll of manually reinforcing the failing wards, overrides the interrogation. If the artifact is volatile, you will surrender it to the vault tomorrow, he states softly, the warning absolute. If you hide the truth from me while standing inside the furnace, we will both burn. He turns and walks out into the corridor, leaving the splintered door hanging on its rusted hinges. The morning brings no reprieve. The air in Ven Manor is thick and metallic, the ambient temperature fluctuating wildly. I am in the main parlour, cataloguing the fractures from the night's surge, when a sharp, mechanical clatter strikes the reinforced glass of the narrow window. An iron-feathered raven perches on the sill. Its eyes glow with the pale lavender, scrying magic of the Undercity court. Attached to its rusted leg is a sealed, black-waxed cylinder. Kaelor enters the parlour, the heavy velvet cloak draped over his shoulders, concealing the worst of the volatile marks on his skin. He does not open the window. He extends 2 fingers, and the glass violently shatters inward. He plucks the cylinder from the air as the mechanical bird takes flight, disappearing into the subterranean fog. The wax crumbles into grey ash in his grip. He reads the small scroll, his face settling into a mask of carved stone. Therin's hounds are baying, Kaelor murmurs, dropping the parchment onto a nearby table, where it instantly begins to brown and curl from the residual decay in his aura. The Undercity grid recorded the tremor last night. The Archmagister demands a formal accounting of the rising magical instability. He is drafting an intervention. The court is looking for their excuse. For what end? I am not exactly privy to it. I will find the pattern, I promise, my voice quiet despite the nausea coiling in my gut. I will be in the archives. I do not wait for his permission. I flee the heavy, crushing weight of his gaze and descend into the lower catacombs. The silence of the underground vault is a cold sanctuary. I light 3 lumen orbs, driving the shadows back into the corners of the iron-lined chamber. I drag the heavy atmospheric logs from the shelves, spreading the brittle parchments across the central viewing table. I pull the confiscated Coven grimoire from its hiding place, opening it to the jagged charcoal margins of the ritual. I need to dissect the magic. I need to understand why the curse did not simply annihilate House Ven and fade, but instead morphed into a living, perpetual rot inside Kaelor's veins. I spend hours cross-referencing the daily ward behaviour logs with the historical analyses penned by the long-dead scholars who failed to cure him. The decay is localised entirely to the bloodline, one scholar wrote, his script frantic. Yet the ambient magic refuses to settle. The curse acts as a parasite, continuously searching for a host that is simultaneously present and absent. I flip through the grimoire, my finger tracing the archaic translation of the Black Flame rites. A blood curse of this magnitude is not a simple spell of destruction. It is a tether. It requires 2 ends to function, the target and the anchor. I drag my pencil across a fresh page in my ledger. I draw the overlapping heptagrams of the Coven's ritual. I mark the outer boundaries, the elemental gates, the blood nodes designed to track the Venn lineage. But as I draw the center of the diagram, the geometry fails to close. It is hollow. I study the parchment, the realization sliding into my blood like a shard of ice. Anchor the rot. The Elder's command in the nightmare echoes in the freezing vault. The curse never finished forming. To unleash an apocalyptic rot that eradicates an entire bloodline, the caster must sacrifice their own life force to permanently anchor the spell into reality. The ritual demands a completed circuit. But Kaelor was absent during the massacre, and the witch who cast this, whoever she was, must have failed to complete the sacrifice. Perhaps she was struck down mid-chant by a vanguard blade, or the backlash of the magic shattered her before her life force could be fully consumed. The circuit remained open. The curse devoured the Venn matriarch and the sisters, but because the anchor was incomplete, it could not finalize its destructive cycle. When Kaelor returned to the estate, the unfinished magic latched onto the last remaining drop of Venn blood, turning him into a living battery for a spell that was perpetually trying and failing to complete itself. The relic at my hip begins to emit a high, piercing frequency. I glance down at my hands. The faint, golden undertones of my skin are glowing in the dim light of the catacombs. The estate isn't just reacting to an anomaly. It is reacting to this, to the relic, to whatever dormant, unattuned magic sleeps in my human blood that somehow resonates with this broken spell. The curse is violently destabilizing because it senses a compatible magical signature. It is blindly reaching out in the dark, trying to use me to plug the hole in its incomplete ritual. The magic wants to finish what the coven started, and if it manages to latch onto me to complete its cycle, it will consume the last Venn heir and drag me down into the depths of hell with him.
Chapter 12. Kaelor. I wait in the absolute dark at the apex of the catacomb stairwell. The air in the corridor is stagnant, thick with the metallic taste of my own volatile magic. I do not need a lumen orb to know she is approaching. The slow, steady rhythm of her boots on the stone steps reverberates through the deep ward lattice of the estate. More than that, I feel the friction of her proximity dragging against my aura. It is a heavy, magnetic pull, a localized gravity that demands my attention. Mireia emerges from the stairwell. The pale light of her orb casts long, distorted shadows against the fractured marble. She pauses at the landing, her breathing shallow. Her leather tunic is bulkier than it was when she descended, the stiff outline of concealed parchment pressing against her ribs. She thinks she can hide the anatomy of my family's ruin from me. I step out of the shadows. The temperature in the corridor violently plummets. I unlocked the archive so you could understand the civilization House Venn built, Mireia, I state. My voice is a low, gravel-strewn vibration that scrapes against the stone. I did not open them for you to scavenge the ashes of our wars and smuggle the rot into your bedchamber. She stops, her boots grinding against the salt-rimed floor. She does not flinch, but the warm golden undertones of her skin flare subtly in the dim light, a rebellion against the sudden oppressive atmosphere of my curse. I am securing reference material, she answers, her tone maddeningly even. My work requires cross-examination. Your work requires transparency. I do not ask for her compliance. I extend my right hand. The black gold ichor weeping beneath my ashen violet skin pulses, and a sharp telekinetic pressure rips the heavy roll of vellum from beneath her tunic. The scrolls hover in the air, crisping slightly at the edges as they enter my immediate perimeter. I catch them, the brittle parchment protesting under the grip of my corrupted fingers. I do not open them in the narrow hallway. I turn and walk toward the grand library, fully aware she has no choice but to follow the tether of my command. The library is a cavernous tomb of ironwood and petrified timber. I stride to the massive central reading table, the heat radiating from my chest, a simmering, volatile warning. I slam the scrolls onto the wood. The heavy parchment unrolls, revealing the jagged, frantic charcoal sketches she copied, layered over the meticulous, blood-soaked bureaucracy of the Vanguard ledgers. "Explain this," I demand, planting my hands on the table and leaning over the documents. Mireia steps into the light of the table. She does not cower from the towering, lethal threat of my posture. She steps closer, the heat of our bodies wrapping around us like a weighted blanket. "It is exactly what it appears to be, Kaelor," she says, jabbing a finger toward the Vanguard logs. "It is the extermination schedule of the Black Flame Coven, and it is a record of atrocities." A muscle in my jaw tightens until the bone aches. It is a military ledger. House Ven waged a war against a feral coven that refused the jurisdiction of the Undercity Court. "It was not a war!" Her voice cracks like a whip, echoing off the towering 3-story shelves. The sheer force of her defiance makes the dormant sigils embedded in the nearby timber flicker with an answering gold light. "Look at the numbers. Sector 4 containment. 140 affiliates secured and executed by localized incendiary wards. They were non-combatants, Kaelor. They were children and elders. Your mother did not fight an army. She butchered a people." The accusation tears through the center of my chest, jagged and absolute. The beast inside my blood violently thrashes, eager to consume the agonizing guilt I refuse to vocalize. I know the matron was a creature of ruthless, calculating cruelty. I know the ashes coating the foundation of this estate were paid for in innocent blood. In fact, dark elves are creatures made this way. We live for the slaughter, even I. But admitting it out loud, accepting that the women I found dissolved on my foyer floor deserved their apocalyptic end, shatters the very last pillar of my sanity. "You judge a history you do not understand," I counter, my voice dropping into a lethal, silken rasp. I pull a secondary document from the pile, a heavy parchment bearing the embossed wax seal of the Undercity magistrates. I slide it across the petrified wood. "Read the mandate, Mireia. The purge was not a rogue slaughter. It was sanctioned by the High Council. It was a political necessity to prevent the Black Flame from destabilizing the entire cavern system with unregulated blood magic." She slams her bare hand onto the council document, ignoring the residual decay clinging to the paper. "Sanctioned cruelty does not absolve the executioner," she spits, her dark eyes blazing with a feral, terrifying heat. "The court gave the order, but House Ven held the blade. You defend them because they share your blood, but you cannot look at these numbers and tell me it was justice." "I defend the legality of my house," I roar, the sound shaking the dust from the vaulted ceiling. The ironclad cage around my magic fractures. A shockwave of unadulterated black gold rot explodes from my center, blistering the edge of the reading table and turning a nearby iron candelabra into a puddle of weeping rust. I cross the space between us in a single stride. The distance is annihilated. I am towering over her, the lethal pressure of my aura completely submerging her. The heat rolling off my skin is blinding. My chest heaves, inches from hers. I want to seize her shoulders. I want to shake the relentless, stubborn light out of her eyes. The possessiveness clawing at my throat is a dark, rabid thing. I hate that she is stripping away my armor, and I am entirely consumed by the fact that she is the only one strong enough to do it. She tilts her head back, refusing to yield a single inch of ground. The rapid, frantic pulse at her throat beats against the suffocating air. Her breath ghosts against my jaw, smelling of old parchment and the warmth of her human frailty. The argument dissolves into a devastating push and pull friction as I fight my instincts. The urge to drag my corrupted hand through her dark curls, to press my mouth against hers, and silence the accusation with the pure, volatile gravity of our collision is a physical agony. She reads the shift in my eyes. The dark, golden light of her own magic rises to the surface of her skin, an instinctual magnetic response to the predator standing over her. Before the tension can ignite into something irreversible, the heavy, uneven thud of a wooden cane strikes the stone threshold of the library. My lord. I do not flinch, but the violent spell binding us shatters. I turn my head, my jaw locked so tight my teeth grind. Garrick stands in the archway, his weathered face entirely leached of color. He grips the doorframe, his knuckles white. The western corridor, the old warden wheezes, his lungs rattling. The black flame wards are inverting. The stone is cracking, Lord Kaelor. The instability is spreading to the upper floors. The house is fracturing. The argument, the closeness we bridged, the unearthed truth of the massacre, it is all feeding the cataclysm buried in the foundations. I look back at Mireia. Her chest rises and falls in rapid, uneven pulls. The fierce defiance is still burning in her eyes. But underneath it, I see the exhaustion of a woman fighting a war on two fronts. "Leave the documents," I command, my voice entirely stripped of its previous heat, leaving only the cold, metallic resonance of the cursed air. "Go to your quarters. Do not return to the catacombs tonight." She looks at the table, then up at me. She does not argue further. The manor groans around us, a heavy tectonic warning. She turns and walks past Garrick, disappearing into the oppressive shadows of the estate. I wait until the sound of her boots fades entirely. The library returns to its stagnant, pressurized silence. I turn back to the reading table, the adrenaline slowly bleeding out of my veins, leaving a hollow, aching void in my sternum. I look down at the scrolls she tried to smuggle out. I bypass the Vanguard ledgers and the council mandates. I pull the heavy vellum page from her ledger, the page bearing the charcoal sketch she copied from the confiscated grimoire. I trace the archaic geometry with a gaze honed by decades of arcane study. I see the elemental gates. I see the blood nodes tracking the Ven lineage. And I see the center. The anchor point is hollow. A cold, absolute dread sinks into every part of me. She was not merely reading history to judge my ancestors. She is dissecting the anatomy of the blood curse itself. She is mapping the exact reason the magic in my veins is perpetually starving. She knows the spell is incomplete. I fold the vellum, my corrupted fingers moving with mechanical precision. I gather the Vanguard ledgers, the council mandates, and the copied diagrams. I walk to the heavy ironwood cabinet built into the alcove of the library, a vault heavily warded against scrying and physical breach. I place the documents inside and slide the heavy iron deadbolt into place. I press my bare hand against the metal, forcing a surge of black gold decay into the lock, fusing the mechanism into a solid, unyielding mass of rusted iron. No one will open that cabinet without my specific necrotic frequency. "Garrick," I say to the empty archway. The old warden steps forward from the shadows, his cane tapping softly. "My lord." "Seal the lower catacomb doors," I instruct him, staring at the fused iron of the cabinet. "Change the ward configurations on the stairwell to warn me if she ever gets close here. Monitor her movements through the eastern wing." "She is looking for a cure, Lord Kaelor," Garrick rasps softly, a rare note of defense in his tone. "She is the only one who has ever survived long enough to search." "She is looking for the missing anchor," I correct him, the grim reality settling heavy in the frozen air of the library. "And if she continues to dig through the ashes of the Black Flame Coven, the curse will eat her." I turn, my molten eyes catching the light of the lumen orb. It will annihilate her.
Chapter 13. Mireia. To breathe the midnight shadows of Ven Manor is to inhale a drowning tide. It sits like lead in the lungs, thick with the metallic bite of tarnished silver and the creeping decay of the man who rules it. I move through the lightless corridors of the eastern wing, my boots making no sound against the salt-rimed marble. My skull throbs. a persistent rhythmic ache radiating from the base of my neck. Kylor ordered me to remain in my quarters. He demanded I cease digging into the ashes of the Black Flame Coven. But I cannot stop. The house will not let me. The floorboards vibrate beneath my feet, a low tectonic hum guiding me back toward the lower catacombs. I reach the heavy iron vault door. The metal is laced with a new defensive lattice of pale violet energy, thrumming with a lethal warning. To touch the iron would invite a shockwave of localized rot. He changed them. Yet, as I bring the dull light of my lumen orb closer, the intricate geometry of the runes reveals a flaw. The sequence is incomplete. A gap in the arcane circuit lingers near the lower hinge. It is not an error of age or decay. It seems to be a deliberate, precise omission. Garrick. It can only be him. He is helping me by leaving me a path through the briar. It is obvious he needs me to find the cure. I press my disruption charm against the gap. The violet energy stutters, holding its lethal charge back just long enough for me to slip the heavy iron latch and slide through the narrow opening. The catacombs are freezing. I bypass the central viewing table and the massive iron cabinet. The ambient magic in the room pulls me deeper, past the organised bureaucracy of House Venn, to the raw, unpolished stone of the farthest wall. My leather satchel vibrates. The obsidian relic hums, a frantic, vibrating warmth pressing against my hip. I press my bare palm against the blank masonry. The faint golden undertones under my skin flare, answering the desperate pulse of the artifact. The stone ripples. It does not grind or crack. The solid rock simply dissolves into a heavy black mist, revealing a narrow cavity hollowed directly into the foundation. A hidden compartment. Kylor remains unaware of this, I'm sure of it. The dormant black flame wards of the estate actively hid it from him. Inside the alcove rests a stack of leather-bound texts. They are not the same as the sterile geometric ledgers of the dark elf courts. They are bound in rough, cured hide, their edges singed and stinking of old smoke. Confiscated grimoires, the true, untampered remnants of the Black Flame Purge. I pull the top volume from the hollow. The leather is brittle, threatening to disintegrate under the pressure of my fingers. I carry it to the viewing table, the relic at my side emitting a high, agonizing frequency that sets my teeth on edge. I open the book. The pages are thick with chaotic, sprawling script. There are no neat columns or authorized seals. The ink is dark, rusted at the edges. I turn the vellum, the scent of dried blood and crushed lavender flooding the stagnant air, until I reach the centre of the grimoire. The page is dominated by a massive, intricate ritual diagram. It is not drawn in ink. The lines are textured, thick and abrasive, sketched directly onto the parchment with coarse black ash. I reach out. My fingertip brushes the abrasive edge of the ash circle. The relic screams. The catacombs vanish. The pale light of the lumen orb is instantly swallowed by an apocalyptic, roaring dark. The temperature spikes, a blistering, suffocating inferno that strips the oxygen from my lungs. I am standing on scorched earth, surrounded by a towering wall of black fire. The robed figures are there, swaying in the heat, their bodies turning to ash as they fuel the cataclysm. They are chanting, their voices layered in a terrifying, unified frequency that vibrates in my bones. But this time, the unity fractures. One voice rises above the collective drone. It is clear. It is commanding. It is weaving the destructive power of the curse into the air with an agonizing, furious grief. Let the blood rot in their veins. Let the house completely devour itself. A blinding physical agony drives a spike directly behind my eyes. I stagger backward in the vision, my hands flying to my temples. The voice casting the curse is not an ancient elder. It is not a faceless martyr. The cadence, the pitch, the raw, tearing desperation in the throat, it belongs to me. My voice, the realization detonates in my skull. The vision violently shatters, throwing me back into the freezing catacombs. I hit the stone floor hard, my knees bruising against the unforgiving rock. The pain in my head is absolute, a vicious, splitting pressure that brings bile up in my throat. I am gasping, my fingers digging into the salt-rimed marble. The echo of my own voice chanting the annihilation of House Ven rings endlessly in the dark. I need to breathe. I need clarity. The estate feels suddenly claustrophobic, the heavy iron walls closing in to crush me. I shove the grimoire into my satchel alongside the humming relic. I cannot go back to my bedchamber. If Kalor senses the absolute terror vibrating in my blood, he will corner me. I remember the old warden's rasped warning from days ago, a passing mention of a rusted iron grate in the sub-basement, an old service tunnel used to ferry contraband before the purge. I leave the catacombs, slipping deeper into the bowels of the manor. The shadows cling to me, thick and oppressive. I find the grate half buried beneath a pile of collapsed masonry. I drag the heavy iron aside, my muscles burning, and slide into the narrow claustrophobic throat of the escape tunnel. The descent into the undercity is a suffocating crawl. The air smells of sulphur and raw sewage. The dark presses against my eyes, populated by the phantom weight of unseen watchers. Every scrape of my boots against the wet stone sounds like a clarion call. The paranoia is a living thing, crawling up my spine, a terrifying certainty that the shadows themselves are tracking my scent. I emerge into the sprawling subterranean labyrinth of the lower districts. The undercity does not sleep. It simmers in a permanent, bioluminescent twilight. I pull the hood of my cloak low over my face, navigating the labyrinthine alleys of the shadow market. The merchants here do not ask questions. They trade in poisons, stolen artifacts, and unsanctioned magic. I find the stall tucked beneath the skeletal remains of a massive, petrified leviathan ribcage. Nixara Embervale sits in the gloom. The underground magic broker wears layered, dark fabrics woven with subtle threads of glowing ember. Her skin is a pale bronze, her ash-grey hair hanging loose over her shoulders. She is slicing dried nightshade root with a silver blade. I step under the canvas awning. The ambient noise of the market instantly muffles, swallowed by a privacy ward. Nixara does not look up. "We are closed to ruin runners tonight, human." "I am not here to sell," I say, my voice trembling despite my desperate attempt to hold it steady. I reach into my satchel and place the obsidian relic onto the scarred wood of her counter. Nixara's hands freeze. The silver blade slips, slicing a shallow cut into the wood. She stares at the black stone, the faint golden aura bleeding into the shadows. Slowly, she lifts her gaze. Her eyes, the colour of burning copper, lock onto my face. She reaches out, her long fingers hovering an inch above the artifact. The moment her aura brushes the stone, she violently recoils, as if struck by a physical blow. "Where did you pull this from?" she hisses, her voice a sharp, terrified crackle. "The sealed ruins of Sector 4, I answer. "Nixara, I touched a grimoire tonight. I had a vision. I heard the casting of a blood curse, and the voice was mine." The broker stares at me, the burning copper of her eyes widening in absolute horror. She leans across the counter, her gaze dissecting the faint golden undertones beneath my brown skin. "You are not merely carrying a relic," Nixara breathes, her voice dropping to a harsh, ragged whisper. "Your signature, the magic bound to your blood. It is torn cleanly in half." "What does that mean?" I demand, gripping the edge of the wood. The splitting headache threatens to blind me. "Tell me what is wrong with my mind." "Your magical identity is fractured," she states, stepping backward, putting distance between herself and the relic. "The magic you carry does not belong to the body you inhabit, or rather, the mind you possess is rejecting the power in your veins. It is the signature of a catastrophic backlash. It created a perfect void, a psychological stasis that locked your core away completely, keeping you from detonating and hiding you from the court's censors. A backlash from what? I press, leaning over the counter. Nixara, please. The voice in the fire was mine. Take the stone. She points a trembling finger at the artifact. Take it and leave my stall. Now. Not until you give me clarity. Clarity is a death sentence, Nixara snarls, the ember threads in her clothing flaring with agitated heat. You reek of the ven rot, and you carry the anchor of the black flame. You are a walking cataclysm, human. I will not burn for the ghosts of a slaughtered coven, and I will not tangle my life in the crossfire of Kalor Ven's curse. Get out! The finality in her voice is absolute. The privacy ward hums with a hostile, rejecting force. I snatch the relic from the counter, shoving it deep into my satchel. The trek back through the service tunnel is a blur of physical exhaustion and agonizing terror. I drag myself up through the iron grate just as the faint, bruised light of dawn begins to bleed through the high clerestory windows of the manor. The estate is quiet, settling back into its freezing, pressurized dormancy. I slip into my bedchamber, my muscles shaking uncontrollably as I sit on the edge of the mattress, staring at my trembling hands. Your magical identity is fractured. Nixara's horrified whisper loops endlessly in the quiet of the room. I press the heels of my palms against my eyes until sparks bloom in the dark. The voice that cast the apocalyptic rot in my vision, the raw, tearing desperation in the throat, sounded exactly like me. But that is impossible. I am 29 years old. The massacre of the Black Flame Coven happened a century ago. A cold, creeping paranoia takes root in my chest. Is the obsidian relic a parasite? Since the moment I touched it in the ruin, it has hummed against my skin, bleeding its ancient, blood-soaked history into my blood. Is it projecting the psychic agony of the slaughtered coven into my subconscious? Is the dark magic of the stone actively warping my mind, twisting my own inner voice in the vision until I hallucinate that I am the one chanting the curse? If the incomplete ritual is desperately searching for a missing anchor, perhaps the relic is trying to forge one. Perhaps it is trying to hollow me out, infecting my blood and overwriting my identity with the psychic ghost of a dead witch, so the curse can finally complete its cycle. The monster of Ven Manor is sleeping in the western wing, carrying the agonizing weight of a century of isolation. And I am sitting in the dark, shivering uncontrollably, terrified by the suffocating realization that I no longer know where the relic's haunted magic ends and my own mind begins.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing, and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 14. Kalor. 4 days, 96 hours of deliberate, agonizing evasion. I stand in the shadowed alcove of the grand foyer, the ambient rot of my aura pulled tight against my ribs. I watch Mireia descend the central staircase. She does not move with the stubborn, athletic grace that defined her arrival at Ven Manor. Her steps are slow, listless. She grips the heavy iron banister, as though it is the only thing tethering her to the earth. When she reaches the landing, the meager light from the clear story windows strikes her face, and a sharp, violent ache splinters behind my chest. She looks like a ghost haunting a house that has not yet killed her. The golden undertones of her brown skin have leached away into a sickly, translucent ash. Beneath her wide, dark eyes, heavy bruises of exhaustion have settled, stark and terrifying against her pallor. She has not entered the dueling hall for 4 days. She has abandoned the library. If she senses my presence in a corridor, she instantly pivots, disappearing into the servant passages before my curse can even brush her skin. She reaches the base of the stairs. I step out of the alcove. The air pressure between us plummets. Mireia freezes. "You did not report to the training floor." The reprimand grinds against the salt-rimed marble, a dark, abrasive thrum that devours the quiet. She immediately takes a step backward, putting the breadth of the staircase between us. "I am unwell today, Lord Kalor. My research requires me in the East Wing." She does not meet my eyes. She stares fixedly at the rusted iron buckles of my boots. I step forward. The distance narrows from 20 paces to 10. The heavy, lethal gravity of my form washes over her. She takes another rapid step back, her spine hitting the stone edge of the balustrade. "You are starving yourself of sleep," I press, closing the distance to 6 paces. The fierce, feral possessiveness in my blood violently thrashes against its cage. I want to reach out. I want to close my corrupted hand around her jaw, tip her face up to the dim light, and drag the truth out of her throat. I want to know what phantom she unearthed in my family's archives that put that hollow terror in her eyes. You avoid the shared spaces. You retreat as if the rot has finally breached your immunity. "It is not your magic," she whispers, her voice a frail, fractured thing. "Then what is it?" I demand, my tone dropping into a dangerous rasp. I step into her immediate perimeter, stopping 3 paces away. The heat rolling off my bare arms is blistering. "What did you find in the catacombs, Mireia?" She recoils, shrinking against the banister as if my very presence is an accusation. "Nothing. I need to return to my quarters." Before I can block her path, she ducks her head and slips past me, her shoulder pressing hard against the far wall to maximize the distance between our bodies. She flees down the eastern corridor, the rapid, uneven slap of her boots fading into the gloom. I stand alone in the foyer, the prominent veins on my hands pulsing with a toxic, furious light. She is hiding something. I saw the copied ritual diagram in the library before I fused the ironwood cabinet shut. I saw the missing anchor point. If she has realized what that empty space in the ritual geometry means, I cannot wait for her to confess. I turn on my heel. I stride to my chambers and drag the heavy velvet cloak over my shoulders, pulling the deep cowl over my silver-white hair to conceal the glowing, volatile marks on my face. The court expects the monster of Ven Manor to remain in his cage. Today, the monster leaves the grounds. The Undercity archives are buried 3 levels beneath the High Court, a sprawling subterranean labyrinth of petrified timber and iron-wrought vaults. The air here smells of damp vellum and preserving salts. I bypass the public reading rooms, moving like a shadow through the restricted corridors until I reach the sealed office of Brother Caldus Rhine. I push the heavy door open without knocking. The localized decay of my aura instantly wilts the potted cave fern sitting on the historian's desk. Caldus jolts, knocking over a vial of ink. He is a thin, frail human with graying hair and spectacles that slide down the bridge of his nose. He stares at my towering, cloaked frame, the ink staining his trembling fingers. "Lord Kalor," Caldus breathes, scrambling to his feet. You You have not left the estate in 2 decades. Retrieve the original analysis, I command, closing the door and sealing it with a pulse of black gold magic. The unredacted files on the Ven blood curse, the documents the magistrates buried when their scholars failed to cure me. Caldus swallows hard. He does not argue the legality of my request. He moves to a heavy iron safe behind his desk, twisting a complex combination of arcane dials. He pulls a thick, dust-covered leather folio from the dark and carries it to the desk, his hands shaking as he slides it toward me. I pull back my hood, letting the heavy gloom of the office absorb the toxic radiance of my skin. I open the folio. I need to know how the curse behaves when it recognizes it is incomplete, I state, tracing the brittle pages. Caldus adjusts his spectacles, his nervous eyes darting to the black veins pulsing on my neck. You know about the missing anchor point, then? I know the witch who cast it failed to complete the circuit, I reply, my voice a deadly, even hum. The magic latched onto me as a substitute. Tell me the mechanics of its starvation. The original scholars labeled it unstable and evolving, Caldus explains, his voice dropping into an academic, terrified whisper. A blood curse is not a static poison, my lord. It is a parasite with a singular objective: completion. Because the caster did not sacrifice their life force to anchor it, the spell has spent a century trying to adapt. It feeds on your ambient magic to sustain itself, but it is constantly, blindly reaching out into the ether, searching for a compatible magical signature to finish the ritual. I stare at the faded ink of the analysis. The pieces of the catastrophe lock into place with devastating precision. And if a new magical presence, a dormant, unattuned signature, enters its immediate territory, I ask, the image of Mirea's glowing, golden undertones flashing in my mind. Caldus pales. If the curse recognizes a signature that resonates with the original casting, the escalation would be unpredictable. It would stop feeding on you and violently attempt to bond with the new host. It would try to use them as the missing anchor. It would consume them in seconds, and in doing so, it would finally annihilate you. The house itself would become the epicenter of the detonation. The breath ceases in my lungs. The relic, her proximity, the nightmares that trigger the manor's black flame wards. The curse is not just reacting to her. It is actively hunting her. It is trying to hollow out her human frailty and use her blood to finish the slaughter of my family. Who else has accessed this specific file in the last 6 months? I demand, my gaze snapping up to the historian. No one, my lord. It is classified under the Archmagister's seal. Theron Duskgrin knows, I interrupt, the lethal reality calcifying in my mind. Theron did not send Mireia to Ven Manor to observe my rot. He knew she possessed a compatible magical signature. He sent her here specifically to act as the missing anchor. He wants the curse to consume her, complete the circuit, and execute me. Seal this research, I order, my voice vibrating with absolute dictatorial authority. I slam the leather folio shut. Bury it in the deepest vault. If the Archmagister requests it, you will tell him the rot in the lower levels destroyed the parchment. You breathe a word of the anchor's mechanics to the court, Caldus, and I will personally dissolve the iron of this archive around you. Caldus nods frantically, pulling the folio against his chest. I turn, throwing the heavy cowl back over my head. I must return to the estate. Every second she stands alone within those walls, the house is calculating how to devour her. I do not use the carriage paths to return. I utilize the hidden subterranean ley lines, arriving at the outer perimeter of Ven Manor as the Undercity shifts into its artificial night cycle. The atmosphere around the estate is suffocating. The air is so thick with metallic, volatile magic that the fog refuses to cross the iron gates. I find Garrick in the carriage house. The old warden is polishing a rusted lantern, his breathing a wet, labored wheeze. My lord, Garrick says, standing with the aid of his cane. You have returned. The perimeter, I command, shedding the velvet cloak. Activate the dormant ward sentinels along the eastern and western boundary walls. Double the automated patrol routes. I want the outer gates sealed with lethal intent. Nothing crosses the threshold without being turned to ash. Garrick's pale eyes widen. Is the court marching? The court is the least of our concerns, I murmur, staring at the looming shadowed architecture of the main house. The structure itself feels alive, watching me with a million unseen, malevolent eyes. What of the groundskeepers? Garrick asks, gesturing vaguely toward the distant outer gatehouses where the few remaining servants of the estate reside, far from the lethal proximity of the main manor. Prepare evacuation plans for the outer staff, I instruct him, my tone grim and absolute. Quietly, have them pack provisions and prepare the carriage horses. If the central ward column in the main hall shifts from gold to violet, they are to ride for the deep caverns and never return. And you, Lord Kaelor? I look at the heavy oak doors of the manor. Inside, Mireia is hiding in the dark, her body deteriorating under the sheer psychic weight of a parasite trying to claim her soul. I'm going to find our guest, I say, the black gold light flaring fiercely along my forearms. It is time for our long overdue confrontation.
Chapter 15. Mireia. My wooden training blade shatters against the ironwood pillar, the crack deafening in the cavernous expanse of the dueling hall. I drop the splintered hilt, my chest heaving, the sweat stinging my eyes. The physical exhaustion does nothing to silence the relentless, splitting pressure inside my skull. The phantom chant from the catacombs, "Let the house consume itself," scrapes against the inside of my temples. The voice is mine, the hatred is mine, but the memory is a black void. The obsidian relic is a parasite, infecting my blood, overwriting my sanity with the ghost of a slaughtered witch. The temperature in the hall violently plummets. The scent of crushed ash and raw power floods the stagnant air. I spin around, my boots slipping slightly on the scarred obsidian floor. Kaelor stands in the archway. He wears a loose, dark tunic, unlaced at the throat, the sleeves pushed up to reveal the feral, blinding radiance of the veins mapping his forearms. The lethal gravity of his presence crashes into me, making breathing difficult. "I ordered Garrick to inform you that you are to remain in your quarters," he says, the syllables bleeding out rough and low, scraping against the broken weapons lining the walls. "I am suffocating in my quarters," I snap back, refusing to retreat as he steps onto the dueling floor. My mind is fracturing, Kaelor. The artifact, it is planting things in my head. I hear voices. I hear my voice chanting the rot that destroyed your family. He does not flinch at the confession. He crosses the distance with the predatory, unhurried stalk of a creature cornering its prey. "The relic is not planting memories," he murmurs, the lethal heat of his aura washing over me as he closes the distance to 10 paces. "It is waking the curse. Therein Duskrin did not send you to this estate to observe me, Mireia. I have read the mandate's unredacted seal. There is an execution clause. The court knows your magical signature is a dormant, compatible vessel. You are not a researcher. You are the missing anchor." The revelation violently kicks the air from my lungs. An anchor? "The curse wants to complete the circuit," Kaelor continues, his jaw locked in agonizing tension. 5 paces. "It wants to consume your life force to finish the slaughter. If you stay in this house, if you keep digging into the black flame ashes, the magic will devour you from the inside out." He has confirmed my suspicions and fear. Is this the only fate for a human like me? To be used? To die for the dark elves? "You knew this," I breathe, sparking a fierce, volatile anger in me. "You knew the court sent me as a catalyst, and you hid it behind proximity tests. You're the same as those elders, and your house. What can I expect from someone who hails from House Venn? I hid it to keep you from running straight into the fire, he roars, the sudden volume shaking the dust from the vaulted ceiling. I have warned you. I am already in the fire. I step directly into his lethal perimeter, closing the distance to 3 paces. The heat radiating off his skin is blistering. I cannot trust my own thoughts. I do not know if the magic is overwriting my identity or if I am losing my mind. You lock me in a room while the essence of this estate tries to crawl into my skull. Kaylor's eyes blaze, the molten amber swallowing the pupil entirely. The air pressure collapses. He steps forward, intending to force me back, to re-establish the agonizing boundary that has kept me alive. I refuse to yield. I shove my hands against his chest, aiming for the thick canvas of his tunic. But my boot catches on a jagged ridge of melted slag from our previous spar. My ankle gives way. The momentum shears completely from my frame. I pitch forward, falling directly into the lethal, corrupted space of his exposed skin. He violently attempts to jerk back, a harsh, desperate sound tearing from his throat. It is too late. To stop my fall, my bare hand lashes out, clamping fiercely around his exposed, ashen-violet wrist. Time stops. I brace for the agonizing burn. I wait for the volatile decay to boil the flesh from my fingers, for the necrotic magic to liquefy my bones. I squeeze my eyes shut against the inevitable rot. The pain does not come. Only the heavy, rapid pulse of a living heartbeat beneath smooth, impossibly hot skin. I open my eyes. My brown fingers are wrapped tightly around the thick, corded muscle of his forearm, directly over a jagged black gold vein. The curse is not lashing out. The toxic ozone vanishes, replaced entirely by the scent of dark spice and the heavy musk of his sweat. Kaylor is completely frozen. He stares down at my hand gripping his wrist. The chest beneath his tunic heaves in rapid, uneven pulls of oxygen. "You're not Ash," he whispers, the words fracturing in the quiet hall. "I am not going to die," I answer, the truth settling into my blood with the force of a tectonic shift. The acknowledgement shatters the century-old cage. With a guttural, feral groan, Kaylor twists his arm, his large hand capturing my wrist. He hauls me upward, his other hand gripping my waist, and slams my back against the black ironwood pillar. The impact knocks the breath from my lungs, but his mouth crashes down on mine before I can gasp. The kiss is a violent, starving collision. There is no hesitation. It is the desperate, ravenous consumption of a man who has not touched another living creature in 100 years. His lips are scalding, his tongue sweeping into my mouth with a bruising, territorial demand that sends a liquid, heavy heat pooling straight to my core. I groan, the sound lost against his mouth. I thread my fingers into the thick, silvery white silk of his hair, pulling him closer. The friction of his massive body pressing against mine is intoxicating. I snake one leg around his hip, anchoring myself to the solid, unyielding muscle of his thigh. "Mireia," he rasps against my lips, his voice ragged, bordering on a plea. His thumbs press into my ribs, mapping the curve of my waist as if terrified I am an illusion that will dissolve. "Tell me to stop. By the 13, tell me to stop before I tear you apart. I want to forget myself. I want to be with him. I am tired of fighting my attraction to him." "Take me," I breathe, biting his lower lip, the metallic taste of his power sharp on my tongue. "I want it. Tear it all down."
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
story after story, audiobook after audiobook. The Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
Chapter 16. Kylor. The weight pressing against my side is a profound biological impossibility. I open my eyes to the heavy shadows of my bedchamber. For a century, waking has been a brutal transition. The immediate, agonizing necessity of clamping down on the feral magic boiling in my marrow. But this morning, the beast in my blood is utterly silent. The air does not smell of scorch marks. It smells of tangled furs, deep musk, and the lingering, intoxicating heat of the woman sleeping against my chest. Mireia is curled into my side, one bare leg thrown over my thigh, her dark curls spilling across the scarred, ashen-violet expanse of my pectoral muscle. Her chest moves up and down in a deep, rhythmic slumber. I do not move. I barely breathe, terrified that shifting my weight will shatter the illusion, and the rot will rush back in to claim her. But my skin is quiet. The veins on my arms are dormant, carrying only a faint pulsing warmth instead of a toxic glare. I tilt my head back against the pillows and look up. The vaulted stone ceiling of the bedchamber is a canvas of pure, unbroken magic. The ancient black flame sigils carved into the masonry are not flashing with the erratic, corrosive violet of the curse's starvation. They are glowing with a steady, brilliant gold, a perfect, stabilized lattice. The pressure that has threatened to crush this estate for decades has vanished. The house is not screaming. It is breathing. What is happening? I mumble beneath my breath. Beside me, Mireia shifts. Her dark eyes flutter open, thick lashes sweeping against her cheeks. She blinks against the dim light, the fog of sleep lifting as her gaze meets mine. There is no startled response, no scrambling away from the monster. She traces a small, darkening bruise blooming on her own collarbone, a mark left by my teeth in the desperate, starving frenzy of the night. "You are still breathing," I murmur, my voice echoing in the quiet room. A faint, soft smile touches the corners of her mouth. The stubborn defiance that usually hardens her features is entirely absent, leaving something devastatingly tender in its wake. "So are you." I lift my hand, the movement cautious, and brush the back of my knuckles against the warm brown skin of her cheek. The sheer, overwhelming possessiveness that rises in my chest defies logic. She is not merely an anomaly anymore. She is the tether keeping my sanity anchored to Protheka. "The magic," she whispers, her gaze flicking upward to the golden glow of the ceiling. "It feels calm." "It is sated," I answer, my thumb tracing the line of her jaw. "The mechanics of it are a mystery, a temporary reprieve granted by the collision of magic, I presume, but I will not question the peace while she is in my bed." Before I can pull her mouth back to mine, a heavy, urgent knock strikes the thick oak of the bedchamber door. I go completely rigid, the protective instinct instantly hardening my muscles. "My lord!" Garrick's voice is muffled by the heavy timber, but the rasping urgency is undeniable. "Forgive the intrusion, Lord Kylor." I pull the heavy furs over Mireia's bare shoulders, concealing her from the cold air, and swing my legs over the edge of the mattress. I pull on my dark trousers, leaving my chest bare, and stride to the door. I do not open it fully, keeping my body blocking the threshold. "Report," I command softly. Garrick leans heavily on his cane, his weathered face tight. "The central ward column in the main hall, my lord. It ignited 3 hours before dawn. The energy flow is perfectly consistent. The erratic surges across the eastern wing have completely ceased. The foundation is holding. The confirmation settles the last lingering doubt in my mind. The entire estate is feeding off the stabilization we created." "However," Garrick continues, his knuckles white against the wood of his cane. The perimeter alarms are sounding. We have an incursion at the gates. The fragile peace shatters. Theron. Captain Valor, my lord. With a full containment squad, Garrick confirms. A courier Raven managed to slip past the outer wards at dawn. The Undercity grid detected a massive magical spike emanating from the manor last night. Valor is demanding an immediate inspection of the premises and the human. They felt the surge. They felt the exact moment the curse stopped devouring me and anchored itself to the magic we generated. Stay here, I tell Mireia, glancing back over my shoulder. She is already sitting up, clutching the furs, the harsh reality of our survival crashing back into her eyes. I pull my heavy velvet cloak from the iron hook near the door, throwing it over my shoulders to conceal the dormant marks on my chest. I stride past Garrick, descending the central staircase with the silent, predatory speed of a man walking to an execution. I step out of the grand foyer and onto the salt-rimed ash of the courtyard. Captain Valor stands beyond the rusted, ruined boundaries of my front gates. He did not bring a simple observation detail. 24 Undercity enforcers are arrayed in a tight combat formation, armed with halberds forged from null iron. 2 heavy siege breakers, massive constructs of dark steel powered by bound elementals, flank the road. Lord Kalor! Valor shouts, his voice carrying over the thick subterranean fog. The Undercity grid recorded a cataclysmic spike in arcane resonance from this estate. By order of the Archmagister, open the perimeter. We are authorized to inspect the stability of the blood curse and secure the human asset. The asset remains under my jurisdiction, Captain. I project my voice, the necrotic resonance vibrating off the stone of the courtyard. And you will find no instability here. I am not making a request. Valor steps forward, his hand dropping to the hilt of his broadsword. Lower the wards, or we will breach the estate. The sheer, arrogant audacity of the threat ignites a cold, absolute wrath in my blood. I previously sealed the iron gates with a corrosive curse mark to deter casual entry, but Theron has decided to escalate. He is no longer waiting for the curse to kill Mireia. He is using the magical spike as a legal pretense to drag her out of my house. I will not allow it. I walk to the exact edge of the boundary line. The enforcers raise their shields. You wish to test the stability of my house? I ask, my voice dropping into a lethal, silken whisper that slices through the fog. I raise both hands, pressing my palms against the invisible threshold of the estate's property line. I do not summon the volatile, decaying rot of my curse. I tap directly into the ancient, stabilized black flame lattice humming beneath my boots. Lock them out. The foundation violently shudders. A shockwave of pure golden fire erupts from the cobblestones, shooting 30 feet into the subterranean air. The magic weaves together in a blinding, intricate dome of impenetrable black flame warding, encasing the entire manor in a solid arcane shell. The sheer force of the deployment throws the front line of enforcers backward onto the ash. The siege breakers grind their gears, their elemental cores whining in protest against the overwhelming magical pressure. Valor shields his eyes against the glare, staggering to remain upright. The perimeter is permanently sealed, I declare, staring through the shimmering golden barrier at the captain's shocked face. Any man who attempts to cross this threshold will be rendered into ash by the defensive lattice. Return to your Archmagister and tell him Ven Manor is closed. I turn away from the court's army and walk up the stone steps. Garrick is waiting in the vestibule, his pale eyes wide with the magnitude of what I have just done. Sealing the estate with the foundational wards is an act of total sovereignty. It is an open declaration of defiance against the High Court. Garrick, I command, my stride not breaking as I re-enter the main hall. Sever the roosts, burn the remaining courier spells, restrict all communication channels entering or exiting this estate. Theron is blind to us now, and I want him to stay that way. My lord, this is an act of secession, Garrick wheezes, struggling to keep pace. They will draft a formal siege. Let them draft it. It buys us time. I paced the length of the hall, my mind organizing the brutal arithmetic of undercity politics. Retrieve the ancestral charters from the sealed vault. I need the old sovereignty treaties my grandfather signed with the original council. I must prepare a legal defense to stall Theron's execution order. I leave Garrick to his tasks and take the stairs 2 at a time, returning to the upper wing. I push the door to my bedchamber open. Mireia is fully dressed in her worn leathers, her thick curls tied back in a messy knot. The sight of her, armored and preparing for a fight, tightens the possessive knot in my chest. "The court is at the gates," she says, a statement, not a question. She felt the massive deployment of the Black Flame Dome. "They are locked outside of them," I correct, crossing the room to stand before her. But Theron will not accept the barrier for long. He is looking for his justification to strike. I reach out, my large hands gripping her shoulders. The contact is firm, grounding. The tactile reality of touching her without fear of causing her to decay still sends a heavy, addictive jolt through my blood. I look down into her wide, dark eyes. "The parameters of your survival have changed, Mireia," I tell her, my tone grave and absolute. "The court knows the magic spiked, but also stabilized. They will look for any vulnerability in the perimeter to extract you. You are to remain inside the interior of the manor at all times." She stiffens under my grip, her stubborn nature instantly bristling against the confinement. "I cannot stay locked in a bedchamber while you prepare for a war. I need to understand the missing anchor point." "Your movements are restricted," I press, my voice brooking no argument. "My quarters. Your quarters. Nowhere else." "The archives," she counters immediately, tilting her chin up to meet my glare. "Kaelor, the answer to the incomplete ritual is buried in those grimoires. If the court breaches this house, my immunity is the only thing standing between you and the executioner's blade. I need access to the lower catacombs." I stare at the fierce, unyielding set of her jaw. The memory of her terrified confession last night, the phantom voice in her nightmares, burns in the back of my mind. Digging deeper into the black flame ashes is tearing her sanity apart, but refusing her will only force her to sneak behind my back again. I exhale a harsh, ragged breath, my thumbs pressing gently into the leather of her tunic. Directly to the archives, and directly back, I concede, the compromise tasting like ash. You do not wander the unused corridors. You do not investigate the dormant wings. If the wards in a room begin to drop temperature, you leave immediately. She nods, the tension bleeding out of her shoulders. Directly there and back. I drop my hands, the loss of contact leaving my palms cold. Theron is drafting his termination orders, Little Flame. The clock on this curse is no longer measured in years. We have days. I will try to buy us the luxury of time.
Chapter 17. Mireia. The ghost of his touch still burns against my skin. Every step down the spiralling, lightless stairwell to the lower catacombs is a visceral reminder of the hours spent in Kaelor's bedchamber. My muscles ache with a heavy, deeply satisfying lethargy. The phantom friction of his scarred, violet skin against mine, the metallic tang of his power on my tongue. It is a heavy gravity trying to drag me back up the stairs. But the urgency of our survival pushes me downward. We have days. Kaelor's final warning echoes in the damp, freezing air of the archives. He is above ground, preparing to wage a sovereign war against the Undercity court, relying entirely on the fragile, stabilized ward lattice we somehow forged together. If I cannot decode the anatomy of the incomplete curse, Theron Duskrin will breach those walls, and Kaelor will be executed. I push open the heavy door of the catacombs. The stagnant air smells of salt, dry rot, and the lingering pressure of the estate's magic. I ignite 3 lumen orbs, scattering their pale light across the massive, petrified reading table. I do not reach for the vanguard ledgers or the bureaucratic histories. I go straight for the hidden compartment in the masonry, pulling the confiscated black flame grimoires from the dark. I unbuckle the heavy leather satchel from my waist and place the obsidian relic on the table. It is no longer cold. It radiates a simmering, restless heat, vibrating against the wood. I open my own ledger to a blank page of vellum. I pick up a stick of charcoal. I close my eyes, forcing my mind back into the suffocating, terrifying heat of the nightmare. I recall the obsidian black fire, the chanting elders turning to ash. I focus on my own hands in the vision, pressing against the scorched earth, dragging the final lines of the cataclysm into reality. I open my eyes and begin to draw. The charcoal scrapes harshly against the vellum. I do not copy the margins of the grimoire this time. I draw purely from the visceral memory planted in my skull. I sketch the outer boundary, a perfect, unbroken circle. I slash the charcoal across the centre, forming the overlapping heptagrams, the elemental gates of the black flame coven. Every time I complete a geometric section of the circle, the obsidian relic emits a sharp, rhythmic pulse. It is not a warning, it is a validation. The stone is guiding my hand, resonating with the exact frequency of the spell. I am terrified of what this means, but I need to face it. I need to know where this is leading me. Why me? I pull a heavy, rolled parchment from the lower iron drawers, a structural schematic of Ven Manor's foundation, drafted centuries ago. I spread the architectural blueprint flat and overlay my translucent vellum sketch directly on top of it. The breath stalls in my lungs. The primary nodes of the ritual diagram align flawlessly with the major load-bearing pillars of the estate. The curse was not merely cast at the Ven bloodline, it was mathematically woven into the literal architecture of their home. The magic utilised the physical foundation of the manor as a conduit to track and devour the family within it. I trace the lines inward, moving toward the hollow centre of the heptagram, the missing anchor point. In my dream, the elder's voice had screamed over the roaring flames, "Anchor the flame, Perna." I pull the oldest, most decayed grimoire closer, flipping carefully through the brittle pages until I find a glossary of black flame runic translations. I begin decoding the archaic script I drew around the hollow centre of the anchor point, the words flowing from my memory with terrifying ease. "The root of the enemy shall rot," I translate, writing the common words beneath the jagged runes, "tethered to the marrow, bound by the architect. The circuit demands the blood of the caster." My charcoal hovers over the final rune sequence inside the centre ring. The Perna lineage. I stare at the parchment, the crisp air of the catacombs suddenly turning to ice in my veins. Perna is not just a name, it is a specific, designated bloodline. The ritual explicitly targeted the Ven lineage for destruction, but it demanded the Perna lineage for the sacrifice. The curse requires a Perna to hollow themselves out, to die in the fire, to serve as the permanent living anchor for the rot. Nixara's horrified voice whispers in the dark of my mind. "Your magical identity is fractured. A violent, sickening dread twists my stomach. The relic is not just showing me history, it is showing me a biological lock and key. Does the artifact think I am a Perna? Is my fractured, unattuned magic close enough to the original caster's signature that the curse is trying to overwrite my identity to force the circuit closed? Or am I myself from a Perna lineage? Before the panic can fully paralyse me, the ambient temperature in the catacomb violently drops. The scent of dark spice, sweat, and heavy, simmering decay floods the archway. "You are pale, little flame." Kalor's voice drags across the stone. I jolt, my hand instinctively slamming over the translated parchment. I shove the vellum sheet containing the words "Perna lineage" backward, sliding it seamlessly behind a loose protruding brick in the masonry wall directly behind the table. I do not know why the instinct to hide it is so absolute, but a terrifying certainty grips me. If Kaylor sees that specific name, if he knows the curse is actively hunting that bloodline inside his house, the fragile, impossible trust between us will disintegrate. I turn to face him as he steps into the muted light of the lumen orbs. He has not dressed in his formal court attire. He wears the same dark trousers and unlaced tunic from our hours in his bedchamber. The silver-white hair falls loose over his broad shoulders. The black gold veins on his exposed skin are quiet, but his amber eyes are piercing, tracking the frantic, erratic pulse at my throat. "I am mapping the wards," I say, my voice trembling slightly. I cannot completely hide the adrenaline spiking in my blood. He crosses the room. The lethal magnetic gravity of his massive frame wraps around me. He stops intimately close, his thigh brushing the edge of the reading table, his towering presence completely boxing me in. He reaches out, his long calloused fingers wrapping gently around my jaw. The heat of his palm is a blistering, beautiful anchor against the freezing terror in my mind. "You are shaking," he observes softly, his thumb sweeping over my lower lip. The possessiveness in his gaze is a heavy, physical weight. "What did the stone show you?" I lean into his touch, desperately craving the sensory reality of him over the haunted echoes of the grimoires. "Dream fragments," I confess, keeping my gaze locked on the severe, aristocratic lines of his face. I point to the remaining sketches on the table, the overlapping heptagrams without the translated text. I saw the casting, I saw the fire, the ritual. It was designed to hollow out the caster. It uses the foundation of the manor as a conduit, but it requires the caster's life force to fuel the rot. Kaylor's gaze drops to the sketches. He studies the geometric alignment over the architectural blueprints. His jaw tightens, the muscle leaping beneath the ashen violet skin. "And because the caster failed to die," he murmurs, his vast intellect instantly grasping the arcane physics, "the spell is starving in the foundation. It is using me as a battery, but it is waiting for an anchor to permanently close the circuit. I know of it." "It is trying to use me," I say, the half-truth tasting like ash on my tongue. "My magic is unattuned. The relic. I think it is trying to warp my signature to fit the lock. I don't even understand why I have magic. I am just as human as can be." Kaylor's eyes snap back to mine. The quiet calm instantly vanishes, replaced by a feral, protective wrath. The black gold ichor beneath his skin flares, casting a toxic, radiant light across his collarbones. "It will not have you." His hand slides from my jaw to grip the back of my neck, his fingers threading into my dark curls, holding me with a gentle, absolute possession. "I will tear this estate apart, stone by stone, before I let a dead coven's magic hollow you out. Hand me the artifact, and I will seal it." He leans down, pressing his mouth hard against mine. It is a territorial, starving claim that sends a liquid rush of heat straight to my core. I grip the lapels of his tunic, kissing him back with equal desperation, letting the primal friction drown out the guilt of the hidden parchment behind the brick. We are working together, fighting a war against the Undercity court outside, and the blood curse within. But the secret I am keeping is a ticking explosive in the dark. A sudden violent tremor rips through the catacombs. The heavy reading table shudders. Dust rains from the vaulted ceiling, coating the grimoires in a fine, grey powder. The lumen orbs violently flicker, threatening to plunge us into total darkness. Kaylor breaks the kiss, his head snapping upward. The lethal, predatory stillness instantly overtakes his frame. "The perimeter," he rasps, his amber eyes burning. Another shockwave vibrates through the floor, heavier this time, carrying the distinct concussive boom of elemental artillery. "Theron is not waiting for a legal pretense," Kaylor states, stepping back, the violent gravity of the cursed air returning in full force. The siege engines are firing on the outer barrier.
Chapter 18. Kalor. The concussive boom of the siege engine rattles the marrow in my bones, sending a shower of necrotic dust raining from the vaulted ceiling of the vestibule. I do not allow Mireia to follow me into the courtyard. I leave her standing at the base of the grand staircase, her dark eyes wide in trepidation. I step out into the subterranean fog. The salt-rimed ash of the courtyard crunches beneath my boots. Beyond the rusted iron of my ruined gates, Captain Valor's forces have not committed to a full breach. They are testing the defense of my defiance. A heavy dark steel artillery construct, powered by a bound weeping earth elemental, recoils from its first strike. The projectile of condensed kinetic force impacted the invisible black flame dome I erected hours ago. The golden lattice shimmers violently in the fog, absorbing the devastation, but the sheer atmospheric pressure of the impact forces the ambient air to scream. A formal warning, Lord Kalor. Valor's voice projects through a runic amplifier, echoing with a metallic, grating edge. The High Court is drafting the termination orders. The Archmagister has declared the estate a hostile contagion. Lower the barrier and surrender the human, or the next volley will target the structural foundation. They are measuring the depth of the shield, calculating how much elemental artillery is required to shatter the ancient magic of House Ven. I walk to the exact edge of the boundary. The air turns to razor wire. The beast inside my blood violently thrashes, eager to consume the soldier standing just beyond the threshold. I do not give them the satisfaction of a vocal response. I raise my bare hands and press my palms directly against the shimmering gold of the black flame ward. I feed it my own magic. The black gold ichor weeping beneath my ashen violet skin surges outward. The toxic corrosive decay of my curse bleeds into the golden lattice. The fusion is an agonizing, blinding reaction. The protective black flame hardens, absorbing the necrotic rot and weaponizing it. The barrier shifts from a translucent gold to a terrifying, opaque obsidian flame. It is no longer just a shield. It is a lethal, corrosive membrane. If Valor orders his men to touch it, the armor will melt directly into their flesh. The siege engine powers down with a heavy, grinding whine. Valor stares at the corrupted barrier, the stark reality of the siege settling over his forces. They cannot breach this casually. They will need the full might of the Undercity. I turn away from them and return to the manor. Mireia is waiting exactly where I left her. She watches the black gold light slowly recede beneath my skin, her chest rising and falling in a steady rhythm. They are probing the defenses, I say, as I reach out to her, feeling the warmth of her body. Theron is assembling the legal framework to authorize a complete eradication. When they return, it will not be with a single engine. Then we prepare, she answers simply, the stubborn resilience in her tone anchoring the volatile magic in my chest. You prepare to survive, I correct her. Come with me. I guide her past the grand staircase, bypassing the library and the dueling hall, moving deep into the windowless bowels of the western wing. We descend a narrow, spiraling servant stairwell that has not seen light in a century. The air grows freezing and damp, smelling of old earth and stagnant water. I stop before a solid wall of raw, unworked bedrock. I press my thumb against a hidden depression in the stone, channeling a minute fraction of my power into the mechanism. The bedrock grinds open, revealing a heavy iron grate and a narrow, plunging tunnel. The primary smuggling routes, I explain, standing aside so the meager light of the bioluminescent moss illuminates the severe drop. There are 3. This one leads directly beneath the shadow markets of the lower districts. The wards here are strictly physical. They will not register on the court's scrying grid. Mireia steps close to the edge, peering into the dark. She turns to look up at me, the close proximity forcing the heat of our bodies to collide in the freezing air. You want me to memorize the exit, she says softly. I want you to swear that when the upper wards begin to fail, you will take this path, and you will not look back. I lift my hand, my knuckles grazing her cheek. The possessiveness in my chest is clawing at me. My survival is irrelevant. I need you safe, Mireia, more than I need breath in my lungs. She leans into my touch, her dark eyes fierce and unyielding. I want you to be safe. Come with me. If the court breaches the gates, we take the tunnels together. Let them have the rotting house. The plea is a desperate, beautiful thing, but it demands an impossibility. I drop my hand. I cannot. Kaelor! I am the last of House Ven, I state, the absolute crushing weight of my legacy settling over my shoulders. This estate is a tomb, built on the ashes of the people you saw in your visions. I was spared the fire, but I am still bound to the grave. I will not abandon it to Theron Duskren so he can build his political empire on my family's bones. I will die in these halls, fighting. She stares at me, the argument dying in her throat as she recognizes the immovable resolve of my grief. She nods once, a sharp, broken motion, and looks back at the tunnel. That evening, we share dinner in the sundered dining hall. We sit at the massive ironwood table, the jagged, ancient curse scar splitting the wood between us. The meal is Spartan, dried meats and hard bread, but the atmosphere is heavy with a profound, bittersweet solemnity. We do not speak of the siege engines. We do not speak of the incomplete ritual. Instead, I watch the way the candlelight catches the chaotic tangle of her dark curls. I memorize the exact shape of her mouth, the stubborn set of her jaw. The silence is a sanctuary, a quiet acknowledgement of the bond we forged in the dark, savoring the final hours before the world tears it apart. The next morning, the reality of the war demands our attention. I take her to the eastern corridor, producing a thick piece of raw chalk made of bone ash. I do not teach her the physical strikes of the training floor. I teach her the arcane anatomy of survival. The barrier rune requires absolute intent, I instruct. I stand close behind her, my chest brushing the line of her spine. The friction is a simmering, heavy distraction I must force into submission. I reach out, wrapping my calloused, corrupted fingers gently over her small hand to guide the chalk. The Undercity magic is geometric. If you break the line here, the force of the blast will redirect outward. She draws the sigil on the salt-rimed marble. The line is imperfect, lacking the fluidity of a trained mage, but as she pulls her hand back, the faint, unattuned magic in her blood responds. The rune flashes with a brief, defensive violet light before settling into the stone. It holds, I murmur, lowering my hand. Memorize the sequence. Carve it into every threshold you cross. Mireia does not immediately step away to examine her work. She turns within the narrow cage of my arms, the heavy bone ash chalk still clutched in her hand. The corridor is freezing, choked with the stagnant damp of the catacombs, but the space between us is a blistering forge. She looks up at me, her dark eyes mapping the severe lines of my face, stripping away the armor of the cursed air. You are arming me for a war you do not intend to walk away from, she says softly. The stubborn edge in her voice fractures, revealing something raw and agonizingly desperate beneath. I am arming you to walk out of the dark, I correct her, my tone dropping into a deep, soft rasp. I lift my hand, my thumb tracing the delicate curve of her jaw. The robust, golden undertones of her skin flare subtly beneath my touch. My existence is a tether to a rotting house, Mireia. Yours is not. She leans into the contact, her free hand coming up to grip the thick canvas of my tunic over my chest. She anchors herself to me, refusing the distance. What if I do not want the surface? She whispers, the words thick with a fierce, terrified devotion. What if the only thing I want to tether myself to is the monster in the dark? The confession tears through my chest. The visceral, agonizing beauty of her defiance nearly shatters the last iron pillar of my restraint. A walking cataclysm does not get to keep the light. Accursed air does not get to hold the woman who cured a century of isolation. But in this shadowed corridor, with the siege engines waiting at the gates and the house preparing to devour itself, the brutal reality of my survival dissolves. "You are a beautiful, stubborn fool," I breathe, the words brushing directly against her lips. I close the distance, sharing a kiss akin to a slow, devastating surrender. My mouth slants over hers, drinking in the taste of her, salt and the heavy, intoxicating warmth of her very being. She yields instantly, rising on her toes, her hand sliding up my chest to grip the silver-white hair at the nape of my neck. She pulls me deeper, matching the desperate, searching rhythm of my tongue. The kiss is a vow. It is a silent, crushing apology for the war I have dragged her into, and a selfish, feral claim on the only peace I have ever known. My hand slides to the small of her back, pressing her flush against the hard lines of my body, committing the exact weight of her to the marrow of my bones. I drag my mouth from hers with an agonizing reluctance, resting my forehead against hers. My chest heaves, pulling her ragged, uneven exhales into my own lungs. Before I can speak of the impossible, ruinous things warring in my blood, heavy, uneven footsteps echo down the hall. Garrick approaches, carrying 2 heavy canvas packs slung over his good shoulder. The old warden's face is drawn tight with exhaustion, but his loyalty remains an iron pillar. "The emergency provisions are distributed, my lord," Garrick rasps, setting one of the packs at Mireya's feet. "Water purifiers, null quartz, and heavily preserved rations. The outer staff successfully evacuated before dawn through the western passes. They remain undetected." "Good." I look at the pack at Mireya's boots. It is everything she will need to survive the deep tunnels. "Garrick," I continue, my voice formal, carrying the weight of a final command. "You will accompany her when the time comes." "My lord, that is not a request." I cut off his protest, the authority absolute. "Your service to this house is fulfilled. You will ensure she reaches the surface." Garrick bows his head, the motion stiff with sorrow. "As you command." I leave them in the corridor and ascend to the upper levels of the estate. The time for passive defense is over. If Theron intends to march on Ven Manor, he will find the house and me waiting for him. I move through the vaulted galleries, locating the heavy iron-wrought braziers mounted into the masonry at every major intersection. These are the ancient black flame beacons. They have not been armed since the night of the massacre. I press my bare palms against the cold iron of the first beacon. I push the pure, violent intent of my necrotic curse into the metal, sparking the dormant magic hidden within the walls. The brazier violently ignites, a towering pillar of black gold flame roaring toward the ceiling. The heat is blistering, carrying the distinct scent of blood magic and war. I move to the next, and the next. With every beacon I arm, the estate shifts from a rotting tomb into a fortified, lethal stronghold. The air pressure drops, the ambient magic humming with a devastating, predatory anticipation. I reach the landing overlooking the grand foyer. The entire manor is bathed in the dancing, violent light of the armed beacons. The preparation is complete. The board is set. I look down, seeking the familiar, stubborn presence of my human anomaly. Mireya is not in the vestibule. She is not in the library. Where is she?
Chapter 19. Mireya. The concussive boom of the Undercity siege engines reverberates through my whole body, a relentless tectonic rhythm that shakes dust from the vaulted ceilings of Ven Manor. I stand in the shadowed corridor of the eastern wing, staring at the iron door of the restricted vault. Kalor sealed the obsidian relic inside this chamber. I will tear this estate apart stone by stone before I let a dead coven's magic hollow you out, he had vowed, his corrupted fingers locking the dark stone away in a desperate bid to sever my connection to the incomplete curse. He is outside now. He is standing at the perimeter, bleeding the volatile, toxic decay of his own cursed flesh into the barrier to keep Therin Duskrin's army at bay. He is going to die. Those 5 words rip the air from the room, collapsing my lungs until I am choking on the absolute finality of it. The court will not stop firing. They will grind the elemental artillery against his magic until his physical form gives out, until the rot consumes what is left of his strength. The fierce, terrifying devotion I feel for the monster of Ven Manor is a raw, agonizing ache in my blood. I cannot cower in the house while he sacrifices himself to a tomb. If the court breaches the gates, the executioners will not spare him. I need the artifact. If my unattuned magic is a compatible signature, if the curse is actively hunting me to complete its circuit, then I am the only variable left on the board. I do not intend to let the magic hollow me out. I intend to weaponize it. If I can harness the relic's resonance, if I can deliberately channel the chaotic frequency of the incomplete ritual, perhaps I can force the manor's devouring instinct outward. I can feed the curse to the invading army instead of Kalor. It is a blind, desperate gamble born of sheer terror, but the alternative is standing by while the man I love is ground into ash. I press my hands against the heavy iron door. Kalor fused the primary lock, but the estate's dormant wards are already actively shifting, grinding against his containment. I pull the raw null quartz from my pocket and press it into the microscopic fissures of the fused metal. I push the frantic, volatile heat of my own desperation into the stone. The iron shrieks, protesting the localized disruption before the heavy hinges violently give way. The air inside the relic chamber is freezing, thick with the smell of stagnant preservation magic. In the middle of the small room rests a containment case forged of solid null iron. I cross the stone floor. My hands tremble as I unlatch the heavy lid and push it back. The obsidian shard rests on a bed of dark velvet. It is not dormant. It is pulsing with a blinding, erratic black-gold radiance. The stone is practically screaming, vibrating with a frequency that perfectly matches the chaotic, frantic rush of my own pulse. The agony of potentially losing Kalor, the desperate longing to touch him again, the absolute terror of the siege. My emotional volatility has stripped away every defense I possess. My mind is entirely unguarded. I reach into the case. My bare fingers close around the faceted glass. The chamber doesn't simply fill with light. Reality itself ruptures. A cataclysm of raw black flame tears from the stone, devouring the walls, the null iron, and the freezing air in a single, catastrophic sweep. The concussive force shears the breath straight from my lungs as the dead chill incinerates into a blinding, skin-melting inferno. I am no longer standing in the vault of Ven Manor. I am kneeling on scorched earth. The smoke is so thick it lacerates my throat. The scent of roasting flesh, burning hair, and heavy metallic blood floods my senses, choking me. I look up, my vision blurring against the overwhelming heat of an obsidian black fire towering 50 feet into the cavernous air. "Hold the line!" a voice screams, entirely drowned out by the metallic shriek of clashing steel. I turn my head. Through the distortion of the flames, the slaughter is absolute. Dark elf soldiers wearing the silver and black armour of the vanguard sweep through the subterranean sanctum. They do not fight with honour. They move with the sterile, calculated precision of an extermination squad. I watch a vanguard captain drive a serrated broadsword through the chest of an unarmed coven elder. I watch the incendiary wards cast by the dark elves detonate against the cavern walls, collapsing the stone inward, burying screaming witches beneath tons of flaming rubble. The blood on the ground is an ocean, slick and boiling in the heat. A violent, catastrophic grief rips through my chest, It is not an echo. It is my grief. These are my sisters, my mothers, my blood. The root is severed. I snap my gaze back to the centre of the inferno. An elder, her robes soaked in her own blood, her face half melted from a localized blast, crawls toward me. Her glowing, hollow eyes lock onto mine. Anchor the rot, Perna. Give it a home. I glance down at my hands. They are coated in thick, wet ash and fresh blood. My fingers are pressed into the earth, frantically dragging the final, jagged lines of the overlapping heptagrams into the dirt. I am not an observer watching a phantom history. I am existing inside my own skin. The screaming rage boiling in my veins is a living weapon. I feel the magic tearing through my marrow, pulling the agonizing deaths of every witch in the sanctum into a single, devastating focal point. I hate the Vanguard. I hate the Undercity Court. But above all, I harbour an absolute, world-ending hatred for the matron who gave the order and the bloodline that sits safe in their obsidian manor while my people burn. Let the root rot! I scream. The voice tearing from my raw throat is mine. I slam my bloody palms in the geometric circle. I do not shield myself from the magical backlash. I welcome it. I draw the entire apocalyptic weight of the blood curse into my chest, turning my own physical form into the conduit. Let the blood rot in their veins. Let the house devour itself. The ritual activates. The black fire surrounding me violently implodes, rushing inward, condensing into a singularity of pure necrotic decay right above my hands. It seeks the anchor. It seeks the final sacrifice of my life force to permanently lock the cataclysm into reality. But as the magic strikes my chest, a stray concussive blast from a Vanguard siege engine impacts the stone directly behind me. The physical shockwave throws me forward. The tether snaps. The spell rips free from my hands before my life force can be fully consumed. The sheer, unfathomable force of the severed magic rebounding against my skull is a blinding white agony. My mind shatters into a million jagged pieces. The identity of the Black Flame Witch dissolves into the dark, leaving only a blank, empty void. The vision violently rips away. I am thrown backward, my spine slamming into the stone wall of the relic chamber. I hit the floor, gasping for air that refuses to fill my lungs. The obsidian relic clatters against the salt-rimed marble, rolling to a stop near my boots. I stare at the dark stone, the absolute, horrifying truth settling into my flesh with the finality of a closing coffin. I am not a human anomaly with an unattuned signature. I am not a relic smuggler named Mireia. I am Perna. I am the witch who knelt in the ashes of my slaughtered family and cast the blood curse that melted Lady Sorel Ven and her daughters into wet ash on the foyer floor. I am the reason Kaelor has spent a century locked in a rotting cage, unable to touch another living soul, his skin weeping the toxic decay I specifically engineered to destroy his family. The truth does not just settle, it strikes like a spark in a powder keg of ancient magic. My awakening identity bleeds into the ravenous power buried beneath the estate. The house remembers me. A century-old ritual, starved and waiting, finally sinks its teeth into my returning soul. Ven Manor tears itself apart. A deafening shriek of tearing iron rips through the eastern wing. The black flame wards carved into the stone warp from gold to an agonizing, blinding violet. The walls violently shudder. A massive, jagged fissure cracks down the centre of the primary load-bearing column in the chamber. The stone hisses, weeping pure black gold decay as the curse abandons Kaelor's distant perimeter and rushes inward, surging directly toward me to finally complete the circuit I left open 100 years ago. Necrotic power floods the room, choking out the air. I try to crawl toward the iron door, begging my lungs to scream his name, but the paralysing gravity of my guilt and the sheer force of the wards crush me flat. My vision pinholes into a violent throb of violet. The frost of the floor rises to smite my cheek, and the agonizing ruin of Ven Manor fades into a flawless, inescapable dark. This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 20. Kalor. I stand on the landing overlooking the grand foyer. The violent light of the armed beacons dances across the salt-rimed marble, casting towering, jagged shadows against the walls of the estate. The board is set for the siege. The ancient defenses of House Ven are awake, humming with a devastating, predatory anticipation. But the vestibule is empty. The arched entrance to the grand library is devoid of her shadow. Where is she? The question barely forms in my mind before everything around me fractures. It begins deep in the bedrock, a deafening tectonic groan that sounds like the spine of a subterranean leviathan snapping in half. The heavy marble beneath my boots violently heaves. Above me, the intricate stabilizing lattice of golden black flame wards stutters. The pure, protective light flickers, choking on a sudden cataclysmic influx of chaotic energy before violently inverting into a blinding toxic violet. The realization calcifies in my marrow, absolute and terrifying. This rupture does not originate from the perimeter. The Vanguard siege engines pounding against the outer gates are nothing but background noise against the sheer magnitude of the arcane devastation erupting from within. The epicenter is internal. It is localized entirely within the sealed corridors of the eastern wing. The relic chamber. I feel Mariah's presence inside. She did not go to her quarters. She bypassed the safety of the upper levels and went straight for the obsidian stone. The dormant, incomplete curse buried in the foundation has not simply flared. It has found the exact, resonant frequency of the missing anchor, and it is actively attempting to complete the circuit. No, it will kill her. A hollow, concussive boom echoes from the courtyard as the golden dome protecting the estate shatters under the undercity artillery. My concentration and magic fails me. The gate falls. I let the Undercity Council breach the rot. Let his enforcers march their null iron boots onto my ancestral grounds. The sovereignty of this rotting tomb means absolutely nothing if Mariah perishes in the dark. I vault over the balustrade, dropping 15 feet to the foyer floor. The impact cracks the marble, but the momentum carries me forward into a dead sprint toward the eastern wing. The manor is screaming. The architecture of my ancestors rebels against the sudden vacuum of the completed circuit attempting to form inside the relic vault. The walls weep a thick, necrotic dust. The heavy ironwood support beams groan under the fluctuating atmospheric pressure. As I tear around the corner of the primary corridor, a massive section of the vaulted ceiling detaches, plummeting directly into my path. I do not break my stride. I thrust both bare hands upward, unleashing the raw, unadulterated intent of my own curse. The black gold ichor weeping from my pores solidifies into a towering pillar of corrosive energy. It strikes the falling masonry, instantly fusing the fracturing stone and timber together into a rusted, agonizingly tense archway. I slide beneath the collapsing debris, the sheer physical exertion of holding the structure of the corridor together, drawing a vicious, tearing ache across my sternum. I drop the arcane brace the second I clear the danger, the corridor behind me collapsing into an impassable mountain of rubble. The air grows freezing, thick with the scent of stagnant preservation magic and blistering surroundings. I reach the end of the hall. The heavy iron door of the relic vault no longer exists as a barrier. It lies twisted and warped on the floorboards, blown completely off its reinforced hinges by a shockwave of physical power. I step into the archway. The interior of the vault is a suffocating hurricane of violet-black flame. It is a singularity of pure, devouring magic, a violent vortex attempting to siphon the entire ambient curse of the estate into a single point. In the midst of the storm, lying motionless on the cracked marble, is Mireia. The obsidian relic rests inches from her outstretched hand, pulsing with a manic, rhythmic light that perfectly matches the toxic violet of the room. The curse is wrapping around her prone form, an ethereal, parasitic smoke attempting to burrow beneath the golden undertones of her skin to hollow her out and claim her life force as the final anchor. The visceral terror of losing the one creature who can withstand my touch strips away the century-old cage of my restraint. By the 13, I love her. I cannot let the rot take her away. I wade into the inferno. The ambient magic of the vault immediately lashes out, recognizing the Ven blood in my veins, the designated target of its ancient wrath. The violet flames whip toward my face, carrying the heat of an apocalypse. My body violently answers. The black gold veins cording my arms and chest erupt with a blinding, lethal radiance. I project my aura outward, using my necrotic rot as a physical battering ram against the ancient black flame. The collision of the two magics turns the air to razor wire. The friction tears at the heavy canvas of my tunic, scorching the fabric, but I force my towering frame forward, step by agonizing step, shielding her from the brunt of the storm with my own. I reach her. I drop to my knees on the cracked floor, ignoring the blistering heat emanating from the obsidian stone beside her. I reach out, my corrupted, massive hands exceptionally careful as I pull her shoulders from the stone. Her head lolls back against my forearm. Her skin is unnaturally hot, a feverish, burning testament to the unattuned magic in her blood being violently rewritten by the relic. I press two trembling fingers to the pulse point at the base of her throat. A flutter. Weak, erratic, fighting the overwhelming pressure of the magical coma. But it is there. She is alive. I have you, I whisper, my words lost to the roaring of the violet flames. I have you, Mireia. I slide my arms beneath her knees and behind her back, scooping her entirely off the floor. Her weight is a fragile, devastating reality against my chest. I turn my back on the screaming vault, kicking the pulsing obsidian relic into the far corner of the room, and carry her out into the ruined corridor. The estate is in total chaos. The floorboards heave, the armed black flame beacons flickering erratically between gold and violet as the Foundation struggles to process the fractured state of the ritual. The distant rhythmic pounding of vanguard boots echoes outside, a grim reminder that the war is closing in on us. I do not head for the catacombs or the escape tunnels. She is in no condition to survive a subterranean trek, and I will not run while she is defenseless. I carry her up the central staircase, navigating the collapsing architecture by pure instinct. I reach the upper wing, kicking the heavy oak door of my bedchamber open. It is the most heavily warded room in the estate, reinforced by decades of my own isolation. I cross the dark room and lay her gently onto the center of the massive fur-lined mattress. I step back, my chest heaving, the black gold light slowly dimming beneath my ashen violet skin. I stare down at her pale, unconscious face, the heavy bruises of exhaustion stark beneath her dark eyes. The siege engines are tearing apart my gates. The court is marching through the ash to execute me. The curse buried in the Foundation is starving, desperate to devour the woman lying in my bed. The board is broken. The rules of my survival have entirely changed. I am terrified. Not for me, but for her. I turn toward the bedchamber door, raising my hand to summon the heaviest, most lethal locking sequence my corrupted magic can forge. The Vanguard will have to burn the entire estate to the bedrock before they set foot in this room. Before I can throw the bolt, a ragged, desperate gasp tears through the quiet of the chamber. Mireya's back violently arches off the mattress. Her eyes snap open, wide and completely consumed by a terrifying, absolute clarity.
Chapter 21. Mireya. A violent, tearing gasp rips through my throat as my spine arcs off the heavy mattress. I do not wake slowly. I am ejected from the suffocating darkness of the memory flood, like a drowning woman breaking the surface of a freezing sea. My eyes snap open, but for a terrifying fraction of a second, the vision superimposes over reality. I still see the towering 50-foot wall of obsidian fire. I still smell the sickening sweet stench of roasting flesh. The phantom stickiness of hot blood coats my palms. A splitting, rhythmic agony drives a spike directly behind my temples, matching the frantic, chaotic thrum of the manor's wards. The heavy fur blankets beneath me feel like a trap. The thick stone walls of the bedchamber shudder, weeping a continuous stream of grey dust from the masonry joints. The air is pressurised, dense and metallic, fighting to collapse inward. I turn my head, my vision swimming, and find the source of the resistance. Kaelor stands before the heavy oak door. He is not looking at me. His towering frame is braced entirely against the threshold. His hands are pressed flat against the thick ironwood frame, and the sheer cataclysmic exertion of his stance is terrifying. The ragged black gold veins mapping his bare chest and forearms are not just glowing, they are blinding, bleeding pure necrotic decay directly into the timber. He is manually forcing his own volatile rot into the foundation, fighting a desperate war against the starving magic of his own estate, feeding it to consume him instead. Outside the door, the violet light of the inverted black flame wards pulses like a rabid beast trying to break in. But his black gold energy holds the line, fusing the door shut with sheer, corrupted will. I watch the muscles in his broad back flex and tremble under the strain. I watch the cursed air, the monster the Undercity Court fears, slowly tear himself apart just to keep the collapsing roof of this tomb from crushing me. The truth rages in my ears, detonating inside my chest. I am not an innocent human dragged into the crossfire. I am not a human anomaly whose biology happens to resist his rot. The fragmented, terrified pieces of my mind have clicked together, forming a perfect, unholy mosaic of atrocity. I remember the deep caverns. I remember the vanguard blades biting into the soft throats of the coven elders. I remember the absolute, blinding hatred that seized my veins as I knelt in the ash of my slaughtered family. I recall drawing the overlapping heptagrams. I remember deliberately engineering a parasite of pure, unadulterated decay designed to melt the flesh from the bones of the Ven matriarch and every child she bore. I did not just witness the massacre. I am the creator of the retaliation. The reason Kaelor's touch does not blister my skin is because the magic in his blood recognizes its master. He has spent a century locked in this decaying manor, starving for contact, believing himself to be an inherently broken, lethal abomination. And I built his cage. Every agonizing year of his isolation, every moment he spent hating his own reflection, was my design. A ragged, fractured sob tears from my lips. The sound cuts through the grinding noise of the straining architecture. Kaelor jolts, his head snapping over his shoulder. The moment he sees I am awake, the feral, desperate exertion on his face fractures. He drops his hands from the doorframe, his chest heaving, trusting the magic he pushed into the wood to hold the barrier. He crosses the vast expanse of the bedchamber with terrifying, predatory speed. "Mireya," he breathes. His voice vibrates with an emotion so raw it physically sickens me. He reaches the edge of the bed. The heavy mattress dips under his weight, He reaches out, his large, calloused hands, the hands that have caused him nothing but grief and terror for 100 years, reaching for my face with a terrifyingly gentle reverence. His molten amber eyes are wide, stripped entirely of their armour, bleeding a desperate, profound relief. The sheer weight of his devotion is a weapon I cannot survive. I violently recoil. I scramble backward, kicking the heavy furs away, my boots scraping against the fine linens. I hit the carved wooden headboard so hard the impact bruises my spine. I pull my knees tight against my chest, my hands flying up to ward him off, shaking uncontrollably. "Do not," I gasp, the words slicing my raw throat. "Do not touch me." Kaelor freezes. His massive hands hover in the empty air between us. The black gold light beneath his skin, suddenly dimming into a bruised, hollow glow. He misinterprets the recoil. He looks at my trembling frame, at the stark, absolute terror and agony radiating from my dark eyes, and he calculates the threat based on the only variables he knows. "The relic," he says, his jaw locking so tight the bone audibly pops. The protectiveness in his tone shifts instantly into a lethal, simmering wrath directed at the artifact. "The stone overwhelmed your mind. It dragged you into the deep wards. Tell me what the magic forced you to see. I swear to you on the ashes of my house, I will grind that obsidian shard into dust for doing this to you." The tragic, devastating irony of his vow twists the knife completely through my ribs. He is promising to destroy the weapon that hurt me, completely unaware that I am the weapon that destroyed him. "It didn't force me," I whisper. The freezing air in the bedchamber seems to curdle. The groaning of the walls fades into a hollow, ringing silence. Kaelor's brows pull together, a minute furrow of confusion disrupting the severe lines of his face. He lowers his hands slowly, resting them on his thighs, his amber gaze intensely focused on my pale, terrified features. "You touched the black flame anchor while the estate was destabilizing. The resonance threw you into a coma. What did it show you, Mireia?" I press the heels of my hands against my eyes, trying to physically hold the fracturing pieces of my sanity together. The Vanguard siege engines are pounding outside. Theron Duskrin is marching to execute the monster of Ven Manor. I cannot let Kaelor die believing I am his salvation. He needs to know exactly what he is sacrificing himself for. I drop my hands. I lift my chin, forcing myself to meet his eyes. I refuse to cower from the executioner's block I built for myself. "It did not show me a phantom history," I say, the friction in my throat making the words harsh and broken. "It gave me back what the backlash stole. It unlocked the anchor." "The anchor is missing," Kaelor corrects gently, though a dark tension begins to coil in his broad shoulders. "The circuit remained open. That is why the curse is starving. The circuit remained open because the caster survived." I grip the edge of the thick woolen blanket, my knuckles turning white. The physical effort required to speak the truth feels like tearing my own tongue out. "I remember the lower sanctum," I continue, my voice gaining a desperate, reckless speed. "I remember the vanguard blades. I remember the incendiary wards collapsing the cavern walls on the elders. And I remember the ritual circle." Kaelor's stillness becomes weaponized. He is utterly motionless, a predator sensing a catastrophic shift in the wind, but unable to track the scent. "You saw the witch." "The voice in the fire was mine." The bomb drops in the bedchamber. The ambient temperature plummets. The faint, pulsing warmth in the veins mapping Kaelor's chest instantly turns to ice. He stares at me, the confusion warring with a slow, creeping horror that defies every law of logic and time. "So you said. The relic is playing with your mind. The massacre was a century ago," he states, the words flat, devoid of all inflection. It is the desperate defense of a brilliant mind refusing to process an impossibility. "You are 29 years old. You are a human." I am the witch who knelt in the blood of her sisters and built the rot that devoured your mother. The tears finally spill over, tracking hot and fast down my cheeks, but I do not break his gaze. The spell demanded a sacrifice to lock the anchor into reality. I offered my life, but the siege blast threw me from the circle before the magic could consume me. The spell tethered itself to you instead, and the backlash shattered my mind. I wasn't an elder, Kaelor. I was a 19-year-old prodigy, fueled by the agonizing deaths of my mothers and sisters. When the siege blast severed the tether, the magical backlash didn't just knock me out. It crystallized my blood. It froze my cells in absolute petrification for 90 years. When the ambient magic of the ruins finally waned 10 years ago, my heart beat for the first time in a century. I woke up physically 19, with a fractured mind that invented a human past to protect me from the trauma. When I woke up, the shadow brokers found me. Because my magic was fractured into a perfect void, I could bypass undercity security wards. They forged my human papers and used me as a smuggler. The last decade of hauling contraband in the undercity, the calluses on my hands, that was the only real life I've lived since the fire. My mind created fake memories of childhood to fill the gaps. Kaelor does not breathe. He is suspended in the agonizing void between salvation and damnation. I am not an anomaly, Kaelor, I whisper, delivering the fatal blow to the only man who ever truly saw me. I am Perna, the very Perna who massacred your family and turned you into an abomination.
Chapter 22. Kaelor. I am Perna, the very Perna who massacred your family and turned you into an abomination. Her confessions bleed into the shadows of the bedchamber, infecting the air with a century of slaughter. Reason violently recoils at the horror of it. 100 years of stolen time. A fragile, mortal shell spun from lies just to cage a shattered soul. It is absolute madness. But the cataclysm entombed in my marrow does not barter with logic or beg for proof. It only demands prey. The blood curse opens its eyes. It is no longer a starving, blind parasite that has aimlessly chewed on my sanity for 100 years. It is a hyper-focused, rabid entity that has finally, irrevocably caught the scent of its creator. The black gold ichor mapping my bare chest and arms explodes. The magic tears through my veins, searing the muscle, desperate to leap from my pores and consume the witch sitting amidst the tangled furs of my bed. I reel backward, the stone floor suddenly vanishing beneath my boots. The sheer malice of her treason opens a ravenous chasm, dragging me down into the dark. The back of my knees strike a heavy ironwood chest, halting my retreat. The estate groans around us, weeping gray dust from the ceiling as the foundation senses the apex of the rot. I look at her. I look at the dark, weeping eyes, the trembling shoulders, the warm brown skin I mapped with my tongue. This is the creature that melted my sisters into decay on the foyer floor. This is the architect of the screaming, rotting tomb I have walked alone, entirely starved of contact, terrified of my own reflection. The oath I swore over the ruined bodies of House Ven demands blood. It demands that I raise my hand, release the ironclad cage of my restraint, and let the curse do exactly what it was engineered to do: eradicate the enemy. I raise my right hand. The toxic power floods the room, thickening the air until it is unbreathable. Mireia, the Perna, does not cower. She tilts her chin up, exposing the delicate column of her throat. She exposes the dark, blooming bruise my own teeth left on her collarbone in the violent, desperate throes of our claiming. A violent, nauseating revolt rips through my chest. The beast screams for her absolute destruction, but the man, the starving, obsessed, devoted creature she pulled from the dark, gags at the thought of her flesh blistering. The paradox threatens to tear my physical form in half. I hate the witch who slaughtered my bloodline, but the thought of harming the woman who cured my isolation sickens me. The fear of losing the light grips at me. The sheer, feral possessiveness and love I harbor for her overrides the century of grief. I cannot strike her. Before the warring halves of my sanity can completely rupture, the heavy oak door of the bedchamber shudders. It is not the tectonic strain of the shifting wards. It is a frantic, desperate pounding. Lord Kaelor! The thick timber splinters inward. Garrick falls through the threshold, his wooden cane clattering against the salt-rimed stone. The old warden's coat is shredded. The left sleeve is soaked in thick, dark blood, and a jagged piece of null-iron shrapnel protrudes directly from his shoulder. He pushes himself up on his good arm, his chest heaving with wet, rattling wheezes. The immediate, visceral scent of fresh blood and null iron snaps my focus away from the bed. The perimeter is gone, Garrick gasps, coughing a spray of crimson onto the floorboards. The outer wards collapsed. They are in the courtyard, my lord. Numbers, I demand, the word a harsh, gravel-strewn bark. A full vanguard battalion, Garrick answers, his pale eyes wide with the grim reality of our end. Captain Valor commands the vanguard, but Archmagister Theron walks with him. They carry the black banners, Lord Kaelor. No containment shackles, no negotiation envoys. They are marching directly for the central hall to execute the mandate. The news slices cleanly through the chaotic devastation in my mind. The Archmagister intends to drive the Perna into the central ley line of the estate, force the curse to devour her to complete its ritual, and use the ensuing apocalyptic detonation to wipe House Ven from the map entirely. He wants the witch to finish the slaughter so he can sweep away the ashes and claim the territory. He intends to use my ruin as his stepping stone. The blinding, agonizing betrayal inflicted by the woman on the bed instantly shifts priority. She is a traitor. She is a murderer. She is the author of my endless nightmare. But she is mine. No court politician will drag her out of my bedchamber to use her as a detonator. No vanguard enforcer will lay a null-iron blade against the skin I have claimed. My wrath at her is instantly, violently subjugated by the obsessive, feral need to protect what belongs to my house. To me. I turn my focus inward. The agony of suppressing the blood curse while it stares directly at its creator is a blinding white fire. I force the volatile, black-gold magic back into my bones, locking the beast inside a suffocating, iron-clad cage of pure will. My muscles tremble with the sheer, physical exertion of the containment. I turn to the weapon rack mounted on the far wall. I bypass the ceremonial blades and draw the massive ancestral broadsword forged of dark steel. The weapon is heavy, perfectly balanced, and devoid of arcane embellishment. It is a tool for butchery. I turn back to the bed. She is still sitting among the furs, her hands gripping the linens, watching the lethal shift in my posture. She is waiting for the executioner. She is waiting for me to align with the court and hand her over to the fire. Get up, I command, my voice entirely stripped of the tender reverence of the morning, leaving only the cold, absolute resonance of a dark elf preparing for war. She flinches at the tone, but her stubborn resilience forces her to slide off the mattress. Her boots hit the floor. You are a creature of the black flame, I state, stalking toward her, the broadsword resting against my shoulder. The heat blistering from my skin is a simmering, territorial warning. You engineered the rot that courses through my veins. You understand this cataclysm better than the scholars who failed to cure it. I stop inches from her. The height difference forces her to tilt her head back to meet my burning, amber gaze. The Archmagister is marching through my corridors to burn you, I murmur, the lethal promise vibrating in the narrow space between us. He believes you are the key to my eradication. He forgets that I am the monster of Ven Manor. I reach out, my free hand gripping the thick leather of her tunic, pulling her flush against my chest. You will not die from the court's politics today. I will be the one to decide. I vow, the words scraping against the freezing air. Grab your boots. We are going to the catacombs.
Chapter 23. Mireia. The lover who worshipped me in these furs is dead. What remains is the lethal, merciless monster of House Ven. Kaelor turns away, the scarred ashen-violet landscape of his shoulders pulling into an unbreachable line. The frantic, bleeding light of his veins recedes, shackled by an exertion of restraint so absolute it chills the air between us. He sheds his grief like a cloak, taking the devastation of my confession and sinking it into an abyssal depth where it can never breathe again. He strides toward the heavy, splintered remains of the oak door, holding a dark steel broadsword. "Garrick," Kaelor commands. His voice carries no warmth, only the sterile resonance of a general issuing final orders. The western smuggling route, the physical wards are still intact. Go. The old warden leans heavily against the stone doorframe, clutching his bleeding shoulder. A ragged wheeze rattles his lungs. "My lord, I cannot. I will make my death matter. I will buy you time with my life. Let me hold the stairwell." "You are a mortal man bleeding out on my floorboards." Kaelor cuts him off, his tone slicing through the freezing air. "Your watch is ended. Go to the surface. Disappear into the lower districts. If Therin Duscrin finds you here, he will hang you from the court spires just to watch you rot." Tears cut clean tracks through the grey dust on Garrick's weathered face. He looks at the towering, cursed air he has served through a century of isolation, realising the finality of the command. The old man bows his head, a stiff, broken motion. "It has been the absolute honour of my life, Lord Kaelor." Garrick turns and drags his battered frame down the shadowed corridor, leaving us alone in the loud silence of the bedchamber. Kaelor watches the shadows swallow his only loyal servant. Then, slowly, he turns his head. His eyes lock onto me. The sheer suffocating hatred burning in his gaze splinters my soul into pieces. It is a profound, devastating rejection. The love I harbour for him, the fierce, impossible devotion forged in the dark, is violently trampled beneath the absolute loathing of the man I ruined. It tears me apart, but I do not look away. I deserve every ounce of his wrath. "Do not think you will use the court's siege as an escape," Kaelor states, his voice dropping into a lethal, silken whisper that scrapes the inside of my bones. He steps toward the bed, the broadsword hanging easily from his grip. "You don't get to die an anonymous human casualty today, Perna. You will survive this night, and you will pay for what you did to my family. I will ensure you suffer the exact length of the century you stole from me." I slide off the mattress, my bare feet hitting the salt-rimed stone. I refuse to cower among the linens like a fragile victim waiting for salvation. I step directly into his path, closing the distance until his punishing, suppressed aura washes over my face. "Then let me pay the debt now," I say, my voice steady, despite the absolute terror vibrating in my blood. Kaelor's jaw tightens. He tries to maintain the icy, untouchable facade, but his body betrays him. The heat rolling off his skin is a simmering, territorial warning. He hates me, but the feral possessiveness inside his curse still recognises the absolute compatibility of my biology. "I remember every stroke of the spell, Kaelor," I press frantically, stepping even closer, forcing him to look down at me. "The circuit is open, because I did not die in the casting. The curse is starving, feeding on you because you are the designated target. But as the original caster, I have the authority to recall it." "The recall demands a life force," he counters coldly, though the grip on his broadsword tightens until his knuckles turn white. "It does," I admit, lifting my hands, desperate to map the arcane geometry in the empty air between us. "But I do not have to let it consume you. If I initiate the recall, I can pull the necrotic rot out of your veins and out of the foundation. I can act as the absolute anchor, and before the magic burns me out, I can redirect the blast outward. I can push the entire century of stored necrotic energy through the manor's wards and directly into the vanguard. The silence in the room turns to razor wire. I can crush Therin's army, Kalor. I can scour the court from your gates. I swallow the thick, metallic taste of fear in the back of my throat. But the conduit requires a total burn. It will require my life. I have to die to close the circuit and fix your life. Kalor goes entirely rigid, and with a deafening roar, he swings his empty hand. He does not strike me. He slams his massive, corrupted fist directly into the ironwood panelling of the wall. The timber explodes. A shockwave of pure black gold decay instantly vaporizes the wood, tearing a jagged, smoking crater into the masonry. "No!" he snarls, spinning back to me, his amber eyes completely swallowed by the blackened pupil. He grabs the heavy leather of my tunic, hauling me flush against his chest, the broadsword dropping to the stone floor with a heavy clang. "You do not just get to dictate the terms of your penance. You do not buy your absolution with a cheap sacrificial death. It is the only way to save you," I shout, my hands grabbing his wrists, desperately trying to anchor myself against the devastating gravity of his wrath. "If they breach the central hall, they will use me to detonate the estate. Let me fix what I broke." I said no. The heat from his chest is blistering, a furious, agonizing contradiction. He holds me like a sworn enemy, but his grip is a desperate, inescapable cage. "I will not trade my freedom for your suicide. You will stay alive, Perna. You will stay alive and you will suffer this rotting tomb with me until I decide your debt is paid. The court is the enemy outside these walls, Kalor. Let me end the war." "You are the war!" he roars, his face inches from mine, the scent of dark spice and weaponized magic suffocating me. Before I can scream the argument back into his face, the surroundings violently heaves. A cataclysmic, concussive boom detonates directly beneath our boots. The impact is so severe it throws us both off balance, Kalor's arms instinctively tightening around me to keep me from striking the floor. The vaulted ceiling in the bedchamber groans in absolute agony. A secondary explosion rings out, followed by the undeniable, terrifying screech of tearing metal and collapsing stone. The vanguard has breached the first floor. Kalor releases my tunic, snatching the broadsword from the floor in a single, fluid motion. The argument is over. The luxury of our bitter, desperate conflict dissolves into the immediate, brutal fight for survival. "Move," he commands, his voice a dead, metallic rasp. "Or we die in this room."
Chapter 24. Kalor. The very bones of Ven Manor shriek. It is a literal, agonizing howl tearing through the masonry as Vanguard siege engines pulverize the wardstones in the grand vestibule. The heavy, anchoring gold light threaded through the walls chokes and dies, drowning the corridors in the sickening, necrotic violet of my own starving curse. They have breached the threshold. The words drag from my throat, a rusted rasp against the ringing quiet of the bedchamber. I don't look at the woman standing a few paces away. I cannot look at her without the monster chained in my marrow thrashing against my ribs, screaming for her blood. To unleash the manor's wrath and slaughter this invasion, we must reach the Heartstone deep in the catacombs. We must feed the wards ourselves. I turn, my broadsword gripped so tightly my knuckles bleach white against the dark leather wrapping. I step over the splintered remains of the oak door and into the upper corridor. The atmosphere is a suffocating shroud. Thick, acrid smoke rolls across the ceiling, carrying the distinct sour stench of copper, the scent of null iron magic. The vanguard is inside the house. The Perna follows me. Her boots are silent on the salt-rimed marble, but her presence drags against me. Mariah. She is still her despite her being Perna. I force the connection away, burying the agonizing devotion I feel for her beneath a suffocating layer of ice. She is the architect of this ruin. She is the enemy. I must repeat it until I believe it. I ignore her. We reach the top of the spiraling servant stairwell. The descent is pitched in absolute darkness, the lumen orbs shattered by the concussive blasts. I smell them before I see them. 3 Vanguard enforcers are ascending the narrow stone steps, their heavy dark steel armor scraping against the walls. They carry null iron halberds, the anti-magic metal humming with a suppressive frequency that instantly makes the black gold ichor beneath my skin burn. I do not hesitate. I cannot unleash a full, untethered shockwave of my necrotic rot in this confined space without collapsing the entire stairwell and crushing us both. It requires absolute, agonizing precision. I step past the curve of the wall, dropping directly into their path. The lead enforcer thrusts his halberd upward. I parry the heavy strike with my broadsword, the steel ringing a deafening clash. As the weapons bind, I slide my empty left hand forward, bypassing the shaft of his weapon, and press my bare palm directly against the center of his breastplate. I unleash a concentrated surge of absolute decay. The dark steel armor does not bend. It instantly liquefies into a glowing, hissing slag. The enforcer's scream is cut short as the corrosive magic burns straight through his chest cavity. I rip my hand back, kicking his collapsing form down the stairs into his comrades. The remaining 2 scramble over the molten ruin of their leader. They do not aim for me. They see the small, unarmored human lingering in the shadows behind my shoulder, and their priority shifts. They want the anchor. One enforcer lunges past my guard, his short sword arcing directly toward Perna's throat. A spike of pure, unadulterated terror pierces my sternum. The feral instinct to protect her violently overrides my hatred. I pivot, bringing my broadsword around to sever the threat, but I'm a split second too late. Mireia does not scream. She ducks the sweeping blade, her hand darting out to snatch a discarded dagger from the fallen enforcer on the steps. She thrusts the weapon upward, driving the steel into the unprotected gap of the second attacker's thigh armor. The dark elf roars in pain, his momentum faltering. He backhands her with his heavy gauntlet, sending her crashing against the raw stone wall. The sight of her striking the masonry shears the last thread of my control. I close the distance, driving my bare hand around the enforcer's throat. The rot blooms instantly, turning his flesh to ash before he can draw another breath. He crumbles into dust upon the stairs. I turn to her. She is pushing herself up from the stone, a thin line of blood weeping from her split lip, her fingers sparking with uncontrolled, erratic flares of violet and gold magic. "Drop the steel," I snarl, the words a jagged, punishing edge. I step over the ash, looming over her, masking the crippling terror in my chest with pure, venomous authority. "You are untrained. You are a liability. Do not pretend to be a soldier on my floorboards." She looks up at me, the dark eyes fierce and bruised. "I stopped him." "You nearly died," I counter, my voice dropping to a lethal whisper. "And if you die before I permit it, this entire estate detonates. Stay behind me, Perna. Try to remember you are the plague, not the cure." The harshness of my own words cuts me, but I turn away, refusing to acknowledge the flinch in her posture. We push through the lower arches, entering the sprawling expanse of the eastern wing. The smoke here is a thick, impenetrable wall. As we cross the threshold of the grand gallery, the air pressure suddenly, violently spikes. It is a trap. 24 Vanguard enforcers drop from the elevated balconies, landing in a perfect perimeter around us. They do not draw swords. They slam heavy hexagonal metallic discs onto the marble floor. Suppression sigils. The moment the null iron mechanisms engage, a heavy, invisible dome of anti-magic slams down over the gallery. The air turns to lead. The black gold veins on my arms violently recoil, the magic choking in my blood. The agony is instantaneous, a searing internal fire as the curse, unable to project outward, begins to feed aggressively on my own internal organs. I drop to one knee, a ragged gasp tearing from my throat, using the broadsword as a crutch to keep from collapsing entirely. "Take the anchor!" a vanguard captain barks, pointing a heavy null iron blade directly at the Perna. He lunges. I force my failing muscles to obey. I throw my body between them, raising my broadsword to deflect the strike. The heavy null iron blade slides off my guard, but the sheer momentum of his charge carries the weapon forward. The serrated edge of the anti-magic steel slices across my ribs. The collision of null iron against my cursed flesh is catastrophic. A blinding white agony detonates behind my eyes. The curse destabilizes entirely, ripping through my nervous system like shattered glass. I hit the marble floor hard, the broadsword clattering out of reach. The captain raises his blade to finish the execution. "No!" Mireya's scream slams into me akin to a shockwave. She throws herself in front of me, her bare hands thrust outward. The raw, untethered magic she has been trying to suppress violently erupts. A concussive blast of pure, kinetic force slams into the vanguard captain, lifting his heavy armored form off the ground and throwing him 30 feet across the gallery, shattering a stone pillar on impact. The remaining enforcers stagger backward, their suppression sigils flickering under the sheer, unattuned output of her survival instinct. I push myself up, my hand clutching the bleeding, burning wound at my ribs. I look at her, her chest heaving, her hands smoking with residual power. She saved my life. The witch who ruined me just used her magic to shield my body from the blade. "Can you stand?" she demands, reaching a hand down to help me. I ignore her hand, dragging myself up using the wall. "I despise your magic," I grind out through clenched teeth, the lie acidic on my tongue. I cannot thank her. I cannot blur the lines. She is my arch enemy. "I know," she answers, the quiet devastation in her tone infinitely heavier than the wound in my side. "We cannot break this line," I state, surveying the recovering enforcers. My magic is too suppressed to clear the corridor, and her output is too volatile to control. We are cut off from the catacombs. I grab her arm, dragging her away from the vanguard formation and toward a set of heavy, unadorned double doors set deep into the alcove of the eastern wall. The Echo Crystal Vault. It is not merely an archive for the memories of the dead. It is a panic room built by the suffocating paranoia of my ancestors. The heavy doors and the internal walls are lined with deep earth resonating prisms, rare minerals capable of absorbing and nullifying immense arcane and physical trauma for a finite period. I shove the heavy doors open, throwing her into the freezing, crystalline dark of the vault. I turn back to the corridor, just as the vanguard surges forward, their halberds raised. I grip the massive iron rings of the doors and pull them shut with a deafening, metallic slam. I slide the 3 heavy deadbolts into place, plunging us into absolute darkness, save for the faint, ghostly luminescence of the memory crystals suspended from the ceiling. A second later, the first concussive blast of siege magic strikes the outside of the doors. The crystal walls hum, vibrating intensely as they absorb the kinetic force, but the heavy iron hinges groan in protest. The vault is impregnable, but only until the resonating crystals reach their capacity and shatter. I lean back against the sealed doors, sliding down the cold metal until I hit the floor, my hand pressing desperately against the bleeding null iron wound. We are completely trapped, locked in a cage of dead memories, and the clock is rapidly ticking down to 0.
Chapter 25. Mireya. The heavy iron doors of the Echo Crystal Vault shudder. The first concussive blast of vanguard siege magic strikes the exterior, a muffled, deafening thud that vibrates throughout my body. Inside the absolute ringing silence of the tomb is a stark contrast. The pale, ghostly light of the suspended memory shards illuminates the freezing space, casting long, fractured shadows across the stone. Kaelor slides down the thick metal of the doors, his breath hitching as he presses his large hand against the bleeding null iron wound at his ribs. The anti-magic steel has destabilized his curse. The black gold veins along his neck pulse erratically, weeping a dark, toxic smoke that smells sharply of rotting copper. I step toward him, my hands trembling. I cannot stand back while he tears himself apart to shield me. "Let me bind the wound," I say, reaching out, my fingers stretching toward the ruined fabric of his tunic. "Do not touch me," he snarls, his voice a jagged, guttural warning. He violently shoves my arm away. The force of his rejection sends me stumbling backward. My hand strikes the sharp, unpolished edge of a deep earth resonating pedestal. The crystal slices cleanly into my palm. I gasp, cradling my hand as a thin line of crimson wells to the surface. Kaelor's lethal, untouchable facade shatters. He lunges forward, ignoring the agonizing wound at his own side, and seizes my wrist. His massive, corrupted fingers surround my hand, his molten amber eyes locking onto the cut with absolute, undisguised terror. The mask slips entirely. He is a monster who just drew the blood of the only creature he swore to protect. "I am fine," I whisper, trying to pull my wrist back. He does not let go. His thumb brushes the edge of the cut, the blistering heat of his skin searing my freezing flesh. The guilt I have been carrying since the memory flood finally fractures, collapsing under the sheer weight of his misplaced care. He is bleeding on the floor of a tomb, apologizing with his eyes for a scratch, while I am the architect of the century-long nightmare that put him here. "Stop doing this," I beg, the tears I refuse to shed spilling hot and fast down my ash-streaked cheeks. "Stop protecting me. Kaelor, they are going to break those doors down, and they are going to kill you, and they are going to use me to achieve that end. You have to let me initiate the recall." His gaze snaps from my bleeding palm to my face. The terrified protector vanishes, replaced by the apex predator of House Venn. "I forbade it. It is my fault your family is dead," I scream, the sound bouncing off the crystalline walls. "It is my fault you cannot breathe without fighting the rot in your own marrow. Let me die for the atrocity I committed. Let me complete the anchor so you can walk out of this vault free." The tension in the freezing air violently snaps. Kaelor hauls me upward by my wrist, his other hand gripping the back of my neck. He spins, slamming my back against the heavy, freezing edge of the crystal pedestal. The impact forces a ragged exhale from my lungs. He cages me against the stone, his towering frame pressing flush against mine. The contrast is a physical agony, the freezing, jagged crystal biting into my spine, and the blistering, feverish heat of his cursed body branding my front. "You can't choose death over me," he roars. His amber eyes are entirely consumed by the blackened pupil, wild and feral. "I survived 100 years of absolute silence, Perna. I survived the rot you built. I will not let you take the only light I have found and extinguish it for penance." "Then punish me," I challenge, my fingers digging desperately into the thick canvas of his tunic. The realization that we will likely die in this room within the hour strips away every lingering hesitation. "You hate the witch who cursed you, Kaelor. It is me. Take whatever you want." He releases a ragged, devastating curse. His mouth crashes down on mine, a bruising, punishing claim. A primal demand forged in the dark before the end of the world. His lips are scalding, his tongue sweeping into my mouth with a bruising friction that tastes of iron blood, dark spice, and the salt of my own tears.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
They keep bringing you these free audiobooks. We have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. Chapter 26. Kaelor. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
I taste raw copper and necrotic ash. The null iron suppression sigils the vanguard planted in the outer corridor are bleeding their frequency through the buckling doors. The anti-magic field acts as a suffocating vice on my body and magic. Because the curse cannot project outward, it is turned entirely inward. The black gold ichor in my veins is boiling, actively consuming my internal organs to sustain its feral starvation. Every heartbeat is a jagged, white-hot agony. I stare at the glowing, failing iron. Archmagister Theron is on the other side. I know exactly what the politician intends. He wants to push Mireia to trigger the missing anchor. He wants to use a Perna witch to detonate the estate and kill me so he can sweep away the ashes and claim the sovereign territory for himself. Kaelor. She whispers my name so softly, tickling my long, frozen heart. I look back at the woman wrapped in my cloak. Her eyes are full of unshed tears and love. A love I have never felt and experienced. So beautiful and heartrending, it makes me want to kneel in supplication, for I have received it from her. The tragic, devastating paradox of our existence crystallizes in my failing mind. The moments we spent together, the happiness and light she brought into my life, flashes as I gaze at her. Even before the curse, I have never felt such emotions, never experienced such moments. House Ven was cold and lethal. My own mother was so cruel she killed children she deemed useless, but the slaughter of my innocent sisters and the eradication of my bloodline still forged my century of grief. In Mireia, I found what makes life worth truly living. I cannot kill the witch who murdered my family. The feral possessiveness in my blood violently rejects the thought of her harm. I love her with a terrifying, absolute devotion that makes a mockery of the 100 years of grief I have carried. But I cannot keep her, either. My very being is a walking apocalypse, and my body is failing under the weight of the siege. Either way, I am going to die. But her survival is flawlessly simple. If the designated target of a blood curse dies, the magic terminates. The cataclysm ends. The rotting architecture of Ven Manor will violently collapse the second my pulse stops, burying the vanguard and the Archmagister under 10,000 tons of petrified timber and stone. Theron will not get his victory. She just needs to be out of the blast radius. It is time to let go of House Ven. It is time to let the graveyard finally sink into the earth. Listen to me, Mireia. I step close, gripping the sides of her face. My thumbs map the sharp curve of her cheekbones one final time, committing the exact warmth of her skin to my fading memory. When the doors fall, I will break their line. You will not fight. You will run toward the deepest level of the catacombs, directly to the Heartstone Chamber. The Heartstone is where the offensive wards can be activated, but also a primordial bedrock anchor of the estate. It is the only subterranean structure dense enough to withstand a total foundational collapse. Kaelor, she begins, the fierce, stubborn defiance flaring in her dark eyes. Her hands come up to grip my wrists, her fingers trembling. She reads the absolute, fatalistic finality in my posture. She knows I am not planning to follow her. "Do not argue," I cut her off, the sheer, crushing weight of my decision pressing into the syllables. I mask the agonizing, tearing devotion in my chest with cold, untouchable command. "You have to go. You reach the Heartstone, and you do not look back. That is an absolute command." "I am not leaving you," she protests, her voice cracking, her grip on my wrists tightening desperately. "I will die with you, if it is what it takes to pay for my sins." "How can you let me go? Didn't you want to punish me? To let me suffer for hundreds of years?" "You will go!" I roar, the volume shaking the suspended memory crystals above our heads. I force my tone to soften, a lethal, silken plea. "Mireia, let me do this. I will end this myself." Before she can scream her defiance again, the hinges of the vault violently shear. The massive iron doors shatter inward with a deafening explosion. A shockwave of concussive force throws a shower of molten, glowing shrapnel across the crystalline floor. The heat is blistering. Through the smoking, jagged breach, dozens of heavily armored vanguard enforcers pour into the room, their dark steel boots grinding against the stone. They fan out with military precision, their null iron halberds lowered, forming a lethal semicircle. Archmagister Theron steps through the smoke, flanked by Captain Valor. Theron's heavy ironwood staff radiates a blinding, suppressive white light that immediately makes the curse in my veins scream in agony. "Lord Kaelor," Theron sneers, his pale eyes sweeping over the ruined vault before locking onto Mireia's trembling form behind me. "Hand over the Perna. She is a sanctioned threat to the Undercity. Her execution is mandated, and so is yours." I step in front of Mireia, completely eclipsing her smaller frame, shielding her from the Archmagister's sight. For a century, I have maintained an ironclad, agonizing mental cage around my own sanity, carefully metering the rot so it would not consume the world. I have held the cataclysm back with pure, suffering discipline. I close my eyes. I find the lock on that cage, and I completely, irrevocably shatter it. The ambient temperature of the vault incinerates. The black gold veins on my chest erupt with an apocalyptic, blinding radiance. "Run!" I scream over my shoulder to Mireia. I throw both of my bare hands forward. I do not summon a targeted strike. I unleash a telekinetic snare of pure, concentrated decay. The heavy, necrotic magic explodes outward, slamming into the vanguard perimeter. The dark steel armor of the enforcers instantly begins to aggressively rust and warp under the suppressive pressure of my snare, binding them in place. The vanguard grunts and shouts in panic, their boots locked to the freezing crystal floor by the sheer gravity of my rotting aura. "Take the witch!" Theron roars, his face twisting in fury. He slams the base of his staff against the marble, sending a concentrated shockwave of kinetic, anti-magic force directly toward my chest. I grit my teeth, bracing my feet against the stone, and force the necrotic snare tighter around the Archmagister and his struggling guards. The physical toll of fighting Theron's suppression magic, while simultaneously holding 24 men in place, is consuming my soul, flesh, and blood. The latter begins to track from my nose, thick and black. Mireia hesitates for a second, her horrified gaze locked on my failing form, before the raw survival instinct overrides her. She turns and sprints for the narrow servant's archway at the back of the vault, her boots slipping on the slick stone as she dives into the dark. "She is escaping!" Valor bellows. The captain surges from the right flank. He drops his heavy suppression sigil, sacrificing his defense to break free of my snare. He lunges at me, his massive, anti-magic broadsword arcing directly toward my exposed throat. He expects me to draw my steel. He expects a duel. I do not parry. I channel the absolute, untethered apex of the black flame rot through my right arm. A tidal wave of liquid, black gold fire erupts from my bare palm. It strikes Valor and the 5 enforcers rushing immediately behind him. The reaction is instantaneous and absolute. There is no resistance. There is no clash of metal. The heavy vanguard armor liquefies into a hissing, toxic vapor. Flesh, muscle, and bone turn instantly to weeping, black ash. Valor does not even have time to scream before his entire physical form is violently unwritten from existence, the blistering heat of the blast scattering his remains across the glowing, crystalline floor. The sheer magnitude of the blast obliterates the front line, but the cost is terminal. The unmitigated output of the unleashed curse hollows out my absolute center. The blinding gold light in my veins instantly dies, leaving thick, dead black tracks across my ashen violet skin. The necrotic magic, having consumed the immediate threat, turns inward to consume the host. A ragged, wet gasp tears from my lungs. I cannot breathe. My knees hit the crystal floor with a heavy, sickening crack. The world violently tilts. The deafening shouts of the surviving vanguard and the crackle of Theron's magic fade into a muffled, distant drone. The edges of my vision dissolve into a suffocating, encroaching gray. I collapse forward, my hands pressing weakly against the freezing stone. I lie in the ash of the men I just slaughtered, the raw, unfiltered magic literally burning out the remaining fragments of my soul. As the dark finally rushes up to claim me, my last desperate thought is a prayer to a dead god that she made it to the Heartstone.
Chapter 27. Mireia. The servants' archway is a narrow, freezing throat of dark stone. I am 10 paces into the suffocating pitch black when the rot explodes behind me. The sound does not register as noise. It is a sheer, concussive pressure that ruptures the stale air and drives me to my knees. The stone floor violently bucks. A tidal wave of blistering heat washes over my back, carrying the sickening metallic stench of vaporized dark steel and roasting flesh. The survival instinct that propelled me into the dark instantly fractures, replaced by an absolute agonizing certainty. I cannot leave him. In my cowardice, I decide to escape alone. I will not let him burn alone. I scramble up from the slick stone, my boots slipping as I reverse direction, sprinting back toward the echo crystal vault. I stumble through the archway. The freezing crystalline sanctuary is gone. The vault is a landscape of apocalyptic ruin. The heavy iron doors have been blown completely off their hinges, the remnants reduced to puddles of weeping, red-hot slag from the siege magic. Archmagister Theron, Captain Valor, and the entire Vanguard strike force no longer exist as physical threats. They have been unwritten. Piles of smoking, black ash, and half-melted, twisted null-iron halberds litter the cracked floor. In the midst of the devastation lies Kalor. He is face down on the salt-rimed marble. The towering, lethal apex predator of House Ven is completely still. I drop to my knees beside him, my hands frantically grabbing his broad shoulders, hauling his massive frame onto his back. The heavy velvet cloak slips from my own shoulders, pooling in the ash. Kalor, I gasp, my trembling fingers pressing against the thick column of his throat. The pulse is there, but it is a frayed, terrifyingly weak rhythm. The black gold veins that normally map his ashen violet skin have lost all their blinding radiance. They are now a flat, necrotic, dead black. The curse has hollowed out his centre. Having annihilated the immediate threat, the starving magic is now feeding directly on the last remaining shreds of his soul. I hook my arms under his heavy shoulders, my boots searching for purchase on the ash-slicked floor, and I pull. The sheer dead weight of his armoured form is a crushing gravity, but the desperate, volatile adrenaline in my blood forces my muscles to obey. I drag him out of the vault and into the smoking eastern corridor. The manor is actively collapsing around us. Ironwood beams groan in absolute agony above our heads, weeping grey dust. I do not know the architecture of the deep catacombs, The foundation shifts with every passing second, the corridors warping under the death throes of the estate's defensive lattice. I drag Kaelor 10 more paces before my muscles scream in protest, my back pressing against the shaking masonry. "Which way?" I whisper, a frantic, suffocating panic tightening my throat as I look around. "Please, which way to the Heartstone?" A wet, rattling wheeze answers from the heavy shadows ahead. The western stairwell is buried. I jolt. Garrick emerges from the smoke. The old warden is a ghost of a man, leaning heavily on his wooden cane, the left side of his coat slick with dark blood. His weathered face is pale, the ambient rot of the corridor already exacerbating his mortal frailty. But his eyes are fierce. "Garrick," I breathe, the relief a sharp ache in my ribs. "He ordered you to the surface." "And I have spent a lifetime politely ignoring the orders that would get my lord killed," Garrick rasps, limping toward us. He does not reach for the escape tunnels. He reaches down, his trembling, blood-stained hand gripping Kyla's heavy leather belt to help bear the weight. "You will die down here," I warn him, the scent of the necrotic ash coating us both. "I am an old mortal in a court of immortal butchers," Garrick says, his jaw locking as he hoists Kaelor's weight alongside mine. "Lord Kaelor is the only dark elf who ever looked at me and saw a man with a life, rather than a tool to be discarded when the edge dulled. I will not leave him to the dark. The Heartstone is 3 levels down. Move." Together we drag the cursed air through the shifting, screaming bowels of the estate. The descent is a nightmare. The temperature drops until my breath fogs in the air, the heavy scent of raw earth and ancient magic replacing the smoke of the upper floors. We reach the absolute bottom of the foundation. The Heartstone chamber is a vast, circular cavern carved directly into the bedrock. There are no vaulted ceilings or ironwood pillars here, only the raw, immovable roots of the earth. The floor is a massive, petrified mosaic, a complex lattice of geometric ley lines that serve as the central nervous system for every ward in Ven Manor. We drag Kaelor to the exact centre of the mosaic and let his heavy form sink onto the cold stone. Garrick collapses against the far wall, his cane clattering away, his chest heaving with wet, shallow pools of oxygen. A low, jagged groan tears from Kaelor's throat. His head lolls to the side, his thick silver-white hair spilling across the intricate tiles. His amber eyes flutter open, the gaze initially unfocused, clouded by the terminal grey of the failing curse. He registers the cavern. He registers the dead black tracks mapping his own arms. Then, his eyes lock onto my face. The sheer, protective wrath that surges into his failing expression is a devastating thing to witness. "I ordered you to leave," he rasps, the words barely more than a metallic vibration against the stone. He tries to push himself up, his massive arm trembling violently before giving out, dropping his chest back against the mosaic. "You do not get to die for my sins," I tell him, my voice stripped of all hesitation. I kneel beside his waist, my gaze sweeping the intricate lines on the floor. The drawings of ley lines that map the magic of his house. This is all that I need. The entire rotting architecture of this manor is the conduit. I am a Perner. The blueprint of this magic is permanently etched into my bone marrow, a horrific inheritance locked within my fractured identity. I pull the heavy, dark steel dagger from the sheath at Kylo's hip. "Mireia!" Kaelor gasps, his amber eyes widening as he recognizes the lethal, calculated intent in my posture. He tries to reach for me, his corrupted, dead black fingers dragging across the mosaic, fighting the absolute paralysis of his failing body. "No, I forbid it." I ignore his rasping command. I grip the blade and pull the razor-sharp edge directly across the palm of my left hand. The pain is a sharp, brilliant anchor in the freezing room. Blood wells instantly, thick and hot, dripping onto the petrified mosaic. "You survived 100 years of the rot," I whisper, looking down into the desperate, agonized gaze of the man I love. You are going to survive the cure. I press my bleeding palm directly against the centre of the heartstone. I do not draw with bone ash or charcoal. I drag my bloody hand across the cold stone, connecting the jagged, missing lines of the overlapping heptagrams directly into the estate's central nervous system. I complete the anchor. I close my eyes and begin the ancient chant. The words tear from my raw throat, a heavy, archaic frequency that vibrates in the deep bedrock. The root is severed. The tether is bound to the blood of the caster. The violent extraction begins. The bedrock violently shudders. The mosaic beneath my knees ignites with a blinding, terrifying violet light. The dead black tracks marring Kalor's ashen violet skin begin to physically lift from his flesh, drawn upward like a toxic smoke into the vacuum of the open circuit. I force the recall inward. I demand the magic abandon its designated target and return to its creator. The curse hits me. It is not merely a transfer of energy, it is an invasive, necrotic violation. The heavy, rotting magic of the Vanguard massacre slams into my human body with the force of 1,000 burning knives. A raw, uninhibited scream rips from my lungs, echoing off the cavern walls. I open my eyes, my vision blurring with tears of absolute agony. The warm, inviting undertones of my brown skin are vanishing, rapidly replaced by jagged, pulsing black veins that crawl up my forearms and spread across my collarbones. The heat is apocalyptic. I am taking the century-long starvation of the Ven curse directly into my mortal flesh. "Mireia!" Kalor roars, the sound tearing completely through the fading remnants of his paralysis. I lock my bleeding hand harder against the mosaic, forcing the chant through the searing, obliterating pain, burning alive with the curse I built.
Chapter 28. Kalor. The roar of the violet inferno swallows my scream. The agonizing, century-old agony in my marrow suddenly, violently reverses. It is an absolute excision. The parasitic weight of the blood curse, the feral, starving beast that has lived in my bones since the day my family turned to ash, is literally ripped from my flesh. The sensation is a hollow, tearing vacuum moving through my internal organs, pulling the poison out through the pores of my skin. The dead black tracks marring my ashen violet arms evaporate. They are dragged upward, pulled through the freezing air of the Heartstone chamber like ribbons of toxic smoke rushing directly into the center of the room. The rod is leaving me. My vision clears through the haze of my own failing body, locking onto the epicenter of the extraction. The sight waiting for me is a landscape of absolute horror. Mireia kneels on the petrified mosaic. The overlapping heptagrams she drew in her own human blood are blinding, projecting a swirling, towering vortex of unadulterated black flame around her small frame. She is the conduit. The heavy, rotting magic of the Vanguard massacre slams into her. I watch, paralyzed by a terror so profound it eclipses 100 years of dark isolation, as the luminous undertones of her brown skin are swallowed by jagged, pulsing black veins. She is taking the Ven rot into her own body. She is burning alive from the inside out to balance the ledger of her Perna ancestors. The unyielding refusal explodes in the hollow void of my chest. My family earned the fire. She earned the light. I will not allow her to trade her breath for my freedom. I will not accept an absolution paid for with her agonizing death. I do not want this. I drag myself across the massive mosaic despite my weakness. The null iron wound at my rib screams, leaking thick, dark blood onto the ancient tiles. The brutal physical output of annihilating the Vanguard in the vault above has left my muscles trembling, utterly devoid of arcane reserves. But the sheer force of my desperation propels me forward. My armored forearms scrape against the jagged, petrified edges of the geometric ley lines. Every agonizing inch costs a fraction of my remaining vitality, The subterranean chill of the deep catacombs is entirely incinerated by the blistering heat radiating from the ritual circle. Near the outer wall, Garrick slumps against the bedrock, a helpless mortal witness to the cataclysm, but my focus is narrowed to a singular, violent point of violet light. I leave a dark, wet smear of my own blood across the ancient tiles, crawling like a broken beast through the tomb of my ancestors. I reach the boundary of the spell. The overlapping heptagrams form an anomaly. It is a towering wall of pure kinetic and necrotic force, vibrating with the archaic, destructive frequency of the Perna bloodline. It is a locked door, and the ancient magic instantly recognizes the Ven lineage approaching its perimeter. I force it to open, to give me a passage to her. I thrust my shoulder directly into the perimeter of the black flame. The chaotic magic lashes out instantly, recognizing the designated target of its ancient wrath. Whips of violet fire strike my exposed skin, searing the flesh of my arms and the side of my face. The heat is obliterating, a concentrated lethal dose of the very decay I have suppressed for a century. It seeks to repel me, to protect the fragile anchor so the spell can finish hollowing her out in peace. I grind my teeth until the enamel threatens to shatter, tasting the metallic tang of my own blood. I push my frame entirely through the veil of black fire. The center of the inferno is a suffocating vacuum. Mireya's head is thrown back, her throat corded, the archaic chant tearing from her lips in a continuous, agonizing stream. Her left hand is pinned to the mosaic, feeding her fresh blood to the heartstone. The veins on her neck are thick and black, pulsing with the toxic rhythm of the curse. I lunge forward across the center of the circle. I grab her burning hands. My grip is ironclad, absolute, locking my massive fingers over her delicate wrists. Her skin, the only surface in the world that has ever offered me sanctuary, is now a blistering forge of necrotic rot. The heat scorches my palms, but I do not flinch. I do not let go. "Mireya! No!" I roar over the deafening metallic shriek of the active wards. Her dark eyes snap to mine. They are fractured with blinding pain, swimming with tears that instantly vaporize in the blistering heat of the air. She tries to wrench her wrists from my grip, her expression twisting into a desperate, frantic plea. She shakes her head, her dark curls whipping around her face. "Go," she mouths, the sound completely lost to the roaring flames. "Let it end." "We end together," I snarl, leaning directly over the heartstone, closing the distance until our foreheads nearly touch. The blood curse demands a sacrifice. It demands the life force of the Perna caster to permanently anchor the rot into the foundation, to pay the toll for the open circuit. It expects her to die. I cannot let her go alone. If we die together. I will accompany my beloved woman. I will give it my life. I am the cursed heir. I am the exact bloodline the spell was engineered to track, consume, and annihilate. I open the floodgates of my own vitality, taking the ambient magic of my ancestors and the raw remaining physical strength in my marrow, and I force it downward. I push my life force directly through my arms, down through my corrupted hands, and into the circuit where my flesh meets hers. I feed the parasite. I offer the designated target directly to the hungry anchor, in hopes of lessening her pain, if not survival. The architecture of the spell violently glitches. The ancient black flame magic was meticulously designed for a singular, linear dynamic. A caster to hold the spell, and a target to be devoured. Now, the target is willingly pouring his life into the caster. The overlapping heptagrams carved in her blood on the mosaic flare with a blinding, contradictory light. The toxic, corrosive violet of the starvation rot clashes violently with a sudden, searing surge of raw, unadulterated gold. The spell snaps shut. An invisible, unbreakable tether of pure arcane force locks my body to hers. The magic calcifies around our joined hands. I cannot pull my grip away if I try. The ritual is trapped in an impossible loop. The spell cannot hollow out the Perna anchor, while the Ven target actively sustains her, and it cannot devour the Ven target while the Perna anchor controls the circuit. There are now 2 anchors bound to a single spell. The bedrock cavern shakes with a world-ending vibration. The ambient magic roars, spiraling around us, the air pressure dropping so rapidly my ears pop. We are trapped inside the detonating center of the curse, holding the line together, with absolutely nowhere left to run.
Chapter 29. Mireia. The grip of his massive, corrupted hands over my wrists is an iron vice. The ritual locks us into a devastating, inescapable circuit. The necrotic rot of the Ven bloodline, the century-long starvation I engineered, slams violently into the innate, archaic magic of my Perna bloodline. It is a collision meant to annihilate. The spell was written with a singular, unyielding power. The Perna anchor must be hollowed out to permanently bind the death of the Ven target. But Kalor is forcing his life force into the current, feeding the very parasite designed to kill him, using his own cursed vitality as a shield over my human frailty. The absolute agony of the dual anchoring threatens to tear my physical form into dust. The air inside the overlapping heptagrams is a blistering vacuum of violent violet light. The magic rips through my veins, seeking the center of my life force to consume. The magic doesn't attack me out of malice, it attacks me out of obedience. It recognizes me as the caster, and it is blindly trying to execute the final command I gave it a century ago: consume the anchor to close the circuit. It dives deep into my flesh, scraping against my bones, hunting for the spark of my soul to extinguish. It finds something else. The flesh-eating rot collides with a hidden ember buried deep within my womb. The magic violently halts. A new frequency bleeds into the roaring, apocalyptic hum of the ritual. It is a rhythmic, rapid vibration that echoes directly through the arcane tether binding my hands to Kyla's. It is not my pulse. It is too fast, too fiercely delicate, yet it reverberates with a world-shattering power. The ancient black flame curse, a spell made to track the Ven lineage and bound by the lifeblood of a Perna witch, touches the impossibly small fusion of our biologies. The new spark of life absorbs the ambient, corrupted energy, processing the lethal decay and purifying it through the sheer, untainted vitality of creation. My heart leaps in my chest, and despite the agony of 1,000 blades slicing my flesh, a thought forms in my head. A life made by me and Kalor? A result of our love? A life that bridges opposites? The ember inside me carries both signatures. It is a living, breathing, perfect synthesis of the deep, subterranean dark and the stubborn, golden light. The hostile magic does not consume it. The feral, starving rot of the curse recognizes its designated target, but simultaneously recognizes its creator. Confused by the absolute harmony of the dual bloodline, the magic begins to wrap around the spark of life, not to destroy, but to feed. The fetus absorbs the ambient, corrupted energy, processing the lethal decay and purifying it through the sheer, untainted vitality of creation. The agonizing, tearing pain in my veins suddenly, miraculously softens. I look through the swirling veil of black fire. Kalor is staring directly at my stomach. The severe lines of his face are completely fractured. The feral wrath of the cursed air dissolves, replaced by a profound, trembling awe as the rapid, tiny heartbeat thrums directly into his palms. He hears it too. "Kalor," I gasp, my voice a ragged, tear-soaked prayer rising above the roaring flames. My bleeding fingers tighten fiercely around his thick knuckles. "I am pregnant." The words are a spell unto themselves. The violent, jagged violet flames surrounding us begin to immediately temper, shifting into a softer, simmering hue as the curse slowly begins to balance its century-long deficit against the miraculous, blinding spark of new life. Before the heavy, earth-shaking realization can fully settle between us, the outside world violently intrudes. The heavy ironwood doors of the Heartstone cavern completely shatter inward. The splintered timber rains across the deep catacombs. Dozens of vanguard reinforcements pour through the breach, their dark steel armour clanking against the stone, their weapons drawn. A secondary commander steps to the forefront, his face twisted in a sneer of absolute disgust as he takes in the sight of the ruined cavern. He sees Kaelor and me locked together on the mosaic, surrounded by the swirling, dark magic. He does not understand the delicate, impossible transmutation happening within our blood. He only sees two vulnerable targets trapped in a suicide pact. "The abomination finishes himself," the commander barks, raising a heavy, runic siege caster. The anti-magic crystal at the tip of the weapon begins to hum with a lethal, suppressive charge. "Shatter the mosaic. Bury them in their own rot." The enforcers raise their weapons, preparing to deliver the finishing strike that will obliterate the Heartstone and crush the ritual circle before it can stabilize. But the dual ritual has hit its absolute apex. The magic swirling around us is no longer a blind, decaying curse. It is an active, sentient ecosystem anchored by the Perna and Ven bloodlines, and fiercely protective of the new life growing in its centre. The spell requires a massive influx of vitality to permanently close the circuit and balance the necrotic rot it hoarded for 100 years. It cannot drain Kaelor, and it will not drain me. It turns its terrifying hunger outward. The moment the Vanguard commander unleashes the kinetic strike from his siege caster, the black flame perimeter of our circle reacts. The wall of fire does not simply deflect the attack, it violently expands. Tendrils of pure obsidian black flame lash out across the cavern like the cracking of 1,000 whips. The magic bypasses the boundaries of the heptagrams, surging directly toward the hostile, uninvited life forms that dared to breach the sanctuary. The consumption is instantaneous and absolute. The vanguard soldiers do not have time to swing their null iron blades. The black fire strikes their chests, ignoring the dark steel armour entirely. The magic violently drinks their life force. The sheer, horrific sound of 50 men having their vitality instantaneously drained echoes off the bedrock. Their physical bodies wither, the muscle and bone turning to dry, grey husks in a mere second, their harvested life energy pulled directly back into the swirling vortex of the ritual to feed the balance. Sated by the massive sacrifice of the invading army, the magic undergoes a final transformation. The magic does not just change colour, its polarity is reversed. The original black flame was a magic of earth and preservation, twisted into necrotic rot by my grief a century ago. But as the curse filters through the flawless, untainted synthesis of our unborn child, the hatred is stripped away. The dark fire bleeds out, reverting to its true nature, a brilliant, blinding, stabilizing gold. The golden black flame does not burn, it sings. A shockwave of pure, untainted magic erupts from the centre of the mosaic. It is a non-lethal, tectonic pulse of sheer, stabilizing force. The wave washes over the cavern, sweeping the dry ash of the consumed vanguard soldiers away, expelling the remnants of the court's army from the deep foundation. The golden light slams downward into the petrified tiles. It flows through the ancient ley lines of the Heartstone, surging up through the buried pillars, racing through every corridor, vault and wall of the estate. The curse is permanently rewritten. The destructive rot fuses flawlessly with the architecture, transmuting into an impregnable, living ward of pure protection. The blinding flash of the eruption forces me to squeeze my eyes shut. The roaring of the flames abruptly ceases, replaced by a profound, ringing silence. The crushing, suffocating pressure of the catacombs lifts entirely. The air smells of clean stone, fresh air, and the distinct deep musk of the man kneeling before me. I open my eyes. The ritual circle is gone. The glowing heptagrams have faded into the permanent stone of the mosaic. The cavern is bathed in a steady, warm, golden luminescence, that radiates directly from the bedrock. Kylor is still gripping my hands. The black gold marks on his skin have vanished entirely, leaving only faint, silvery scars across his magnificent, ashen violet flesh. He is breathing in deep, steady pulls of the clean air. He lowers his gaze from my face, his amber eyes dropping to the flat plane of my stomach. The beast that haunted his bloodline for a century is dead. The house breathes its first untainted breath in 100 years. He slowly releases my right wrist, his large, calloused hand trembling as he brings his bare palm down to rest gently over my womb. Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 30. Kylor. The deafening, world-ending roar of the cataclysm dissolves into a profound and ringing silence. For a century, my existence has been defined by the chaotic noise of destruction, the violent thrashing of the blood curse in my marrow, the tectonic screams of the rotting architecture, and the hissing of my own flesh dissolving into toxic surroundings. Now, there is only the vast, echoing quiet of the deep earth. The Heartstone Cavern is bathed in a steady, protective luminescence. The blinding, hostile violet of the Perna Black Flame has entirely vanished, transmuted by the violent alchemy of our union into a pure, radiant gold. The soft light bleeds directly from the ley lines of the petrified mosaic beneath us. Scattered across the ancient tiles, drifting like snow in the settling surroundings, is the pale gray ash of the vanguard enforcers who breached the sanctuary. They were consumed by the magic to balance the ledger, their life force harvested to permanently seal the circuit. I do not look toward the ash. I am entirely paralyzed, locked on my knees in the middle of the mosaic. My large, calloused hand is pressed flat against the heavy velvet cloak wrapped around Mireya's stomach. I do not dare move a single muscle. I search the center of my chest, waiting for the familiar, agonizing starvation to rise up and demand its pound of flesh. I brace for the simmering, volcanic heat of the necrotic rot to flood my veins. I wait for the agonizing cage of my own sanity to snap shut. There is nothing but a vast, miraculous emptiness. The parasite that devoured my family and hollowed out my century is dead. In its place, echoing through the thin, miraculous tether of the stabilized magic, is a rhythm. It is impossibly small, yet it vibrates against my bare palm with the force of nature. A tiny, rapid heartbeat. An aura of pure, untainted creation. I drag my gaze away from her stomach, looking down at my own outstretched arm. The jagged, weeping black gold veins that mapped my ashen violet skin are gone. The aggressive, toxic radiance that marked me as the walking apocalypse of House Ven has been completely scoured from my flesh. In their wake, tracing the heavy, sculpted muscle of my forearms and chest, are faint, dormant, silvery scars. They do not burn. They do not leak black ichor. They are the healed remnants of a war I finally survived. The curse is truly broken. I draw in a long, staggering inhalation. The air in the deep catacombs no longer tastes of raw copper and dark magic. It is sweet, clear, and rich with the scent of ancient earth and the heavy, intoxicating musk of the woman kneeling before me. The arcane miracle settles heavily into my newly quiet mind. The ancient black flame was a flawless weapon, designed by the Perna to devour the Ven bloodline, anchoring itself to the life of the caster. But the spell could not process what we presented. It could not consume the target while the target fed the anchor, and it could not destroy the anchor when a new life, carrying the exact genetic and magical signatures of both the Perna and the Ven, sat in the center of the circuit. Our child broke the unending loop. Our bloodline, fused in the dark, saved us both. The ambient golden magic hovering in the air between us suddenly dissipates, sinking permanently into the stone foundation. The tether binding my hand to hers releases. The sudden cessation of the arcane current severs the adrenaline holding Mireia upright. Her spine bows, and she collapses backward in a dead faint, her physical body finally failing under the exertion of the dual ritual. Panic, absolute and primal, strikes my chest. "Mireia!" I rasp, my voice cracking in the quiet cavern. I catch her before her head can strike the petrified mosaic. I pull her upper body onto my thighs, my massive hands frantically mapping her arms, her neck, her face. I search for the blistering burns of the black flame. I look for the black veins of the rot trying to reassert itself. There is nothing. Her brown skin is flawless, flushed with the lingering heat of the magic but completely unburned. Her chest rises and falls in a deep, rhythmic, exhausted slumber. I stare down at her face, the wild tangle of her dark curls spilling over my scarred forearm. I lift my right hand. My fingers tremble uncontrollably. For 100 years, the simple act of reaching out to touch another living creature has been synonymous with murder. The ingrained terror of my own flesh is a towering iron pillar in my mind. Even now, staring at the silver scars, a phantom voice screams at me to pull away, warning me that I will turn her to wet ash. I force the phantom terror down. I press my bare hand against the soft curve of her cheek. No rot, no decay, no sizzling of flesh or screaming of dying magic. Only the profound, devastating softness of her skin against my calluses. The warmth of her humanity bleeds directly into my palm, a steady, beautiful, unthreatened heat. I stroke the pad of my thumb across her cheekbone, wiping away a smear of gray Vanguard ash. She leans into the pressure even in her unconscious state, a soft, contented sigh escaping her parted lips. The reality of the moment crushes the last remaining barrier inside my soul. I am free. I can hold the woman who marched into the center of my personal hell and refused to leave. I can hold the mother of my heir without the suffocating, terrorizing certainty that I will kill her. That despite her immunity to the rot, it will eventually destroy her. An overwhelming, devastating wave of love crashes through my chest, drowning the centuries of grief, the isolation, and the agonizing guilt. The monster of Ven Manor finally dies on the floor of the catacombs, leaving only a man entirely, hopelessly consumed by his devotion. I gather her up. I pull her slight, resilient frame flush against my chest, wrapping my massive arms entirely around her. I bury my face in the crook of her neck, inhaling the salt of her sweat and the lingering scent of dark spice. My severe, untouchable composure violently shatters. I weep. The tears are hot, silent, and absolute, tracking down the ashen violet skin of my face to bury themselves in her dark curls. I hold her tight against my thundering, uncursed pulse, my shoulders shaking with the sheer, unadulterated force of my relief. I cry for the century I lost in the dark. I cry for the agonizing pain she endured to fix my life. And I cry for an impossibly small, miraculous spark of life resting against her lower abdomen. I stay on the floor of the Heartstone Cavern for a long time, rocking her gently, letting the tears scour the last remnants of the cursed air from my spirit. When the trembling in my limbs finally subsides, replaced by a deep, anchoring strength, I shift my grip. I slide one arm beneath her knees and the other securely around her back. I stand, lifting her effortlessly against my chest. Her head lolls against my shoulder, her breathing steady and deep. I do not stare at the ashes of the vanguard. Do not look at the bloodstains on the mosaic. I turn and walk toward the archway. The estate responds to my approach. The dormant, rotting architecture of Ven Manor is gone. As I carry my family up the spiraling stone steps of the catacombs, the walls do not weep gray dust. The ancient ironwood beams do not groan in agony. The golden black flame wards embedded in the masonry light our path, pulsing with a warm, welcoming, and fiercely protective rhythm. The house acknowledges its master, and it acknowledges its new mistress. The siege is broken. The curse is dead. But as I carry Mireia up into the silent, golden corridors of the upper wing, the fierce, lethal possessiveness hardens in my jaw. The Archmagister and his enforcers are ash, but the Undercity Council remains above ground. When the sun rises, the politicians will demand answers for the battalion that disappeared behind my gates. They will come looking for the cursed anomaly and the human they ordered executed. Let them come. They will not find a rotting tomb or a starving beast waiting for them. They will find a sovereign king standing in the light, ready to burn the world to the bedrock to protect what is his.
Chapter 31. Mireia. I do not wake to the suffocating crush of a poisoned, decaying tomb. I open my eyes to a blinding, impossible warmth. The brilliant, pure light of the zenith phosphor crystals, mimicking perfect, unobstructed sunlight, streams through the high, clear-story windows of the bedchamber, cutting thick, golden paths through the air. The heavy, jagged fractures in the ancient ironwood vaulted ceiling are gone, smoothed over and seamlessly fused by the stabilizing magic that surged through the foundation. The estate is not groaning. It is humming. A low, rhythmic, ambient vibration entirely free of the toxic decay that plagued it for a century. The house sings a gentle golden lullaby to the new life nested in its absolute centre. I shift against the crisp linens, the dull ache in my muscles a lingering testament to the apocalyptic drain of the ritual. A heavy, absolute heat presses against my lower belly. I turn my head. Kaelor is awake. He rests on his side, his towering, muscular frame taking up more than half the massive mattress. His ashen violet skin is bare, completely stripped of the heavy velvet cloaks and thick leathers he used to hide his curse. The jagged black gold veins that once wept necrotic rot have faded into faint silvery scars that catch the morning sunlight. He is not looking at my face. His molten amber eyes are fixed entirely on his own massive calloused hand, which lies perfectly flat across the soft skin of my lower abdomen. He is barely breathing, watching the junction where his flesh meets mine. No blisters form. No grey ash falls from his fingertips. No violent, flesh-eating magic rises to separate us. The miracle of our survival, the broken curse, and the impossible spark of our dual bloodline child settling into my womb commands the absolute reverence in his posture. I reach out, my smaller hand covering his scarred knuckles. Kaelor drags his gaze up to mine. There's no walls in his eyes, just devastatingly untethered devotion. "You are not a phantom," he whispers, sending a cascade of heat straight to my core. "I am right here," I answer softly.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Then, a sharp, urgent knock strikes the heavy ironwood door of the bedchamber. The sound is a jarring intrusion. I tense instantly, the lingering phantom of the siege spiking my adrenaline. Lord Kaelor. Garrick's raspy voice filters through the thick timber. He sounds exhausted, but alive, a miracle of the estate's healing wards. Forgive the intrusion, my lord. The perimeter sentinels report a delegation at the border. Kaelor goes perfectly still behind me. A delegation? I ask, my voice tight. The Undercity Council, my lady, Garrick answers. They have sent a formal courier. They are demanding your immediate presence at the boundary line. They require an accounting of the missing vanguard. Reality crashes through the sanctuary of the bedchamber. Theron is dead, but the machine of the High Court does not stop. They are coming to demand answers for the army we vaporized. For what happened? I turn in Kaelor's arms, looking up into his face. A cold knot of worry tightens in my chest. Kaelor does not look afraid. The molten amber of his eyes hardens into the lethal, unyielding stone of a sovereign king. He leans down, pressing a firm, protective kiss against my forehead. Let them demand, he murmurs, his tone vibrating with absolute, uncursed authority. He pulls away, sliding out of the bed and reaching for his dark trousers. I promised you a sanctuary, little flame. I will be right back.
Chapter 32. Kaelor. I fasten the heavy, dark steel buckles of my aristocratic leathers. For the first time in a century, the metal does not pit and rust beneath the pads of my bare fingers. The worm leather remains supple, untainted by the weeping ash of my corrupted biology. I project absolute, lethal authority. But the cold, suicidal apathy that once fueled my posture is dead. It has been replaced by the fierce, territorial power of a man who finally has a bloodline to protect. I turn toward the center of the bedchamber. Mireia stands near the foot of the massive bed, lacing the front of a borrowed dark-spun tunic. I told you to wait, I state, watching her dress up. She does not flinch at the command. The stubborn, unflinching light in her dark eyes burns with the exact same intensity that brought me to my knees an hour ago. You promised me a sanctuary, Kaelor. But you also called me your equal. A sovereign does not hide in the bedchamber while her king faces the executioners. She closes the distance between us, her small hands flattening against the thick leather protecting my chest. Her warmth envelopes me, almost bringing me to my knees to serve her as my queen. This is simply not an equal relationship, for I will gladly do anything for her. I am a Perna, she murmurs, tracing the edge of my pauldron. The council marched on your gates to burn a witch. Let them look the witch in the eye. The possessiveness in my chest roars in approval. I cover her hand with mine, lacing our fingers together. If they make a single aggressive motion toward you, I will melt their armor to their bones. I know, she answers, perfectly serene. We leave the bedchamber, descending through the sprawling architecture of Ven Manor. The estate is a living, breathing entity, completely reborn from its century of decay. The gray ash that coated the marble floors has been swept away by the ambient currents of the new wards. The deep fissures in the stone archways are sealed with thick, glowing veins of pure golden black flame. The house hums a low, resonant chord of absolute protection, reacting to the impossible, tiny heartbeat sheltering in Mireia's womb. We reach the grand foyer. Garrick waits by the shattered remnants of the ironwood doors, leaning on his cane. The color has returned to the old warden's cheeks, the toxic suppression of the rot no longer draining his mortal vitality. He hands me a small, velvet-lined lockbox. The archives, my lord, Garrick rasps, a sharp, vindictive gleam in his pale eyes. Exactly as requested. I take the box. Open the gates. We step out onto the sweeping stone steps of the manor. The subterranean bioluminescence of the Undercity filters through the cavern ceiling high above, casting the ruined courtyard in a stark blue-gray light. I do not hide Mireia from them. I hold her hand entirely in the open, our bare skin pressed together, an undeniable testament to the broken curse. The vanguard remnants are arrayed in a tight, defensive phalanx just beyond the shattered perimeter wall. 50 heavily armored enforcers, their null iron halberds gripped tightly in their gauntlets. Behind the shield wall stand 3 delegates of the Undercity Council, draped in the pristine white silks of the High Court. Councillor Vane, a politician who built his career on the graves of minor covens, steps forward. "Lord Venn," Vane projects, his voice dripping with condescension and thinly veiled panic. "You stand accused of the mass incineration of a sanctioned vanguard battalion, including Archmagister Theron. We demand the immediate surrender of your estate, the submission of your person to the executioner's block, and the turnover of the Perna anomaly, responsible for the magical destabilization of this sector." The sheer audacity of the demand scrapes against the new, golden magic thrumming in my blood. "You demand nothing on my soil, Vane," I answer, the absolute resonance of my voice echoing off the cavern walls, forcing the front line of vanguard enforcers to unconsciously step back. "Archmagister Theron is dead because he attempted to use my house as a weapon." "Lies to cover a slaughter," Vane sneers. "Your curse has mutated. The entire Undercity felt the shift in the ley lines. Surrender the estate, or we will lay siege with every remaining battalion in the court's arsenal." I release Mireia's hand for a second. I raise my right arm, dropping the barrier holding the golden black flame in my veins. I do not project a corrosive, flesh-eating wave. I slam my open palm into the stone steps. A shockwave of brilliant, stabilizing gold erupts from the foundation. The magic races outward, tracing the ancient borders of the Ven perimeter. It shoots skyward, forming a towering, impenetrable dome of pure, solid light. The vanguard enforcers raise their shields, expecting to be vaporized, but the light merely washes over them, pushing them back with a firm, kinetic gravity that refuses them entry. "The curse is not a weapon to be confiscated," I state into the ringing silence, the golden light illuminating the stark terror on Vane's face. "It is a shield, and it is completely impregnable to your null iron." I open the velvet lockbox in my left hand. I pull out a fist-sized crystalline memory shard, an echo crystal recovered from the deepest archives of my ancestors. "Theron marched on these gates under the guise of executing a monster," I project, holding the crystal aloft. "He intended to drive the original Pernacaster into the Foundation to trigger an apocalypse, wiping House Ven from the map to claim our territory. But his corruption is merely a symptom of the Council's disease." I crush the crystal in my grip. The deep earth resonance shatters, projecting a massive, 3-dimensional auditory and visual illusion into the air above the courtyard. It is the preserved confession of Lady Sorel, matched with the sealed, stamped documents of the Undercity Council from a century ago. The ethereal voices echo across the ash-streaked stones. The vanguard enforcers lower their halberds, their heads tilting up as the undeniable proof of the court's betrayal plays out in the air. The council orchestrated the original Perna Purge. They fed the Black Flame Coven false intelligence, provoking the massacre to weaken House Ven, orchestrating a war that decimated 2 sovereign lineages simply to consolidate political power. Vane's face drains of all color. The political high ground he stood upon dissolves into absolute, exposed ruin. His own enforcers turn their helms to look at him, the grip on their weapons shifting. "You are not judges," I sneer, the disgust thick on my tongue. "You are butchers in silk." I turn, wrapping my arm securely around Mireia's waist, pulling her flush against my side. I project my voice so it reaches the farthest ranks of the vanguard army. "This is the formal declaration of House Ven," I roar, the golden wards flaring in time with the ferocity of my claim. "We are an independent sovereignty. We are no longer subject to Undercity law. This estate is neutral, protected ground." I raise Mireia's left hand, brushing the back of her hand to my lips, kissing it with reverence. This is Mireia, Apurna, and the Lady of House Ven. She is my equal in all things. I pause, the fierce, unyielding pride swelling in my chest, expanding the absolute boundaries of my soul. And she carries my heir, the first of a new bloodline. If the council, or any soldier wearing the court's colors, steps within a mile of my borders, I will not simply defend my gates. I will bring the Undercity ceiling down upon your heads. The vanguard soldiers, demoralized by the truth of the archives and completely outmatched by the towering golden wards, do not wait for Vane's orders. They begin a slow, organized retreat, stepping backward into the cavernous shadows. Vane opens his mouth to speak, but the sheer, lethal promise burning in my eyes silences him. He turns and flees. I watch them disappear into the smog of the lower districts, the adrenaline slowly ebbing from my veins, replaced by a profound, anchoring peace. I turn back to Mireia, pulling her flush against my side. The war is over. I look down at the mother of my heir, standing in the golden light of our sovereign gates, and for the first time in 100 years, I lead my family home. Chapter 33. Kylor. The subterranean wind carries the scent of damp earth and blooming night flora, entirely devoid of the decay that defined my existence for a century. I stand at the edge of the high balustrade, resting my bare hands against the cold, dark steel railing. Below, the Undercity stretches out across the cavern floor, a sprawling, chaotic web of bioluminescent spires and glowing phosphor rivers cutting through the smog. For 100 years, I stared down at those distant, flickering lights and fantasized about drowning every living soul in necrotic ash. I craved the absolute silence of a graveyard. Tonight, the feral beast in my blood is dead. The silence in my mind is a profound, resonant peace. I trace the jagged skyline of the lower districts, and I feel absolutely no urge to burn it down. I only see the kingdom my heir will inherit, a world I am now bound by blood and breath to protect. My subjects, Garrick, and my remaining loyal people have just welcomed their new queen in a simple ceremony. They bear witness to the changes in Ven Manor. A soft rustle of heavy silk announces her. Mireia steps through the vaulted archway of the balcony, the deep violet fabric of her ceremonial gown catching the ambient light of the manor's new wards. I turn, opening my stance. She steps into my space effortlessly, the warm, golden magic of her Perna lineage humming in perfect synchronization with the estate. I wrap one arm around her waist, drawing her back flush against my chest. My right hand immediately flattens over the soft curve of her lower belly. It is an instinct I refuse to temper. Beneath the calluses of my palm, the faint, miraculous vibration of our child pulses, a steady, anchoring gravity that makes a mockery of the cataclysm we survived. The border sentinels report the outer covens are finishing their encampments, she murmurs, leaning her weight back against my chest. The cool breeze catches her dark curls, brushing them against my jaw. They are calling Ven Manor the Golden Sanctuary. They can call it whatever they please, so long as they obey the laws of your charter, I answer, pressing a kiss into the crown of her head. We built a fortress from a rotting tomb, a family from the ashes of a war. You forgave the architect of your ruin, she corrects softly, her fingers coming up to trace the faded silvery scars mapping my forearm. I claimed the woman who walked into my hell and dragged me into the light. I shift my stance, turning her slowly within the circle of my arm so she faces me. The cavern ceiling high above mimics a subterranean night sky, studded with massive, glowing phosphor crystals that cast a pale, starlit glow across her brown skin. I reach into the pocket of my formal leathers. I withdraw a heavy band of ancient, oxidized silver, set with the obsidian crest of my ancestors. The Ven signet, I state, the weight of 1,000 years of history resting in my palm. I hold it between us. It is not a collar, Mireia. It is a crown. I will summon the remaining delegates of the Undercity. I will schedule a formal ceremony in the Grand Hall beneath the Undercity sky. I will bind my soul to yours in front of every living creature in this territory and declare you my absolute equal. Mireia stares down at the heavy silver ring with a golden flame in the middle, the golden wards embedded in the balcony stone flaring in response to the sudden spike in her aura. She lifts her chin, her dark eyes flashing with the stubborn, unflinching fire that first brought me to my knees. I do not want to wait for a ceremony, she whispers, her hand sliding up the lapels of my dark steel coat. I do not want an audience of politicians. I want the bond now, Kaelor. Here, under the cavern stars. Unexplainable emotions expand in my chest, coursing through my veins like an unstoppable dark river. I take her left hand. I slide the heavy, ancient silver ring onto her finger. The metal instantly hums, recognizing the Perna magic in her blood, permanently altering its arcane signature to accept its new mistress. I, Kaelor Ven, bind my soul to yours, I vow, the words scraping against the freezing wind. I am your shield. I am your blade. My territory is your sanctuary. My blood is your anchor. I, Mireia, bind my soul to yours, she answers, her voice trembling with absolute raw power. I am your light. I am your equal. My magic is your home. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
They keep bringing you these free audiobooks. We have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. The cool, subterranean breeze washes over our sweat-slicked skin. I do not let her go. I pull her heavy ceremonial skirts back down to shield her from the chill, lifting my discarded leather coat from the stone to wrap it tightly around her bare shoulders. She does not pull away from the cold. Instead, she turns her face into my chest, and a fierce, radiant laugh, a sound so purely, devastatingly joyful, vibrates against my scarred sternum. The house is singing, Kaelor, she whispers, tilting her head back to look at me. The stubborn, defensive fire that defined her survival has melted into an absolute, luminous peace. She flattens her palm over the steady beat of my uncursed pulse, then slowly slides her hand down to rest over her own womb. Can you hear it? The foundation isn't groaning anymore. It is waiting for our child. It will not have to wait long, I answer, my voice thick with a reverence that borders on prayer. I cover her hand with mine, marveling at the unbroken, flawless warmth of our joined flesh. A child of the Black Flame, an heir to House Ven. They will never know the dark we walked through, Mireia. I will build a world of pure gold for you both. We already have, she murmurs, her thumb brushing the ancient silver signet now gleaming on her finger. A profound, beautiful certainty softens her dark eyes. She leans up, pressing a soft, lingering kiss to the corner of my mouth. The past is over, my king. Only tomorrow. I hold the mother of my child against the balustrade, the heavy silver signet ring pressing into my chest. The cursed dark elf and his witch, locked together in the dark, ruling a healed sanctuary, watching the golden lights of our new life burn bright against the night.